Chapter 1922. Duan Lingtian is right. That's right. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Gu Chun who swears on the lightning penalty oath according to Gu Chun's request, the outcome is enough to prove whether Gu Chun has crippled his innate spiritual root or not. However, based on the current situation, it seems like Gu Chun doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. That's right. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people began to question Gu Chun. They could see it. When Duan Lingtian asked Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to his request, not only did Gu Chun hesitate, but he even accused Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he was the one who took the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, he was the one who backed out at the most crucial moment. What else could it be other than having a guilty conscience? For the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene, whether it was Duan Lingtian who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Gu Chun's request or Gu Chun who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request, the outcome would be the same. However, since Gu Chun was the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath, they subconsciously felt it was most appropriate for Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. As soon as the voices that questioned Gu Chun appeared, it was like a river that could not be stopped. Gu Chun did not expect this at all. At this moment, he felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Gu Chun, did you hear that? All our senior brothers and junior sisters think it's most appropriate for you to swear on the lightning penalty oath. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath, everyone will know the truth. At that time, if you're not killed by the lightning penalty, we'll know that you're not lying and that I'm the one who crippled your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Chun mockingly. The feeling of being able to turn the tables on Gu Chun was something he had never felt before. Gu Chun, don't you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Stand. Why don't you do it? When Gu Chun heard the words of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and how Duan Lingtian had turned the tables on him, his face turned pale. His heart was in a mess. Although he really wanted Duan Lingtian to die at the hands of his master, Lian, he had no choice but to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had destroyed his innate spiritual root. After all, he was not 100% sure that it was not Duan Lingtian who had destroyed his innate spiritual root. In this bizarre world, things were happening at every moment, and there was no lack of unexplainable things. Perhaps, the disappearance of his innate spiritual root was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, and he swore on the lightning penalty oath, he would definitely die. Although he no longer had his innate spiritual root and would most likely be stuck in the same spot in the future, it did not mean that he no longer cherished his life. So much so that he cherished his life more than ever. This was because he could no longer raise his cultivation base, and his lifespan had been fixed. He could no longer prolong his life by raising his cultivation base. In other words, every day he lived was equivalent to having one less day. For this reason, he did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Lingtian had requested. He was afraid of dying. What if the disappearance of his innate spiritual root had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian? If that was the case, would he not die in vain? Gu Chun is really feeling guilty. It seems like he's the one who's slandering Duan Lingtian from the beginning. Duan Lingtian did not destroy his innate spiritual root at all. To think that I almost believed him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves again. When Gu Chun heard their words, his expression turned pale. He was rendered speechless. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root? Why are you the one who's afraid at such a critical moment? Lian's expression turned grave when he saw Gu Chun had messed up the situation again. He looked at Gu Chun and said through voice transmission, don't you think a 90% chance of success is worth a gamble? Perhaps, Duan Lingtian is just putting on an act to scare you so you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? If you're right, Duan Lingtian will be finished. Li An's words were filled with persuasion and temptation. A 90% chance of success. He would take the gamble. If he won, he would live, and Duan Lingtian would die. Gu Chun's eyes lit up when he heard Li An's words. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. However, when Gu Chun had made up his mind and was about to swear on the lightning penalty oath as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an indomitable spirit, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. He said lazily, "How boring. Gu Chun, if you think you're at a disadvantage by swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as you. What do you think? You should be willing to do that, right?" Boom! Gu Chun, who had made up his mind, felt as though he was struck by lightning when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Duan Lingtian's confidence and Duan Lingtian's indifference had completely destroyed the confidence he had built up with great difficulty. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian destroyed his innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian would definitely swear on the lightning penalty oath. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as him, let alone take the initiative to do so. However, Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to do so because he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Gu Chun's confidence was instantly shattered. He must have sensed that you're going to burn your boats, so he chose to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Agree to swear on the lightning penalty oath with him. Lian reminded Gu Chun when he saw through the situation. However, the confidence that Gu Chun had painstakingly built up was already shattered. How could he possibly listen to Lian? He felt Lian was using him to make a bet. If he won, Duan Lingtian would die. If he lost, Lian would not lose anything. With this thought in mind, how could he possibly agree to Duan Lingtian's request? Yes. You didn't destroy my innate spiritual root. You didn't destroy it. I was careless when I was cultivating. I don't know how I destroyed it. Gu Chun's heart trembled when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, and he hastily said. Whoosh! Gu Chun's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect the truth would be revealed. As expected, Gu Chun is slandering Duan Lingtian. Humph. I've long seen that Gu Chun isn't a good person. He's really tricked Elder Lian this time. Several thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people felt Gu Chun had slandered Duan Lingtian under Li An's instructions. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Duan Lingtian smiled. He knew his plan of retreating by advancing had worked. Earlier, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Gu Chun because he had been paying attention to Gu Chun's expression from the beginning until the end. When he saw the determination on Gu Chun's face as though he had made a decision, he knew Gu Chun was going to burn his boats. He really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Gu Chun. This was because he was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. To be more precise, he was the one who swallowed it. When Duan Lingtian heard Gu Chun's words, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he realized he had made the right bet. He had become the final winner. Li An's expression turned grave when he heard Gu Chun's words. When he heard Gu Chun's words, he knew there was no way he would be able to win. His plan of using this opportunity to get rid of Duan Lingtian had gone down the drain due to the presence of Gu Chun, this pig of a teammate. Humph! Lian glanced at Gu Chun coldly and snorted before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Gu Chun at all. It was obvious he was furious. Gu Chun, next time, if you want to slander me with your master, you better come up with a good excuse. Your excuse this time is too lousy. It's full of flaws. Duan Ling Tian, who was the final winner, was in high spirits. After he finished speaking to Gu Chun, he turned around and descended from the sky to return to his tertius house. Gu Chun was so angry that his body trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. His eyes were wide open as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips dug deep into his palms. Although he was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to feel anything. The thousands of mocking gazes that were trained on him almost drove him mad. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. As long as my cousin comes, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Gu Chun knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian now that his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Since he could not seek revenge himself, he placed all his hopes on his cousin who was about to arrive. Right now, he saw his cousin as his last hope. Subsequently, it was peaceful for a month. After a month, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Black Turtle sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was a travel-worn middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately stopped by a patrol team led by a bronze flame elder from the Black Turtle sanctum. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Turtle sanctum of Zoroastrianism? The bronze flame elder shouted in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was tall and had an ordinary appearance. He carried a long saber on his back. As he stood there, he looked like a towering iron tower. My name is Gu Long. I'm here to join the Zoroastrianism. The middle-aged man's expression did not change even when he was faced with the bronze flame elder. Then, the bronze flame elder took out a spiritual pearl that could be used to test one's innate spiritual root. After the test, it was determined the middle-aged man possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Chapter 1923. There was an ironclad rule in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root or above would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage as long as they cultivated diligently. The Saint Celestial stage was the last stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage were those who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Brother Gu Long, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who possess a blue innate spiritual root or above can join the Zoroastrianism without taking the test. Those who have just joined the Zoroastrianism will usually stay in the four symbols sanctums first. The bronze flame elder's attitude became even more enthusiastic when he discovered Gu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When the bronze flame elder reached the end of his sentence, he even took the initiative to recommend, "Our Black Turtle sanctum is one of the four symbols sanctums. The number one defensive martial tactic, the Black Turtle's barrier, is in our Black Turtle sanctum. Why don't you stay in the Black Turtle sanctum first, Brother Gu Long?" The moment he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Long expectantly, hoping Gu Long would stay in the Black Turtle sanctum. If Gu Long stayed in the Black Turtle sanctum, he would be able to recommend this martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle sanctum would be interested in Gu Long and might even take him in as his direct disciple. At that time, as long as the sanctum leader was happy, he would definitely benefit greatly. "I'll go to whichever sanctum my cousin is in," Gu Long said indifferently, ignoring the bronze flame elder's enthusiasm. He was a genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He had great potential. His future achievements would not be something this bronze flame elder could compare to. Due to this reason, Gu Long was very casual when he spoke to this bronze flame elder. The bronze flame elder who thought Gu Long would agree to his request was stunned when he heard Gu Long's words. He asked, "May I know who your cousin is, Brother Gu Long?" "His name is Gu Chun, and he possesses a green innate spiritual root. 2 months ago, he came to participate in the assessment of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If I'm not mistaken, he should have become the disciple of one of the four symbols sanctum Silver Flame Elders. I came to the Zoroastrianism with the intention of becoming the disciple of one of the Silver Flame Elders. When Gu Chun was mentioned, a rare wisp of doting appeared in the depths of Gu Long's unruly and fearless eyes. A few months ago, before Gu Long and Gu Chun decided to come to Zoroastrianism, they had agreed that they would take the same person as their teacher when they came to Zoroastrianism. In order to take care of his cousin Gu Chun, Gu Long did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to become the disciple of a Golden Flame Elder. He told Gu Chun to find a Silver Flame Elder and become his disciple after he entered the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If that Silver Flame Elder did not like Gu Chun could use him. He believed that as long as he was willing to become the disciple of a Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism, that Silver Flame Elder would definitely give him face and accept Gu Chun as his disciple. His confidence came from his innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root. The blue innate spiritual root was the biggest bargaining chip in his hand. It was a bargaining chip that no Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism could refuse. Why, you're Gu Chun's cousin? The Bronze Flame Elder could not help but widen his eyes when he heard Gu Long's words. At the same time, a shocked expression appeared on his face as though he had just learned something shocking. Naturally, he had heard of Gu Chun before. The four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism would recruit disciples once every 3 years. The most recent recruitment was less than 2 months ago. This time, among the few Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, only Lian had accepted a direct disciple. Due to this reason, the group of Bronze Flame Elders, including him, found it strange. Elder Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He had always had high standards. Although he had accepted 3 direct disciples in the past, all 3 of them were martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. When they learned that Lian had accepted Gu Chun, a person who possessed a green innate spiritual root, as his direct disciple, they were puzzled. They could not figure out why Lian's standards had changed so much. However, when he saw Gu Long and heard his words, he immediately had an answer in his heart. No wonder. No wonder Elder Lian accepted Gu Chun as his direct disciple. As it turns out, he accepted Gu Chun because of Gu Long. This was the answer in the Bronze Flame Elder's heart. Gu Long was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. If he was willing to accept Lian as his master, Lian would, naturally, not mind accepting Gu Chun as his disciple for Gu Long's sake. At the same time, the Bronze Flame Elder sighed in disappointment. However, it seemed like it was impossible for him to recommend this person to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Perhaps, the sanctum leader might be interested in a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but it was not to the point where he would lower himself to compete with a Silver Flame Elder under his command. Unless the person was a monstrous genius who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. However, a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root who could even tempt the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the Silver Flame Elder would not be so presumptuous as to accept such a person as his disciple. What? Elder, you know my cousin? Gu Long asked with a glint in his eyes when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words and saw the surprised expression on his face. Yes. The Bronze Flame Elder nodded. Your cousin is currently a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Elder Lian. Elder Lian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder? Gu Long nodded inwardly when he heard this. It seemed like his cousin had good taste. He actually managed to become a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. However, your cousin is currently in a bad condition. The Bronze Flame Elder continued to say. The Bronze Flame Elder said as he carefully glanced at Gu Long. A month ago, news of what happened in the residence of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had spread throughout the Black Turtle Sanctum, the four symbols sanctums, and even the Saint Land. It was none other than Gu Long. For some reason, Gu Chun, the new direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, had lost his innate spiritual root. It had disappeared without a trace. Gu Chun's soul was fine even though his innate spiritual root was gone. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to do that. For this reason, this matter had become an unsolved case in the Four Symbols Sanctums since a month ago. Gu Chun's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism because of this. Naturally, if Gu Chun had a choice, he would rather not have such a reputation. This was because the price of such a reputation was too high. Without an innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for one's cultivation base to improve for the rest of one's life. It was equivalent to ruining one's life. What happened to my cousin? Upon hearing the Bronze Flame Elder's words, Gu Long realized something had happened to his cousin. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Although Gu Chun was only his cousin, in his heart, Gu Chun was more important than his own younger brother. He had lost his parents when he was young. It was Gu Chun's father who raised him. Later on, Gu Chun's father had died in an accident to save him. From then on, he had played the role of a father and brother to Gu Chun. Naturally, he panicked when he learned something had happened to Gu Chun. I'll send you to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Let's talk about Gu Chun as we walk. After the Bronze Flame Elder asked the patrolling disciples behind him to leave, he brought Gu Long to the west of the Black Turtle Sanctum. That was where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples lived. This is the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Along the way, the Bronze Flame Elder gave Gu Long the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Elder, what happened to my cousin? Even when Gu Long reached out to take the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he did not look away from the Bronze Flame Elder. A hint of worry could be seen in the depth of his eyes. His innate spiritual root is gone. The Bronze Flame Elder said with a sigh. His innate spiritual root was gone. When Gu Long heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. Horror dawned on him as his eyes turned red. A ruthless aura began to emanate from his body. His innate spiritual root is gone. Gu Long asked in a hoarse voice after a long while. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. What happened? How did his innate spiritual root disappear just like that? Who did it? Naturally, Gu Long knew what it meant to have his innate spiritual root disappear. For this reason, he could imagine how desperate his cousin must be right now. I don't know exactly how it disappeared. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Even Gu Chun doesn't know about it. Upon hearing Gu Long's words, the Bronze Flame Elder was stunned for a moment before he smiled wryly. He doesn't know about it either. Gu Long was dumbfounded. The ruthless aura on his body disappeared immediately. Initially, he thought his cousin's innate spiritual root was stolen by someone, and that was why he was so angry. However, when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, he felt helpless. Under the Bronze Flame Elder's lead, Gu Long arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. After the Bronze Flame Elder learned about Gu Chun's tertius house from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he bade farewell to Gu Long and left. Gu Long, on the other hand, stepped on the air and landed outside the tertius house. Who's he? I don't think he's familiar. The Bronze Flame Elder brought him here. It seems like he's here to look for Gu Chun. Gu Long's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Gu Long knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened. Brother. When Gu Chun opened the door and saw Gu Long, his originally pale face lit up immediately. It was as though he had seen his last hope. He pounced on Gu Long excitedly and hugged him tightly. Brother. You must avenge me. You must avenge me. Before Gu Long could say anything, Gu Chun spoke again. His voice was filled with hysteria and madness. Chapter 1924. Revenge? Gu Long was stunned when he heard Gu Chun's words. Then, he pushed Gu Chun away and asked with a grave expression, "Little Chun, what happened? Is your innate spiritual root really gone?" "Brother, it's true. My innate spiritual root is really gone," Gu Chun said with a sorrowful expression on his face. It was as though his words had hit a sore spot. That's an innate spiritual root. How could it be gone just like that? Moreover, you asked me to avenge you earlier? Avenge what? Gu Long furrowed his brows in confusion. According to the Bronze Flame Elder, even his cousin did not know how he lost his innate spiritual root. If that was the case, how could he seek revenge? Who would he seek revenge from? Brother, I suspect that Duan Ling Tian is the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. However, I don't have any evidence, so I'm not 100% certain he's the one who did it. However, if he didn't do it, I really can't think of a reason why my innate spiritual root would disappear just like that. Gu Chun told Gu Long about the conflict between him and Duan Ling Tian. He also told Gu Long everything that had happened between him and Duan Ling Tian. I still think he's the most suspicious. I have a strong feeling that he has something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root. After saying those words, Gu Chun clenched his fists tightly. His expression was ferocious as he spoke through gritted teeth, casting his territory to block others' sight. Based on what you said, I'm 90% sure he's the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. Gu Long's eyes flashed coldly. After a moment of silence, he continued to speculate. He must have mastered some unimaginable technique that can destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul. However, to ordinary people, even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul at the same time. For this reason, nobody suspected him at all. When Gu Long reached the end of his sentence, a cold killing intent surged out of his body, causing the air in the surroundings to turn colder. If Duan Ling Tian was here and heard Gu Long's words, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Although Gu Long did not guess completely correctly, he was close to the truth. That's very likely the case. However, a month ago, I didn't dare to gamble on the lightning penalty oath. I was worried that if it wasn't him, I would be killed by the lightning penalty. Brother, am I a coward? Are you disappointed? In front of Gu Long, Gu Chun was like a child. No. Xiaochun was not a coward. Xiao Chun did that just in case. Xiao Chun did the right thing. Hearing Gu Chun's words, Gu Long immediately shook his head. Between the flashes of lightning, a strand of frightening cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it seemed to be choosing to devour people. Of course, such a frightening cold light was not directed at Gu Chun. His target was the Duan Ling Tian whom he had yet to meet. Brother, I want that Duan Ling Tian to die. Gu Long's arrival swept away Gu Chun's dispirited look. His eyes shone coldly as killing intent surged out of them. His face was distorted as though he hated Duan Ling Tian for killing his father or snatching his wife. Don't worry, he won't live. As Gu Long spoke coldly, he casually changed into the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform that the Bronze Flame Elder had given him earlier. Wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform meant he had officially become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. To be more precise, he was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in Zoroastrianism. Brother, Zoroastrianism has strict rules. We have to think of a way to get rid of that Duan Ling Tian once and for all without violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. It's not worth it to sacrifice ourselves for him. After taking a deep breath, Gu Chun said with a cold expression on his face. There's no need for that. However, when Gu Long heard Gu Chun's words, he immediately rejected it in a domineering manner. When Gu Long saw Gu Chun looking at him with a confused expression, he calmly said, "Little Chun, don't forget that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Even if I violate the Zoroastrianism's rules and kill that Duan Ling Tian, I won't be able to get rid of him. Do you think the fire worship sect would let your brother pay with his life for an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root? Of course not. Gu Chun shook his head without any hesitation. What a joke. A genius with a blue innate spiritual root was not someone a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root could compare to at all. Even if the former killed the latter, the Zoroastrianism would not destroy the former for the sake of the latter. At most, they would punish the former symbolically. A genius with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in the future. It would not be difficult for him to become a Silver Flame Elder or even a Golden Flame Elder in Zoroastrianism. Among the Golden Flame Elders in Zoroastrianism, there were 3 Golden Flame Elders who only possessed blue innate spiritual roots. Why would they destroy a future Silver Flame Elder or even a Golden Flame Elder for a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? It was impossible for Zoroastrianism to do such a thing. If I don't wear the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and kill that Duan Ling Tian, it'll be different. It'll be equivalent to an outsider challenging the entire Zoroastrianism. I'll definitely die. Now that I've changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, even if I kill that Duan Ling Tian, it'll just be killing a fellow disciple. It'll just be a violation of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Gu Long continued to say, as long as I show my worth, the Zoroastrianism won't make me pay with my life for Duan Ling Tian. At most, they'll punish me symbolically. Gu Long's words were filled with confidence. Little Chun, which Tertius house is that Duan Ling Tian staying in? When Gu Long spoke again, he turned around and soared into the air. His eyes were cold as he looked at the thousands of Tertius houses in the surroundings. This person is also a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum? Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the distance did not hear the conversation between Gu Long and Gu Chun, they could tell the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Not only that, but Gu Long had also changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in front of them. I've never seen him before. Don't tell me he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? A newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? Doesn't that mean he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? It's said that only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots and above have this privilege. Don't tell me he's a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root? As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, their gazes turned extremely heated as they looked at Gu Long, who was soaring into the air. At the same time, they could clearly feel the killing intent emitting from Gu Long's body. What's he trying to do? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt chills running down their spines. They were frightened by the killing intent on Gu Long's body. Brother, that house. Then, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard Gu Chun's voice. At the same time, they saw Gu Chun soaring into the air with Gu Long and pointing at a Tertius house in the distance. That Tertius house. Isn't that the Tertius house that Duan Ling Tian stays in? Many people recognized the Tertius house that Gu Chun was pointing at was Duan Ling Tian's house. At the same time, they realized the killing intent Gu Long was emitting was directed at Duan Ling Tian. Gu Chun addressed him as brother. He's Gu Chun's brother. Soon after, some people's attention shifted to the way Gu Chun addressed Gu Long. It caused an uproar again. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect this person to be Gu Chun's brother. At the same time, a figure appeared out of thin air in the Tertius house that Gu Chun was pointing at. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just left the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huolao said that there's someone outside who wants to harm me. Duan Ling Tian had heard Huolao's warning, so he had stopped cultivating and left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After putting the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, Duan Ling Tian pushed the door open and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he clearly sensed two cold gazes piercing through the sky and landing on his body. The gazes were filled with extreme killing intent. "It's Gu Chun and Lian again." This was Duan Lingtian's guess before he raised his head. When he raised his head and looked at the owners of the two pairs of eyes, he discovered one of them was actually Gu Chun. One of them was indeed Gu Chun. However, the other person was not Lian. It was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. At this moment, the killing intent that surged out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's body had shifted from the Tertius house behind him to him. It was obvious the other party's target was him. "Who's he?" When Ling Tian saw the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple standing next to Gu Chun, he could not help but feel puzzled. "Brother, it's him." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard Gu Chun's angry voice. Gu Chun was talking to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. Gu Chun's brother? Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden realization. As it turned out, this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was Gu Chun's brother. It was no wonder he would target him. However, Gu Chun actually has a brother in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian thought Gu Chun's brother had long been a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It did not cross his mind that Gu Chun's brother had just joined the Zoroastrianism sect today. It did not cross his mind that Gu Chun's brother was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, Gu Long's eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian as he asked in a cold and deep voice. "So what if I am?" Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly when he sensed Gu Long's killing intent. Naturally, he did not hold back. "You're really arrogant." Gu Long's expression turned grave. As he sneered, he raised his hand at lightning speed and unsheathed the long saber on his back. "I'd like to see if you're qualified to be arrogant." Chapter 1925. Buzz. The sound of a saber chiming resonated in the air. After Gu Long drew the long saber from his back, he slashed it at Duan Lingtian's head. The saber ray shone brightly like a bright moon in the sky. "Everyone, please search for the complete picture." Swish. In the next instant, a saber ray that was hundreds of meters long directly locked onto Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, but it also swept toward Duan Ling Tian in an unparalleled manner. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been sucked away. Only the sound of the saber chiming could be heard. Swish. 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 Horror dawned on the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Gu Chun's brother to be so bold as to directly attack Duan Ling Tian. He had completely disregarded the rules of Zoroastrianism. Was he seeking death? At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively had the same thought. It was a felony to kill a fellow disciple in Zoroastrianism. Swish. At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were not the only ones who were horrified. Even Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was because he did not expect Gu Chun's brother would attack him. Moreover, judging from his opponent's stance, it was obvious he wanted to kill him. Golden Crow's wings. In the face of the gigantic saber ray that was falling from the sky and approaching him in just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian suddenly shouted in his heart. The Sun Saint energy in the 99 Saint veins in his body began to circulate rapidly. The Sun Saint energy flowed through the 99 Saint veins and covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye. It consolidated into a pair of gigantic wings that seemed to be made of flames. This was the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had mastered, the Golden Crow's wings. Boom! When the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, it instantly caused the air to tremble. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, causing the air to almost be sucked out. Swoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body shot out like a cannonball, almost brushing past the huge blade light descending from the sky. The speed of the blade light and the vast amount of saint power contained within it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Even if Gu Chun's brother was not at the quintessential saint stage, he was definitely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Otherwise, a casual swing of the saber would not be so terrifying. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing Gu Chun's brother's cultivation base with lingering fear, he heard another loud boom. It sounded like something had collapsed. It was the third grade house that he lived in. It was directly slashed into two halves by the saber and collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to fill the sky. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Gu Long's attack to Duan Lingtian dodging Gu Long's saber to the collapse of the third grade house that Duan Lingtian lived in. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples only regained their senses when the third grade house collapsed. What's going on? What's going on? The commotion caused by Gu Long was huge. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples came out of their respective residences in shock. All of them had a confused expression on their faces. However, as soon as they came out, they quickly learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present. Gu Chun's brother? He's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? He directly killed Duan Lingtian the moment he saw him? Is he ignoring the Zoroastrianism's rule? Isn't he afraid of death? If he killed Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely die according to the Zoroastrianism's rule. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had just come out of their respective residences were shocked. When they discussed among themselves, they kept mentioning the Zoroastrianism's rule. They were shocked that Gu Chun's brother had ignored the Zoroastrianism's rule. Is Gu Chun's brother not afraid of death? Even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present regained their senses at this moment. When they looked at Gu Long who was next to Gu Chun again, their eyes were filled with confusion. No matter how they looked at it, they could not tell Gu Long was someone who was not afraid of death. What gave him the courage to ignore the Zoroastrianism's rule? No wonder my cousin can't do anything to you. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength is nothing in front of me, Gu Long. That slash just now was just a casual slash of mine. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gu Long continued to look at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, "You won't be so lucky next time." Gu Long. His name is Gu Long? I've never heard of him before. Since when did our Black Turtle Sanctum have such a person? Earlier, I think he was personally sent here by a Bronze Flame Elder. That Bronze Flame Elder seems to be very polite to him. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who just arrived today? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Gu Long again. Some of them speculated solemnly, if this Gu Long really just arrived at our Zoroastrianism today, doesn't that mean he's a martial genius with an innate spiritual root who possesses a blue innate spiritual root or above? That's possible. In our Zoroastrianism, only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots or above can come here whenever they want. This Gu Long is most likely a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. A blue innate spiritual root. That's a pass to enter the Saint Celestial stage. If this Gu Long really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll be able to become a Silver Flame Elder in our Zoroastrianism at the very least. That's right. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he might even be able to become a Golden Flame Elder if he works hard in the future. Another round of whispers broke out again. In the end, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene confirmed one thing. Gu Long was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, then everything makes sense. He dares to disregard the rules of our Zoroastrianism because of his innate talent. With his innate talent, even if he kills the Duan Ling Tian, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him to avenge the Duan Ling Tian. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple suddenly chimed in. The moment his words left his mouth, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the surroundings were enlightened. That's right. A martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root is the target of our Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he's killed by someone with a blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him. At most, we'll just punish him symbolically. It's not a big deal at all. In this case, even if Gu Long kills the Duan Ling Tian, nothing will happen to him? Theoretically, yes. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is going to be in trouble. The whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples naturally entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. To be more precise, it caused Duan Ling Tian's expression to freeze. You possess a blue innate spiritual root? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Gu Long and stared at him intently. If someone were to look closely at Duan Ling Tian's eyes, they would be able to see that there was a burning desire in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. In the depth of Duan Ling Tian's eyes, there was a gleam of burning brilliance. It was as though he had seen some sort of treasure. Duan Ling Tian, are you afraid now that you know my cousin possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Before Gu Long could speak, Gu Chun had already laughed out loud. His face was filled with joy as though he was elated. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian and said something that was inconvenient for him to say. Duan Ling Tian. My brother possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules and kills you, the sect will only punish him symbolically at most. It's not a big deal at all. Do you regret offending me, Gu Chun? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending me, Duan Ling Tian. Gu Chun's tone was filled with pride when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, the smile on his face soon froze when he realized Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to him at all. He did not even look at him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were trained on his cousin, Gu Long, from the beginning until the end. Blue innate spiritual root? Good. Very good. Very good. Nobody knew how Duan Ling Tian felt at this moment. He was extremely excited because Gu Long possessed the intermediate and high-grade innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. Blue innate spiritual root. If I can devour his blue innate spiritual root, even if I lose some of it, my innate spiritual root will definitely transform into a green innate spiritual root. It was no wonder Duan Ling Tian looked at Gu Long as though he was looking at a treasure. As it turned out, he was eyeing Gu Long's innate spiritual root. From the moment Gu Long made a move to kill him, he would not rest until one of them was dead. He did not feel guilty about devouring Gu Long's innate spiritual root. Instead, he felt excited. Based on the current situation, Gu Long should be a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. If Gu Long was at the quintessential saint stage or above, it would be fine if he was at the early quintessential saint stage. Now that he had unleashed all his techniques and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could kill Gu Long. However, if Gu Long was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or above, he would not be able to kill Gu Long even if he did not hold back. Little Chun, why are you wasting your breath on him? Gu Long smirked. His gaze turned even colder as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, although I don't know how you destroyed my brother's innate spiritual root, it's no longer important. You'll definitely die today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed out like a sharp arrow that tore through the sky and shot towards Duan Ling Tian. It was different from when he stood on the spot and attacked earlier. Now, when he attacked with the 100 inscription spirit saber in his hand, the attack power was far from what the previous saber attack could compare to. Duan Lingtian destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root? Many people were shocked by Gu Long's words. As far as they knew, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian, right? A month ago, Elder Lian and Gu Chun had visited Duan Lingtian to denounce him. The truth had already been revealed. Chapter 1926. Everyone did not have time to think about it as they shifted their attention to Gu Long's figure that shot out at lightning speed. Gu Long is a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Soon after, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed Gu Long's cultivation base. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? Duan Ling Tian seems to be only at the early exemplary saint stage. Although Duan Ling Tian has mastered an extraordinary divine ability, with his strength, it seems like it's not enough for him to face a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? If the elders don't make it in time, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. With Gu Long's strength, it'll be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if the elders make it in time, I'm afraid they won't be able to arrive before Duan Lingtian is killed. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to die for nothing. Gu Long possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules, he won't be punished. At most, he'll be punished symbolically. That's for sure. There are less than 100 martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots in the entire Zoroastrianism. Such a person is the focus of the sect. How can they let him pay with his life for an ordinary disciple who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Whoosh! Perhaps Gu Long was worried the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders would make it here. He did not hold back and instantly consolidated his territory. A territory consolidated by saint energy was, naturally, much more powerful than a territory consolidated by true origin. As soon as Gu Long's territory appeared, it set off a fierce aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see Gu Long's territory had formed a scene. In the scene, there were various sabers that were either stabbed into the ground or hovering in the air. These sabers were of different lengths and sizes. The scene in the scene resembled a tomb of sabers. This was Gu Long's 1,000 sabers territory. This territory is similar to my 10,000 swords territory. However, I'm 100% certain that Gu Long is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Long charging towards him, the sun saint energy in his body stirred as he began to channel the elementary devouring spell. If he didn't use the elementary devouring technique, he wouldn't be a match for Gu Long. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. Even if the sun saint energy was special, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Compared to Gu Long, who was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was still lacking. As for the gap between him and Gu Long, he could only make up for it with the elementary devouring technique. However, I must end this quickly. If I wait for the elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum to arrive, I'll lose the chance to kill him. We must kill him before those elders arrive. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian circulated the sun saint power that he had just gathered and cast the elementary devouring spell. At once, with Duan Lingtian in the center, the air began to vibrate as a faint whirlpool appeared. The whirlpool spun faster and faster before it finally produced a powerful suction force. To be more precise, it was the devouring energy. The moment the devouring energy appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into Duan Lingtian's body at an exaggerated speed. In the end, it was completely sucked dry. So this is the divine ability that you're using to suppress my brother? I'll let you know that all your struggles are futile in the face of absolute strength. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring spell, Gu Long had also sensed it. However, he merely smiled disdainfully. He was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. On the other hand, he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Put aside the fact that the divine ability cast by his opponent might not be a high-grade divine ability, even if it was, it would be useless in the face of absolute strength. After all, even if it was a high-grade divine ability, it still depended on the strength of the caster. If the caster's strength was weak, the power of the high-grade divine ability would naturally be weak as well. For this reason, Gu Long was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's elementary devouring spell at all. Duan Lingtian, remember this when you're in the underworld. The person who's going to kill you is me, Gu Long. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gu Long cried out loudly as the saint energy in his body surged out without any reservation. In just a blink of an eye, his speed increased again. At the same time, the 100 inscription saint saber in his hand had also transformed into a streak of light as it moved around his body in a rhythmic manner. As time passed by, the speed of its movement became faster and faster. Swoosh! 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 If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to see that every time the 100 inscription saint saber moved around Gu Long, the energy in the saber would increase. In the end, the 100 inscription saint saber was filled with an explosive energy. This seems to be the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion. At the same time, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple recognized the divine ability that Gu Long had cast. Ninefold spiritual infusion? I've heard of it, it's a mid-grade divine ability. However, it's said that this middle-grade divine ability is one of the best among the middle-grade divine abilities. It's infinitely close to a high-grade divine ability. This Gu Long has already more or less grasped the ninefold spirit infusion and has already attained the level of 8 stages. High innate talent and strong comprehension ability. This Gu Long is indeed a rare martial Dao genius. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples praised. The ninefold spirit infusion was a mid-grade divine ability. It focused on pouring 9 layers of energy into a saint artifact, and it was known as the ninefold force. But now, if one took a closer look, they would be able to see that, on Gu Long's 100 inscription saint blade, there were 8 layers of power. It was the eightfold force. It was only one step away from the strongest ninefold force. A powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage cast the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion, to deal with an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. It seems like Gu Long is worried the elders will come, so he wants to kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. Although the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast is extraordinary and I can't see through it, his cultivation base is too weak. Even if he cast a high-grade divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for Gu Long. That's right. His cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage. Nobody was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. All they felt was that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. They also did not know that the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast was not only a high-grade divine ability, but it was also a heaven-defying high-grade divine ability. It was the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic focused on devouring all the energy in one's surroundings to boost one's strength in a short period of time. Although the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian mastered was not as good as the old man he encountered in the divine ability relic that contained the elementary devouring tactic, he was not far away from the old man. Currently, with the Sun Saint energy that was equivalent to the Saint energy at the early exemplary Saint stage, he could boost his strength to the Mastery exemplary Saint stage Saint energy in a short period of time by devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He was only a step away from the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in Gu Long's body. What a powerful energy! When Gu Long was not far away from Duan Ling Tian, the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Ling Tian had cast had already devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, boosting the sun saint energy in his body to the mastery exemplary saint stage. At this moment, he felt as though the energy in his body was about to explode. This was his first time experiencing such a powerful energy. This is, when the energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed, it shocked many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. This energy is comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy, right? It doesn't seem like the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy, but its strength is comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy. Heavens! What kind of divine ability did Duan Ling Tian cast? It raised his strength by 2 levels. The divine ability he cast must be an assist-type divine ability. It's similar to the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum that originated from the inheritance of the dragons, the true form Berserk transformation. It shouldn't be able to last for long. Moreover, there's a huge aftereffect to it as well. Duan Lingtian's energy can only last for a while. After a while, not only will he revert to his original form, but there'll be aftereffects as well. His strength will weaken further. Soon after, many people could tell Duan Ling Tian had cast an assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength in a short period of time. This assist-type divine ability was similar to the high-grade divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Due to the fact that the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum had a huge aftereffect, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would have a aftereffect as well. Assist-type divine ability? It can raise one's strength to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy in a short period of time? Gu Long had a disdainful expression on his face. So what if Duan Ling Tian raised his strength to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy? He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Die! Gu Long shouted again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to feel their eardrums vibrate as though their ears were ringing. At the same time, the thousands of sabers in Gu Long's territory charged toward Duan Ling Tian along with the 100 inscription spirit saber that was strengthened by the divine ability, the 9 heap spirit infusion. It was as though it was raining sabers. Naturally, it was a horizontal saber rain. It was not only Gu Long's 100 inscription spirit saber and the thousands of sabers in his territory that formed the saber rain, but it was also the saber ray that was formed by his 100 inscription spirit saber. Chapter 1927. Die! As Gu Long shouted, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively held their breaths as they watched the scene in front of them. A young man stood alone in the direction of the saber rain. His figure looked so frail as though he would fall at any time. Golden crow's wings. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself in a low voice as he watched the saber rain that was charging at him at an extremely fast speed. His sun saint energy that had been enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic instantly transformed into a pair of gigantic wings. It was even bigger than the wings that appeared before. The flames burning on it were even more exaggerated. The most exaggerated part was yet to come. The pair of gigantic wings that were burning with flames flapped violently to both sides. Suddenly, boom! 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 At this moment, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme. When the air collided with each other, a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian's body shot out into the distance at a speed that was even faster than the saber rain. He easily dodged Gu Long's all-out attack, causing the saber rain that was transformed from Gu Long's all-out attack to miss. The saber rain missed its target, but its momentum did not decrease as it continued to sweep toward the distance. In that direction, there were hundreds of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples standing there. As soon as these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Gulong making his move, horror dawned on them, and they immediately retreated. However, since Duan Lingtian had dodged the saber rain that was unobstructed swept toward them earlier than they expected. Whoosh! 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 In the wake of the saber rain, more than 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were weaker did not manage to dodge in time and were killed by the saber rain. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Many of them felt fortunate that they did not stand there in the beginning. It's a good thing I came here from the other side. Otherwise, I would have died. A few of the weaker Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples rejoiced inwardly. Impossible. In the next moment, a cry of disbelief rang out. It was Gulong's voice. At this moment, Gulong looked at Duan Lingtian, who had easily dodged his attack. His eyes fell on the wings on Duan Lingtian's back. His expression was very ugly. Advanced movement god art? At this time, if he still couldn't realize that Duan Lingtian had used an extremely powerful high-level movement divine ability, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Hiss! 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 When all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, the sound of them gasping could be heard again. Previously, they had gasped because of the dozens of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were killed by Gulong. Now, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's movement divine ability. What a terrifying movement divine ability! With the strength of a mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouse, he easily dodged Gulong's attack by casting a movement divine ability. The movement divine ability Duan Lingtian cast is definitely a high-grade movement divine ability. Moreover, he must have mastered the essence of this high-grade movement divine ability. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. I'm afraid this high-grade movement divine ability is not inferior to the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. That pair of flaming wings looks like a real pair of wings. The pair of wings transformed from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability looks like a pheasant's wings in front of it. That's right. Just by looking at the pair of wings on Duan Lingtian's back, I can tell it's much more powerful than the wings transformed from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability. This movement divine ability might be even more advanced than the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. One by one, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples regained their senses. All of them were shocked by the high-grade divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast. This was because the speed of the Golden Crow's wings was just too fast. With this high-grade movement divine ability, Duan Lingtian's speed is already faster than Gulong. He's already invincible in this battle. Invincible? You're thinking too much. Don't forget that the reason Duan Lingtian has the strength of a mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouse is because he has cast an assist-type divine ability similar to the divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Such a divine ability won't last for long. The strength in his body will soon return to its original state. If I were him, I'd definitely run away from Gulong with my current speed. Gulong won't be able to catch up to him now. If he wants to live, he has no choice but to do this. Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed that Duan Lingtian would use his high-grade movement divine ability to run away from Gulong. Gulong's expression changed immediately when he realized this. If that was the case, he might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian today. How could this be? Gu Chun, who was hovering in the air in the distance, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He actually mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. He's just an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. What's so good about him? Gu Chun roared in his heart. In the end, his face was filled with jealousy. Don't tell me we really can't kill him today? Gu Chun was extremely dissatisfied. Run away? Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Regarding this, he snorted in contempt. Did Duan Lingtian need to run away? Even if his current strength could not last for long, he was confident he could kill Gu Long within a short period of time. The blue innate spiritual root. It's mine. Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Long with a hint of greed in his eyes. In his opinion, Gu Long's innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root, would bring him a brand new change. Boom. 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 As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, not only did Duan Lingtian not run away, but he even charged toward Gu Long at an extremely fast speed. He didn't run away. Upon seeing this, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were stunned. Humph! Why didn't he run away when he had such a good opportunity? He's just seeking death. Don't you see he's charging toward Gu Long? He didn't run away because he wants to kill Gu Long. Kill Gu Long? Him alone? Gu Long might not be as fast as him, but he's only fast. Unless he has a high-grade offensive divine ability, he might not be able to break through Gu Long's defense. If Gu Long has mastered a defensive divine ability, even if it's only a medium-grade defensive divine ability, he might not be able to break through Gu Long's defense even if he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was seeking death by staying behind. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength would be reduced to its original state after a while. At that time, even if he had a high-grade movement divine ability, he would still be a fish on Gu Long's chopping board. He would be at Gu Long's mercy. He's not running away. Don't tell me he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability? Gu Long's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him. He did not master a defensive divine ability. If Duan Lingtian had really mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he might really go for wool and come home shorn. He might even be killed by Duan Lingtian. Impossible. With his cultivation base and low innate talent, he's already extremely lucky to be able to successfully comprehend a high-grade movement divine ability. Moreover, the assist-type divine ability he cast earlier might also be a high-grade divine ability. If that's the case, it's impossible for him to comprehend a third high-grade divine ability. Gu Long sighed in relief when he thought about this. I'll defend for a while more. As long as the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, killing him will be as easy as stepping on an ant. The moment Gu Long thought of this, his confidence was boosted. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near Gu Long. Gu Long did not stay idle. Although he knew his attacks would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian, he still continued to attack. Naturally, Duan Lingtian easily dodged all his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage's Saint Energy. When he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, with such strength, his speed was comparable to an early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, nobody would have any objections if he was called the fastest speed under the quintessential Saint Stage. This was because he was indeed fast. He could easily crush a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian dodged Gu Long's attacks, he continued to attack. His first attack was a sword technique that contained the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was comparable to an ordinary heaven-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. However, a sword move of this level was not worth mentioning to Gulong. Gulong's defensive technique was a heaven-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, due to the support of his saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it was not something Duan Lingtian's sword technique could break. Upon seeing this, the fear in Gulong's heart disappeared. It was replaced with excitement. After a while, the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would wear off. At that time, he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian easily. This Duan Lingtian is really digging his own grave. A cruel smile appeared on Gu Chun's face in the distant sky. I don't want to play with you anymore. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to kill Gulong, Duan Lingtian spoke in a voice that only Gulong could hear. Although he spoke casually, it was like a clap of thunder when it entered Gulong's ears. Horror dawned on Gulong's face immediately. He's still hiding his strength? A thought suddenly appeared in Gulong's mind. In the next instant, he saw the air within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian vibrating as a dazzling golden territory solidified. Apart from blocking everyone's sight, it also shrouded Gulong with this territory. Chapter 1928. When Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory appeared, Gulong discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than his. Although Duan Lingtian's territory was more powerful than his territory, it was only on par with his Thousand Sabers territory since it was only activated by the Saint energy at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Do you think you can break my defense just by consolidating your territory? How naive. Gulong had a disdainful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Even if Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory, he would not be able to break through his defense. He still had this bit of confidence in himself. I don't plan to use my territory to deal with you. When Duan Lingtian saw the 10,000 swords territory had spread out and blocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' view, he felt relieved. He turned around and said to Gulong indifferently, Duan Lingtian, don't worry. When his words entered Gulong's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. At the same time, Gulong's expression changed greatly. At the same time, fear appeared in his eyes. Stop trying to mystify me. Taking a deep breath, Gulong suppressed the fear that rose in his heart for no reason and roared. Mystify me? Upon hearing Gulong's words, Duan Lingtian merely shook his head and smiled. His nonchalant expression made Gulong even more fearful. In the end, Gulong flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked Duan Lingtian again. Otherworldly celestial. As Duan Lingtian chanted inwardly, he shot up into the sky. With the help of the golden crow's wings, he disappeared from Gulong's sight in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Huh! Upon seeing this, Gulong was stunned. He could not see what Duan Lingtian was doing at all. As Duan Lingtian shot up into the sky, he also brought his 10,000 swords territory with him. When Duan Lingtian disappeared into the sky, the 10,000 swords territory disappeared as well. Gulong's figure reappeared in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Gu Chun. Duan Lingtian seems to have gone up to the sky. Could it be that the support-type divine ability he used is about to disappear? It's possible. After a moment of silence, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves again. The effect of the support divine ability is about to wear off? When Gulong, who was still in a state of shock, heard the whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around him, a look of realization appeared on his face. It seems like he was just deliberately mystifying things earlier. Damn it! I was actually scared. When he thought about how he was scared out of his wits just now, Gulong immediately felt ashamed and resentful. In the next moment, he stomped his feet in the air and shot up into the sky like an arrow. Duan Ling Tian, you're faster than me now. But once the effects of your support god art wear off, what are you going to use to fight me? You're dead meat. As he soared into the sky, Gu Long's heart was filled with joy. Those who didn't know would have thought that Duan Ling Tian had already died in his hands. Whoosh! 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 However, almost as soon as Gu Long soared into the sky, 3 short-lived sword cries resonated in the air and reverberated in all directions. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples heard the cries, a gigantic golden light shield with a radius of 100 meters had already enveloped Gu Long. Stop! Before the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could return to their senses, a furious shout resonated in the air from afar. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person was still very far away. A Black Turtle Sanctum's elder? Almost as soon as the shout resonated in the air, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the 10,000 sword territory, had a change of expression. He immediately called out to Huo Lao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. In front of Duan Ling Tian, tens of thousands of golden sword rays gathered and formed a sword platform that supported Gu Long's body. To be more precise, it was Gu Long's body. At this moment, Gu Long's eyes were wide open as he lay there with a grievance. There were 3 fatal wounds on his body that were still bleeding. These were the marks left behind by Duan Ling Tian when he cast his high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly flying sword, on Gu Long's body. Currently, he could only summon 2 clones when he cast the otherworldly celestial. Even so, with the otherworldly celestial and the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Ling Tian easily breached Gu Long's defense and killed him before he could even react. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was extremely natural. However, it was a pity. Due to the 10,000 sword territory, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not see the most important scene where Gu Long was killed by Duan Ling Tian in just 3 strikes. His innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root. As Duan Ling Tian called out to Huo Lao extended his divine consciousness into the depths of Gu Long's soul to investigate and sense Gu Long's innate spiritual root. Huo Lao rarely paid attention to the situation outside, so he had only just found out Gu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Huo Lao, guide my divine consciousness to sense his innate spiritual root. I must devour his innate spiritual root before the Black Turtle Sanctum's elder arrives. He's already dead, so his soul will dissipate soon. At that time, the blue innate spiritual root will disappear as well. This is my last chance. As Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness entered Gu Long's soul, he hastily urged Huo Lao. As Duan Ling Tian urged Elder Hua, he placed his hand on Gu Long's forehead and cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He was ready to attack at any time. All right. When Huo Lao sensed Duan Ling Tian's anxiousness, he did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly used his divine consciousness to guide Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness to sense Gu Long's innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root is of a higher grade than the one you devoured previously. For this reason, the aura in his innate spiritual root is much denser. I've sensed it. As soon as Huo Lao finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian immediately sensed Gu Long's innate spiritual root. Just as Huo Lao had said, Gu Long's innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Its presence was much stronger than Gu Chun's innate spiritual root that Duan Ling Tian had devoured previously. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian immediately sensed Gu Long's innate spiritual root and locked onto it. After locking onto Gu Long's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness, the next step was simple. Duan Ling Tian could complete the task on his own. As the saying went, difficult the first time, easy the second time. This was Duan Ling Tian's second time devouring an innate spiritual root. He controlled the devouring energy and merged it with his innate spiritual root before devouring Gu Long's innate spiritual root. I didn't expect Gu Long to lose so much of his innate spiritual root even though I acted so quickly. As Duan Lingtian sighed, he could clearly sense the changes in his innate spiritual root. The speed at which he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy was a few times faster than usual. Your innate spiritual root has transformed from dark yellow to dark green. Huo Lao reminded Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. It's just as I expected. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this outcome. No matter what, Gu Long's innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he lost some of it during the devouring process, it was still a piece of cake for him to transform his yellow innate spiritual root into a green innate spiritual root. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout resonated in the air again. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he regained his senses. He immediately withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory, he discovered two old figures had arrived near the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Based on the robes the two old men were wearing, it was obvious they were the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders. One of them was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. If it was any other time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene would have bowed to the two old men. However, at this moment, they were looking at the sky not far away. As the territory that resembled a golden light shield disappeared, a young man hovered in the air unscathed. Not far away from him, a corpse fell from the sky. A moment later, it crashed heavily on the ground with a boom. Boom! When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard this, they were shocked. When they regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. How's this possible? Gu Long. Gu Long is dead. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. A martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage died in the hands of an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator? Can someone tell me what the F***ck is going on? Am I dreaming? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene fell silent for a moment before an uproar broke out. Goodness! What did they just see? A genius martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root had died in the hands of an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If they did not see this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Brother! A sorrowful cry rang in the air as a figure descended from the sky and appeared above Gu Long's corpse. His face turned pale as he looked at Gu Long's corpse. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his cousin, whom he regarded as his savior, would actually die. He had died in the hands of someone he hated to the core. How's this possible? Impossible, Gu Chun shook his head as he looked at Gu Long's corpse. In the end, he muttered to himself in disbelief, "You're not my brother. You're not my brother. My brother can't be so useless. My brother can't be so useless. So he's your cousin who possesses a blue innate spiritual root?" In the next instant, an old figure appeared next to Gu Chun. He looked at Gu Long's corpse as he asked in a deep voice. The appearance of this person immediately caused Gu Chun to quiver. He completely recovered from his shock. Master. Chapter 1929. The old man who appeared next to Gu Chun was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. He was also Gu Chun's master. He was willing to accept Gu Chun as his disciple because Gu Chun had promised to let his cousin, a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, become his disciple as well. It could be said that he had accepted Gu Chun as his disciple for the sake of Gu Chun's cousin. Today, when Lian received the Bronze Flame Elder's report that Gu Chun's cousin had come to the Black Turtle Sanctum for Zoroastrianism, he was extremely happy. He had even waited for Gu Chun's cousin to come and look for him after catching up with Gu Chun. Who would have thought that instead of waiting for the person, they would receive a piece of shocking news. Gu Chun's cousin, Gu Long, had disregarded the Zoroastrianism's rules and attacked Duan Ling Tian in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. Although Lian was shocked when he heard this, he was not worried at all. No matter what, Gu Long was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he killed Duan Ling Tian in the Zoroastrianism, he would only receive a symbolic punishment. Duan Ling Tian was merely a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In terms of value, he was nothing compared to Gu Long naturally. In terms of value, as a Silver Flame Elder, Lian was undoubtedly more valuable than Gu Long in the eyes of Zoroastrianism. However, since he was a Silver Flame Elder and could represent the Fire Worship sect, he could not act recklessly like Gu Long and attack the disciples of the Fire Worship sect. Otherwise, the damage to the reputation of Zoroastrianism was not something a Silver Flame Elder like him could make up for with his life. For this reason, although Lian was a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, he did not dare to act recklessly against Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have died in his hands long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to survive until now. Although Lian was not worried about Gu Long's safety, he still personally came over just to be safe. With him around, the other Silver Flame Elder in charge of enforcing the law in the Black Turtle Sanctum would, naturally, treat Gu Long who had killed Duan Ling Tian with kindness. From the beginning to the end, he had never doubted whether Gu Long could kill Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, there was no suspense at all. Gu Chun had long told him that Gu Long was a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Killing an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator was easier than killing a chicken or cutting grass. Dead, he's actually dead. Lian did not expect to see Duan Ling Tian's body when he arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Instead, he saw the body of Gu Long who was about to become his direct disciple. Gu Long was a martial Dao genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, Gu Long's importance in Lian's heart had far surpassed Gu Chun's even though he had not seen him before. Due to this reason, he was filled with rage. A direct disciple who possessed a blue innate spiritual root was killed just like that. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you kill your fellow disciple? In the next instant, Lian's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted. He raised his head and stared at Duan Ling Tian who was hovering in the air in the distance. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces again. However, he could not act recklessly. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was already a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Even if he was guilty of killing his fellow disciple, only the enforcement elder in the Zoroastrianism could punish him. Although Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he did not have the authority to do so. However, this did not mean he could not convict Duan Ling Tian of his crimes. Killing my fellow disciple? Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Lian's expression turned grave. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. I'm laughing at the fact that someone who's a Silver Flame Elder only knows how to lie. After Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, he looked at Lian indifferently and said mockingly. You. Lian, naturally, knew Duan Ling Tian was talking about him. However, since Duan Ling Tian did not mention his name, there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. If Duan Ling Tian had mentioned him, he could still punish Duan Ling Tian for disrespecting a Silver Flame Elder. Even if he could not kill Duan Ling Tian, he could still vent his anger. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to know what he was thinking. He did not give him a chance at all. Senior brothers and senior sisters, you are all my witnesses for today's matter. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the other Silver Flame Elder who was standing in the distance. Then, he looked around and said in a loud voice that was neither servile nor overbearing. I, Duan Ling Tian, killed Gu Long because Gu Long tried to kill me first. According to the sect's rules, I'm not guilty even if I killed him under such circumstances. However, I've always been a merciful person. Even if Gu Long wanted to kill me, I didn't intend to kill him in the beginning. It wasn't until he harmed the innocent and killed more than 10 senior brothers and sisters that I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart and killed him instead. You can consider this as revenge for my senior brothers and senior sisters. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with righteousness. Killed more than 10 of your senior brothers and senior sisters? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Silver Flame Elder who came to the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence with Lian turned grave immediately. In the next instant, he looked at Gu Long's corpse that was lying on the ground. His eyes shone coldly as though he wanted to whip Gu Long's corpse. Elder Gua, don't listen to his nonsense. Lian said in a low voice. The Silver Flame Elder who came to the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence with Lian was none other than Guoxiong, the Silver Flame Elder who was in charge of enforcing the Black Turtle Sanctum's laws. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong was also a Silver Flame Elder whose strength was only second to Lian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, due to his identity as the enforcement elder, even Lian was wary of him. Moreover, if they were to fight, even if Lian could defeat him, he would have to pay a high price. Elder Lian, do you think I'm senile? There are so many people here, I'll have my own opinion on whether he's talking nonsense or not. Guoxiong said nonchalantly as he glanced at Lian coldly. The reason Guoxiong was able to become the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder was because nobody had ever questioned his impartiality. He, Guoxiong, had always been a law enforcer. He would not wrongly accuse anyone who was innocent, and he would not let anyone who was guilty go. Soon after, Guoxiong learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. His expression turned grave immediately. More than 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had died just like that. If news of this spread out, how would he be able to show his face as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder? In the end, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong made the final judgment. Gu Long took the initiative to kill his fellow disciples. Moreover, he killed 17 of his fellow disciples. He deserves to die. Duan Ling Tian acted in self-defense. He's not guilty. Since Duan Ling Tian killed Gu Long after Gu Long killed 17 of his fellow disciples, not only is he not guilty, but he's also meritorious. In our Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism, we're all about punishing those who commit crimes and rewarding those who perform meritorious deeds. As for how to reward Duan Ling Tian, I'll report this to Lord Sanctum Leader, and Lord Sanctum Leader will decide for himself. Gu Long's judgment was simple and direct. Gu Long deserved to die. Duan Ling Tian was meritorious and not at fault. Upon hearing Guoxiong's judgment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian with envy in their eyes. The reward from Lord Sanctum Leader was definitely not simple. Although Lian was dissatisfied with Guoxiong's judgment, he could not refute it. He could only stand in the distance and sulk. Elder Gua, I don't accept this. At this moment, Gu Chunli stood up and looked at Guoxiong. He said with an unwilling expression, my brother didn't intentionally kill those 10 of his fellow disciples. My brother didn't intentionally kill those 10 plus fellow disciples, but he accidentally killed them during the battle with Duan Ling Tian. Even if he didn't die later on, it was impossible for him to kill his fellow disciples. As for Elder Gua's judgment that my brother deserved to die, I accept it. However, if you say that Duan Ling Tian deserved to die, I don't accept it. Although Gu Chunli had long known that Duan Ling Tian was in the right and would not be punished, Gu Chunli felt that Gu Chunli deserved to die. When Gu Chunli heard that Duan Ling Tian deserved to die and would be rewarded by Lord Sanctum Leader, his eyes turned red immediately. He quickly voiced his dissatisfaction. He wanted Guoxiong to cancel the reward that he had promised to Duan Lingtian. If you didn't speak up, would have almost forgotten about you. Just as Gu Chun was looking at Guoxiong with hopeful eyes, Guoxiong's gaze also landed on him. Following that, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Elder Guo, what do you mean by that? Gu Chunli's expression changed. I don't think I've violated the sex rules, right? Are you sure you didn't violate the sex rules? Guoxiong said with a mocking smile on his face. In that case, I'd like to ask you. Why did Gu Long attack Duan Lingtian? Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't instigate him? If you do, I won't make things difficult for you today. Upon hearing this, Gu Chunli's expression changed again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In the next moment, he looked at Lian, who was standing nearby, and sent a voice transmission to him, "Master, save me." However, Lian merely glanced at Gu Chunli indifferently when he heard the voice transmission before he left in a flash. As he left, Lian's voice resonated in the air. His voice was cold and emotionless. Gu Chun has violated the sex rules. From today onward, he's no longer my disciple. A single sentence, a very short sentence, cut off the relationship between him and Gu Chun. To Lian, Gu Chun had lost his value since Gu Long was no longer around. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to get rid of Gu Chun. No. Master, you can't do this. You can't do this. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's face turned pale immediately. He wanted to chase after Lian. Chapter 1930. Gu Chun instigated Gu Long to kill Duan Lingtian and caused the death of 17 of his fellow disciples. Since he didn't kill Duan Lingtian himself, I'll spare him from death, but I'll punish him. Gu Chun will be expelled from the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. He'll never be allowed to join Zoroastrianism again. At the same time that Guoxiong stopped Gu Chun, he also made a judgment against Gu Chun. He would be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Gu Chun's expression changed drastically when he heard Guoxiong's decision. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold and filled with hatred. In his opinion, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, he would not be where he was today. In this lifetime, even if his cultivation base did not improve at all, he would not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. Since he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he would make his move on the people around Duan Lingtian. After he left Zoroastrianism, he would do everything he could to find out more about Duan Lingtian. He did not believe Duan Lingtian's friends and family would be stronger than him. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Gu Chun's gaze. Currently, Gu Chun was merely a cripple, so he did not care about him at all. However, he could not help but feel uneasy about letting someone who hated him live in this world. Why don't I follow him when he leaves the Black Turtle Sanctum and kill him to eliminate him once and for all? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. That's too risky. Who knows if he'll be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada when I follow Gu Chun. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian completely dismissed the idea of following Gu Chun and killing him. When Duan Lingtian looked at Guoxiong again, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian greeted Guoxiong immediately. Huh? Upon hearing this, Guoxiong regained his senses. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What's the matter?" Elder Guoxiong, since Gu Chun is no longer a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum, and he's no longer a disciple of Zoroastrianism, can I be so bold as to ask Elder Guoxiong to kill him as a reward? What do you think? In that case, Elder Guoxiong, you don't have to make Lord Sanctum Leader worry about my reward anymore. Duan Ling Tian spoke bluntly and stated the reward he wanted. For this reward, Duan Ling Tian was reward. Whoosh! Gu Chun's expression changed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's S Ling Tian S to Ling Tian's TST Ling Tian was S Ling Tian Ha. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Ling Tian, in order to kill Gu Chun, he actually gave up the reward from Lord Altar Master? Is he crazy? With his strength, it's entirely possible for him to tail Gu Chun and kill him after he leaves the fire worship sect. Is it necessary for him to give up on Lord Sanctum Leader's reward and let Elder Guoxiong do it for him? Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Ling Tian was crazy to make such a decision. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who managed to figure out what was going on. Due to the enmity between Duan Ling Tian and Elder Lian, I'm afraid he won't dare to follow Gu Chun after he leaves. If Elder Lian is the aureole behind, his death will be in vain. That is indeed a possibility. As long as Elder Lian kills Duan Ling Tian, nobody will be able to find out that he's the one who killed Duan Ling Tian. Apart from being meticulous, Duan Ling Tian is also very daring to make such a decision. After all, not everyone can give up the reward from Lord Altar Master just like that. Put everything else aside, I admire Duan Ling Tian for this alone. These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were more clear-headed. They had thought about many things. They could completely see through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Are you sure you want to give up Lord Altar Master's reward for this reward? Guoxiong had also guessed Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. He looked at Duan Ling Tian intently before he asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. The reward from the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum? To be honest, he did not think the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum would be able to give him anything he needed. Divine ability? He did not lack it for the time being. Martial tactics? He had the Sovereign Heart Sword. 100 Inscription Saint Weapon? He already had it in his hands. Pills, Tao Talismans, and the like. He did not really want anything at this moment. After considering all these factors, he decided to give up the reward from the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum in exchange for Gu Chun's life. Elder Gua, you can't do this. Why you can't? You. Gu Chun's expression changed completely when he saw Guoxiong looking at him after Duan Ling Tian nodded. An expression of fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. However, his voice soon came to an abrupt halt. This was because when Guoxiong raised his right hand and closed it around Gu Chun's body suddenly exploded with a bang. His blood rained down on the ground and became nutrients for the earth. How powerful! Is this the strength of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? When Duan Ling Tian saw this, his eyes could not help but narrow as shock appeared on his face. The expressions of the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples turned grave as well. They looked at Guoxiong in awe. After dealing with the problem and disposing of Gu Long's body, Guoxiong left the area where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stayed. He came and went without a trace. After Guoxiong left, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian in unison. At this moment, they finally had the time to focus on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has mastered a high-grade movement divine ability that's obviously superior to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but he's so lucky. Not only did he encounter a high-grade movement divine ability, but he even managed to comprehend and master it. I'm so envious. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Not only that, but the assist-type divine ability he cast also raised his saint energy by 2 levels in such a short time. I'm guessing that assist-type divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability as well. An ordinary martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root managed to comprehend and master 2 high-grade divine abilities at the same time? His luck is simply heaven-defying. Although his luck is heaven-defying, based on the fact that he managed to comprehend 2 high-grade divine abilities, apart from his martial Tao innate talent, he's not weak at all. At the very least, he has a unique advantage when it comes to comprehending divine abilities. Since he's so talented in comprehending divine abilities, I wonder if he'll be able to comprehend our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. That's impossible, right? The Black Turtle's Barrier is the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Even in the current era of Zoroastrianism, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended it. It's hard to say. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Their attention was focused on the 2 high-grade divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had cast earlier. As for the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not notice it at all since it was too fast and was concealed by the 10,000 swords territory. Otherwise, they would have been more surprised. Although they did not notice the high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Ling Tian had cast, some of them recalled the 3 short-lived sounds of sword whistling in the air before Gu Long was killed by Duan Ling Tian. I remember that at the moment before Gu Long died, I heard 3 sword whistling sounds that rang out at almost the same time. And there were 3 bloody holes on Gu Long's body. It should have been pierced by 3 swords. That must be the sword-type martial tactic Duan Ling Tian cast. However, based on the fact that he managed to break through Gu Long's defense, it's obvious that the sword-type martial tactic he cast is not simple. It's indeed not simple. It might even be a sword-type martial tactic from a heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that has been cultivated to an extremely high stage. It's a pity that Duan Ling Tian's territory blocked our line of sight so we didn't get to see the most exciting scene. Unknowingly, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had shifted their attention to the method Duan Ling Tian used to kill Gu Long as they discussed among themselves. The more they discussed, the more excited they became. It was as though they did not feel tired at all. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw this. He turned around and prepared to return to the Tertius house that he stayed in. However, when he turned around and saw the collapsed Tertius house, he recalled that Gu Long had destroyed his Tertius house. After shaking his head again, Duan Ling Tian moved in a flash and entered a Tertius house nearby that had its door wide open. Then, he closed the door, not caring who originally lived there. If anyone had any objections, they could challenge him. As long as they defeated him, he would naturally give up his Tertius house. The owner of this Tertius house was a mastery exemplary Saint Stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When he saw Duan Ling Tian entering his Tertius house, he smiled wryly. However, he did not dare to say anything, let alone try to snatch his house back. It just so happens that Gu Chun's Tertius house is empty now. His gaze quickly landed on Gu Chun's tertiary-grade house. After entering the new Tertius house, Duan Ling Tian immediately took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After asking Hua Lao to guard him, he entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought and began to cultivate. He could not wait to experience his innate spiritual root after it had transformed. According to Hua Lao, his innate spiritual root was currently a green innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark green innate spiritual root. I've already roughly experienced the transformation of my innate spiritual root. The speed at which I sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy is a few times faster than before. Based on this speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in 3 months at most. Chapter 1931. A month ago, when Duan Ling Tian realized the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, was difficult to comprehend, he did not continue to fight with it. Instead, he began to focus on raising his cultivation base. Only a month had passed in the outside world, but 300 days had passed in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 300 days was almost a year's time. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had used his dark yellow innate spiritual root to complete half of the journey from the early Divine Saint stage to the intermediate Divine Saint stage. Based on his previous progress, it would take him 1.5 years in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to complete the remaining journey. Naturally, 1.5 years in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only about 50 days in the outside world. That was when Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was still a yellow innate spiritual root. Currently, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had devoured Gulong's blue innate spiritual root with the help of the domineering divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and had undergone another transformation. It had directly transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark green innate spiritual root. It was considered a top innate talent among those who possessed a green innate spiritual root. It really only took me 10 days. Inside the Tertius house, Duan Lingtian, who had been immersed in his cultivation for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "I've been cultivating for a long time, and I've been cultivating for a long time." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura seemed to have changed slightly. He had made a breakthrough. Only 10 days had passed in the outside world, but 3 months had passed in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had also successfully made a breakthrough in these 3 months. His cultivation base had officially broken through to the intermediate Divine Saint stage. The difference is more than 5 times. If I didn't devour Gulong's blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for me to make a breakthrough in just 10 days in the outside world. According to my previous estimation, with my original innate spiritual root, I'll need at least 50 days in the outside world to successfully complete the breakthrough. After another round of mumbling, a smile of excitement gradually appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. The transformation of his innate spiritual root had further increased his cultivation speed. With my current innate spiritual root and the assistance from the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even a monstrous genius with a blue innate spiritual root wouldn't be able to compare to me in terms of cultivation speed. Even a monstrous genius with a dark blue innate spiritual root would be twice as fast as me in terms of cultivation speed. With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. However, although my cultivation speed is fast, it's still much slower than the peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. After a jolt, he finally regained his senses. Now, I'm certain Kerr's twin sister is a peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to possess a strength above the exemplary saint stage when she's only in her early 30s. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled Qi Mei, who had taken Kerr away. She was a woman who looked exactly like Kerr. At that time, even Di Ju, who was at the peak of the divine saint stage, was like a mouse that had seen a cat when he stood before her. Based on this, one could see how powerful she was. She was definitely at the exemplary saint stage or above. However, with my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to catch up to her and even surpass her in terms of innate talent. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as confidence rose in his heart. As long as his innate spiritual root transformed into a blue innate spiritual root, coupled with the assistance of the time flow on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his cultivation speed might be able to catch up to an ordinary peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. The peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root referred to a peerless genius with a light indigo innate spiritual root. After all, even a peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root would have different innate talents. Light indigo, normal indigo, and dark indigo had different innate talents. For example, Duan Ling Tian possessed a dark green innate spiritual root. His innate talent could be considered as one of the best among all the martial geniuses with green innate spiritual roots. Now that I've broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage, the Sun Saint energy is comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse. Currently, it's not impossible for me to defeat an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he left the Tertius house. It's time for me to change my cultivation place. As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked out of the Tertius house, he lifted his head and looked at the hundreds of floating islands in the sky. Each of the hundreds of floating islands had a small courtyard. There were even secundus houses in the small courtyards. Compared to the Tertius house, the cultivation environment in the secundus house was much better. There were 5 spirit gathering formations set up in the secundus house. The heaven and earth spirit energy inside was half as abundant as the Primus house. 100 secundus houses. It's said that most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the secundus houses are at the early quintessential saint stage. Some of them are at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Duan Ling Tian had been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for quite some time now. He had a certain understanding of the Primus houses, secundus houses, tertius houses, and tertius houses in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also knew a little about the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' cultivation base in each house. I shouldn't be so unlucky as to choose the secundus house where the intermediate quintessential saint stage disciples stay, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he rose into the air. It's Duan Ling Tian. Huh. Duan Ling Tian seems to be heading to the secundus house. What's he trying to do? Don't tell me he's going to challenge the senior brothers and senior sisters in the secundus house to obtain the right to stay there? In the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence, most people were cultivating in their rooms. However, there were also a few people who were discussing martial Dao and martial techniques outside. They instantly noticed Duan Ling Tian, who had walked out of the Tertius house and was heading to the secundus house. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, they would not have paid any attention to him. However, it was difficult for them to not pay attention to Duan Ling Tian, who was famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, his name had already spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. This was because he was the first person who dared to provoke the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Killing the son of Lian's best friend in front of him was not something that anyone could or would dare to do. However, Duan Ling Tian had done it. He did not hesitate to offend Lian 10 days ago. Duan Ling Tian had killed Gu Long, who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. His name spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum again. Apart from being a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, Gu Long was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, merely possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He was extremely ordinary and was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. From the beginning, nobody thought highly of Duan Ling Tian. However, under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian relied on 2 powerful divine abilities that were suspected to be high-grade divine abilities to turn the tables and kill Gu Long. From then on, his name spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. In the past, Duan Ling Tian's name had spread through the Black Turtle Sanctum because he had overestimated himself and offended Lian. However, currently, Duan Ling Tian's name had spread through the Black Turtle Sanctum because of his strength. The 2 of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had noticed Duan Ling Tian. However, most of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of respect in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian's strength had caused them to be in awe of him. It seems like Duan Ling Tian really wants to challenge the senior brothers and senior sisters living in the secundus house to obtain the right to stay there. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian looking at the secundus house, they could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. I admire senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength. However, with senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house, right? Soon after, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple voiced his doubts. Indeed. 10 days ago, although senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is strong, it's only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. There's still quite a distance between him and the quintessential saint stage. The weakest among the senior brothers and senior sisters living in the Secundus house is at the early quintessential saint stage. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, I'm afraid it's not enough for him to fight with them. If you can think of this, don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't think of this as well. In my opinion, senior brother Duan Lingtian must be confident. That's why he went to the Secundus house to challenge them. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Some of them felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house. Some of them felt since Duan Lingtian dared to compete for the right to stay in the Secundus house, he must be confident in his strength. However, compared to the former, the latter was not as popular. Most of them felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength was still the same as it was 10 days ago. They did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would change much in just 10 days. Creak. All of a sudden, the sound of a door opening resonated in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. This was because the sound of a door opening came from one of the Secundus houses. The Black Turtle Sanctum's residences had their own rules as well. Usually, when one competed for the right to stay in the Secundus house, one was not allowed to challenge a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was in closed-door cultivation. This was because it would disturb others. It was considered rude. Only when the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out of his room could he issue a challenge. Chapter 1932. When the door was opened, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the Secundus house. He had a dark expression on his face. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a good-tempered person. It's senior brother Zhang Ji. Senior brother Zhang Ji is one of the best devil cultivators at the early quintessential saint stage. Senior brother Duan Lingtian won't challenge him to snatch his Secundus house, right? I don't think so. When the middle-aged man walked out, before Duan Lingtian could even challenge him, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves. Early quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. As it turned out, he was worried he would be unlucky and encounter an intermediate quintessential saint stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was staying in the Secundus house. However, it seemed like his worries were unnecessary. After waiting for a while, the first Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Secundus house was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples realized Duan Lingtian might be trying to snatch the right to stay in the Secundus house. For this reason, they began to soar into the air and surround him. When their whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it also entered Zhang Ji's ears. You want to snatch my Secundus house? Upon hearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Zhang Ji's expression turned grave as his eyes flashed coldly. Then, his eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian who was looking at him. He asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian? You want to snatch my Secundus house?" This was because Zhang Ji had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months and had only come out today. Due to this reason, he did not know there was a new person called Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also did not know Duan Lingtian was a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, a hearty laugh sounded in the air. Zhang Ji, don't tell me you haven't even heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? a person slowly walked out of a second-class house not far away. It was a young man, and the hearty laughter came from him. The moment he came out, he looked at Zhang Ji as if he was looking at a monster. "It's senior brother Jiang Chu. I heard that senior marshal brother Jiang Chu doesn't get along well with senior marshal brother Zhang Ji. It seems to be true. Senior marshal brother Jiang Chu, don't tell me you're here to add insult to injury? I heard senior brother Jiang Chu is even stronger than senior brother Zhang Ji. He's already halfway into the intermediate quintessential saint stage." When the young man came out, a group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to surround him and whisper to each other. As they spoke, they revealed his name and his cultivation base. Jiang Chu was a handsome young man with a jade-like face. His long hair was tied up with a hairband. He had a pair of long and narrow almond-shaped eyes. Apart from his handsome appearance, there was a hint of devilish charm in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at Zhang Ji with a mocking expression. Zhang Ji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was tall, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's mocking words, Zhang Ji could not help but glare at him with hostility. "Humph! Jiang Chu, so what if I haven't heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price in blood if they want to snatch my residence." The moment Zhang Ji's words left his mouth, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. His eyes flashed coldly. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, you better not have any ideas about my residence. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you." The moment Zhang Ji spoke, he did not hold back at all. He directly threatened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Jiang Chu no longer spoke. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian curiously. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, he had heard about Duan Lingtian. 10 days ago, he had even witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Gu Long. He was also amazed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. However, at that time, he discovered that although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. He was not at the quintessential saint stage yet. 10 days later, a scene that surprised him appeared. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to snatch the Secundus house. It seems like junior brother Duan Lingtian has also improved in these 10 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to snatch the Secundus house. I wonder how strong he is now. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chu thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Although he did not have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He knew junior brother Duan Lingtian was not a reckless person. Since he dared to snatch the Secundus house, he must be confident. Beat me up to the point that even my parents won't recognize me? Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he could not help but sneer. Are you that confident in your strength? Your smile makes me very unhappy. However, I've changed my mind. Zhang Ji's expression darkened when he saw the mocking smile on Duan Lingtian's face. He said coldly, "Today, unless you crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times, I won't let you go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me and snatch my house, I, Zhang Ji, won't let you go. I won't kill or cripple you. However, I'll let you experience the pain of living and make you wish you were dead." When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Zhang Ji was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Earlier, Jiang Chu's teasing had ignited a fire in his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with a mocking smile on his face, the flames of anger in his heart were instantly ignited. Moreover, there were so many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples watching. Naturally, he did not want to embarrass himself. "Zhang Ji, you've crossed the line." Jiang Chu frowned. He could not stand it anymore. Jiang Chu, mind your own business. I don't want to fight with you today. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Zhang Ji's expression darkened even more. After he looked at Jiang Chu coldly, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. Jiang Chu's expression changed immediately. His robe fluttered as he tried to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air and stopped him. Senior brother Jiang Chu, thank you for your kindness. I know there's a conflict between you and Zhang Jisu, but why don't you let me handle this? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Jiang Chu. When Jiang Chu saw Duan Lingtian's calm gaze, he calmed down immediately. In the end, he nodded. All right. I'll give you face, junior brother Duan Lingtian. After Jiang Chu finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ji coldly. You're Zhang Ji, right? When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Jiang Chu to Zhang Ji, his calm expression was no longer calm. It was replaced with coldness. Even if I want to challenge you and take your residence, I'm still following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. I'm following the rules of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. I'm following the rules by challenging you. However, you want to humiliate me? If you can't achieve your goal, you want to make me wish I was dead? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his voice was so cold that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Earlier, when Zhang Ji saw Duan Lingtian and his old rival, Jiang Chu, exchanging glances, he was furious again. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately vented the anger in his heart. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. What can you do if I, Zhang Ji, want to humiliate you? Since you have the guts to challenge me, you should be prepared to be humiliated. How many people in the Black Turtle Sanctum don't know my temper? I'll give you one last chance. Crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me again, I won't let you go today. I'll slowly torture you and make you wish you were dead. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Zhang Ji many times over. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. Zhang Ji, let's see if you have the ability to make me wish I was dead or not. Duan Lingtian was enraged by Zhang Ji's provocation. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Zhang Ji as though he was looking at a dead man. Based on your words, it seems like you plan to continue challenging me? When Zhang Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. Your courage is commendable. Since you've given up on the chance to make peace with me, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, his robe fluttered. The saint energy that belonged to an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator surged out of his body as a terrifying aura spread out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he mobilized the sun saint energy in his body through his 99 saint veins. It's only been a while, but senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Zhang Ji have such a huge conflict? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene finally regained their senses at this moment. All of them were dumbfounded. They had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji's enmity with their own eyes. Everything happened in less than 10 breaths of time. Senior brother Zhang Ji's temper is still the same as before. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to suffer a little. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Humph. I'm looking forward to senior brother Duan Lingtian's counterattack and defeat senior brother Zhang Ji. I really want to see what kind of expression the short-tempered senior brother Zhang Ji will have at that time. Some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Their words were filled with anticipation. I think all of you must be dreaming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is not bad, it's not to the point where he can be compared to senior brother Zhang Ji. He's destined to be defeated by senior brother Zhang Ji today. That's right. Right now, Duan Lingtian has already lost his mind due to anger. If he can calm down, he definitely won't try to challenge senior brother Zhang Ji again. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhang Ji. Chapter 1933. In the opinion of most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, it was not a big deal. Although Duan Lingtian was strong and had killed Gu Long, a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it did not mean he was stronger than Zhang Ji. Perhaps, in terms of innate talent, Gu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root and was stronger than Zhang Ji. However, in terms of strength, Zhang Ji, however, was far from what Gu Long could compare to. No matter what, Gu Long was only a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Zhang Ji was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Coupled with the fact that he was a devil cultivator who focused on tempering his body, his strength surpassed more than 80% of the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The best among the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? A devil cultivator who focuses on body refinement? As more and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples gathered around, Duan Lingtian heard all kinds of whispers. He had a better understanding of Zhang Ji. He did not miss any useful information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, even if he knew about Zhang Ji's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. His face was calm and unperturbed. Even if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior 10 days ago, he would still be able to fight an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse to a draw even if he unleashed all of his techniques. Naturally, he would still lose in the end. Because the elementary devouring technique consumed too much of his mental energy, he couldn't maintain it for long. Today, his cultivation base had made another breakthrough. It would not be difficult for him to defeat an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Even if Zhang Ji was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator, one of the strongest early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was 80% confident he could defeat him. The reason why he wasn't 100% sure was because he still didn't know if Zhang Ji had mastered any high-level divine ability. If Zhang Ji grasped a high-grade divine ability, it would be difficult to defeat him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not know about this. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength in his battle with Gu Long. He still had the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The reason why he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was because he felt that it was unnecessary. Even if he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he could still defeat and even kill Gu Long. And the end result proved that this was indeed the case. I wonder if I'll be able to defeat Zhang Ji without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhang Ji calmly as he muttered in his heart. In the upcoming battle with Zhang Ji, he did not plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior right from the beginning. In fact, if it was not necessary, he did not even plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was one of his trump cards. He did not intend to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. A hidden trump card would often have a miraculous effect at a critical moment. He offended Elder Lian as soon as he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum after arriving at the Zoroastrianism. 10 days ago, with his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage, he managed to kill a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root with 2 powerful divine abilities that are suspected to be high-grade divine abilities. While Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Ji had also learned about Duan Lingtian's deeds from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He was shocked as a hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who wanted to challenge him to snatch his Secundus house was only an early exemplary Saint Stage martial cultivator. At the very least, he was an early exemplary Saint Stage martial cultivator 10 days ago. However, since he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's strength could be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability. His speed was comparable to an early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Zhang Ji had learned all of this from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were spectating. I can't believe that the Black Turtle Sanctum would have such a great person like you, Duan Lingtian, when I was in closed-door cultivation. I'm sure you must have made a breakthrough in your cultivation base in the past 10 days and entered the intermediate exemplary Saint Stage, right? Zhang Ji stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a cold voice. He was trying to probe him when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of snatching the Secundus house, it was obvious he knew his place. However, today, he wanted to snatch the Secundus house as soon as he came out. It was obvious he was confident in his strength. Why? Are you scared? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he smirked when he heard Zhang Ji's probing question. Scared? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Zhang Ji smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overthinking things? I admit that you're quite strong. Once you've broken through to the intermediate exemplary Saint Stage, you'll be able to fight with an ordinary early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. However, do you think I, Zhang Ji, can be compared to an ordinary early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse? Today, I, Zhang Ji, will let you know what it means by there's always someone better than you. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his smirk, he suddenly shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was as agile and swift as a swimming dragon. Whoosh! 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 As Zhang Ji charged toward Duan Lingtian, the devil chi in a 100-meter radius around him skyrocketed and transformed into hundreds of devil shadows that were formed by pure devil chi. In just a blink of an eye, half of the sky was shrouded by devil chi. It was as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It felt as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It's the 100 Devils territory. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not help but exclaim. I can't believe Senior Brother Zhang Ji has already consolidated the 100 Devils territory. It seems like after learning about Duan Lingtian's deeds, he no longer dares to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He's not holding back at all. Humph. Since Senior Brother Duan Lingtian dares to snatch the Secundus house today, he must have made a breakthrough just like Senior Brother Zhang Ji has guessed. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian who has broken through to the intermediate exemplary Saint Stage can fight an early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse with his various techniques. Would Senior Brother Zhang Ji dare to be careless when facing an opponent who's comparable to an early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse? That's right. Although Senior Brother Zhang Ji can be considered as one of the best among early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouses, he's still an early quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. He's not at the intermediate quintessential Saint Stage or even higher. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves as they stared intently at Zhang Ji who had consolidated the 100 Devils territory. At this moment, Zhang Ji was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Devil Convergence. Without warning, a loud cry resonated in everyone's ears. It was none other than Zhang Ji. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of demonic shadows in his 100 demons domain rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. In the end, his entire body was submerged within. The hundreds of devils seemed to have transformed into a devil cloud that shrouded Zhang Ji. At the same time, they charged toward Duanling Tian at an even faster speed. This speed was much faster than an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow's wings. Faced with the ferocious devil cloud, Duanling Tian's expression turned grave immediately. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Then, he activated the sun saint energy that had been strengthened. In the next moment, the golden crow's wings flew out from Duanling Tian's back and flapped violently. Boom! 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 When the pair of huge wings that were burning with raging flames flapped, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme, causing thunderous explosions to reverberate in the air. At the same time, Duanling Tian increased the distance between him and the devil cloud at a speed that was slightly faster than the devil cloud. During this process, Duanling Tian discovered the devil cloud was shrinking rapidly. In the end, it actually transformed into a black armor that was suffused with a dense and cold demonic aura. It covered Zhang Ji's body, causing the originally tall and large Zhang Ji to appear as though he had transformed into a demonic god with an oppressive baleful aura. His territory can be used like this? Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian could not help but feel a little surprised. However, what surprised Duanling Tian even more was yet to come. Demonic shadow. With a soft cry, Zhang Ji, who was wearing the black armor, activated his saint energy and cast an intermediate-level movement divine ability. After leaving behind a demonic shadow, his speed increased again. At this moment, in terms of speed, he was actually on par with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I've caught up with the speed that you rely on the most. What other tricks do you have? Just use them now. As he shouted, the devil chi on Zhang Ji's body increased again. He activated the devil chi in his body without any reservation, and his speed increased again. Although the increase was not much, it allowed him to be slightly faster than Duanling Tian. He was slowly closing the distance between him and Duanling Tian. If this continued, it would not take long for him to catch up to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is about to be caught up. 10 days ago, Duanling Tian fought with Gu Long. He relied on his speed after casting his movement divine ability. If it wasn't for the fact that his speed is much faster than Gu Long, he wouldn't be a match for Gu Long at all. That's right. Senior brother Duanling Tian's biggest advantage is his speed. Now that he's caught up to him, doesn't this mean he's going to be a piece of meat on senior brother Zhang Ji's chopping board? I can't believe this battle is going to end as soon as it has just begun. Upon seeing this, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shook their heads. They felt the result of this battle would be out soon. Junior brother Duanling Tian? Even Jiang Chu could not help but frown at this moment. Chapter 1934. Duanling Tian's biggest advantage was his speed. All the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew this very well. At this moment, Zhang Ji's speed was slightly faster than Duanling Tian. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone felt the battle was going to end soon. I can't believe senior brother Zhang Ji's speed is so fast. Although Duanling Tian's speed is much faster than 10 days ago, it's still not as fast as senior brother Zhang Ji. Actually, Duanling Tian's speed is not slow at all. It's comparable to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. However, he's not facing an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He's facing an elite early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, senior brother Zhang Ji. It seems like senior brother Zhang Ji is only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves, they were in low spirits. Initially, they thought there would be a fierce battle. It did not cross their minds that it would end so quickly. To think that I even interrupted my closed-door cultivation. How disappointing. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples complained. Some of them regretted interrupting their closed-door cultivation to watch the show. The battle before their eyes was not as exciting as they had imagined. However, soon after, a voice resonated in the ears of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. It was precisely this voice that caused their spirits to involuntarily rise. Do you really think this is my fastest speed? The voice was indifferent. It came from Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the pair of huge wings that were burning with blazing flames on his back began to flap without holding back. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's speed was 20% faster than before. Although he was only 20% faster, he easily left Zhang Ji behind. It was as if he was riding on a cloud of dust, causing Zhang Ji to only be able to eat his dust from afar. When Zhang Ji saw Duan Ling Tian's figure gradually disappearing, horror dawned on his face immediately. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast, but he was still holding back. Moreover, he had held back 20% of his speed. For a moment, a sense of defeat rose in his heart. Although Duan Ling Tian's current speed had yet to reach the speed of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he was not far from it. At the very least, he was 20% faster than Duan Ling Tian's full speed. What did it mean to be 20% faster? This could be seen from the fact that Duan Ling Tian had left Zhang Ji in the dust in an instant. So fast. This speed. I'm afraid it's not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse, right? This is too exaggerated. It's completely different from 10 days ago. Duan Ling Tian's sudden burst of speed not only shocked Zhang Ji, but it also shocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were watching the fight. So fast. Jiang Chu's expression turned solemn as well. Although he had already taken half a step into the intermediate quintessential saint stage, his speed was not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, compared to Duan Ling Tian's current speed, he was 20% slower. His current speed was only comparable to Zhang Ji's current speed. I can't believe Zhang Ji's strength has increased so much after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He's already comparable to me in terms of speed. Zhang Ji was Jiang Chu's old rival. Naturally, Jiang Chu felt pressured when he saw his old rival's strength had increased so much. It's only been 10 days, but why does it feel like Duan Ling Tian has become a completely different person? Although his speed was fast 10 days ago, it was only close to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, his current speed is the fastest among those below the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. Did he really only make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in these 10 days? This is unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian's speed had shocked most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were shocked were the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had witnessed the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Gu Long 10 days ago. Due to the fact that the battle 10 days ago was not that long ago, they still remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Ling Tian's speed was not as fast as he was now. His speed had increased so much in just 10 days. While they were shocked, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. This was because the increase in his speed was just too ridiculous. Humph. So what if you're faster than me? Your strength is only temporarily increased by the assist-type divine ability. How long can you last? Zhang Ji slowed down slightly when he saw he could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you run away now, you won't be able to escape. Otherwise, once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off, I'll torture you however I want. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat and run away now. Otherwise, once you fall into my hands, even if I don't dare to kill or cripple you due to the sex rules, I'll still torture you until you're better off dead. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Zhang Ji. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was fleeing in the distance, turned around in time. He looked at Zhang Ji calmly and said in a clear voice, "Although I know you're trying to provoke me, I still want to tell you that whether it's before or now, I have no intention of running away. At the very least, you, Zhang Ji, don't have the ability to make me, Duan Lingtian, run away." His words were irrefutable, and every mouthful of saliva was like a nail. Well said. If you don't want to run away, why are you running away? Do you dare to fight me, Zhang Ji, fair and square? Zhang Ji had a mocking smile on his face. When he reached the end of his sentence, he continued to provoke Zhang Ji, "If you don't dare to fight me, you're just a piece of trash, a coward. A person like you shouldn't stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. You'll only embarrass yourself." Although Duan Lingtian knew Zhang Ji was trying to provoke him, he could not help but feel furious at this moment. "Zhang Ji, since you want to fight me fair and square, I'll fulfill your wish." As Duan Lingtian shouted coldly, he activated his golden crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Zhang Ji and instantly cast his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky. When he appeared again, he had already descended from the sky in a menacing manner. However, when one Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky, 3 Duan Lingtian returned. It was impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake Duan Lingtian. 300 inscription saint swords charged toward Zhang Ji with killing intent. It was as though they were going to kill Zhang Ji in just 3 strikes. Is this a divine ability? What a powerful divine ability. This divine ability. I'm afraid it's a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with a high cultivation base could see how extraordinary the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast was. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to master the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, perfectly, when combined with the second stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, the power it unleashed was extraordinary. People could not help but suspect it was a high-grade divine ability. 10 days ago, when Gulong died, there was a bloody hole in each of the 3 vital points on his body. It seems like he died because of this sword divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast. At that time, Duan Lingtian had consolidated his territory, so I didn't see what he did. Now, I finally know what he did in his territory that day. As expected, it's an instant kill with 3 strikes. However, it's not as simple as a martial tactic. This sword divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast. This divine ability had completely attracted their attention. 3 strikes descended from the sky like sword celestials descending from the sky. Otherworldly celestial. 3 high-grade divine abilities? Jiang Chu, who was watching from afar, was also dumbstruck at this moment. It was as though he had been petrified. The scene before his eyes dealt a huge blow to him. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He's just an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he can cast such a powerful attack. It seems like his assist-type divine ability is indeed a high-grade assist-type divine ability. Moreover, the sword divine ability he cast now must be a high-grade divine ability as well. Needless to say, that movement divine ability of his is definitely a high-grade divine ability. Zhang Ji's expression turned grave when he saw the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Although his expression was grave, his heart was filled with shock. He managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. What does Duan Lingtian do to deserve this? Although Zhang Ji was shocked, a fire of jealousy that seemed capable of burning everything rose in his heart. He, Zhang Ji, was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Until now, he had only managed to comprehend and master 2 medium-grade divine abilities and 1 high-grade divine ability. However, this fellow was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. In comparison, there was only jealousy left in his heart. Flames of jealousy burned in Zhang Ji's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The coldness in his eyes intensified. If looks could kill, Zhang Ji would have cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. Humph. The sword divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity the person using it is too weak. Zhang Ji snorted coldly in the face of the 300 inscription saint swords that were descending from the sky. With a raise of his hands, a pair of gloves appeared on each of his fists. It was his 100 inscription saint weapon. The gloves were completely black and did not have any luster. It was unknown what material it was made of. However, since it was a 100 inscription saint weapon, it was naturally not an ordinary pair of gloves. Shattering mountains and rivers fist. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was like 3 sword celestials and the 3 swords that were like celestial swords, Zhang Ji shouted loudly as he clenched his fists and charged forward fearlessly. Chapter 1935. Bam! Bam! Zhang Ji punched out with both of his fists. Not only did he have the power of a 100 inscription saint weapon, but he also had a set of fist techniques and one of the 3 divine abilities he had mastered. It was the offensive divine ability, mountain and river fist. This divine ability was the only high-grade divine ability among the 3 divine abilities he had mastered. Boom! 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 Zhang Ji punched out with both of his fists. It was as though he could shatter the heavens. Wherever his fists passed, it was as though 2 dragons were sweeping out toward the 100 inscription saint sword in the hands of the 3 Duan Lingtians who were charging at him like sword celestials. When the 2 of them collided, another loud explosion reverberated in the air. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed color. What a powerful force! Is this a high-grade divine ability? Duan Lingtian, who had cast the otherworldly celestial, felt the blood in his body churning when he collided with Zhang Ji's fists. At the same time, he discovered Zhang Ji's force had overpowered his and was charging toward him. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Zhang Ji to have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Moreover, he chose to fight the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, head-on. It was as though he was not worried about being injured by the sword qi. His defense is so strong. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made another discovery. The armor formed by Zhang Ji's domain seemed to perfectly fuse with the defensive moves and defensive divine abilities he used. The sword qi released by Transcendent Flying Immortal could not hurt him at all. No wonder he dares to fight me head-on. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he noticed Zhang Ji's energy had already arrived in front of him and was about to hit him. Trash! At the same time, Zhang Ji's disdainful voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian instantly felt the vital energy and blood in his body surging up. He was so angry that he forgot he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and use his powerful body to withstand the impact of the energy. At this moment, he felt his head heat up. At the same time that he was extremely angry, his mental energy started to become strangely restless. Devouring tactic. Soul attack. Duan Lingtian did not know why he did not transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior when he was on the verge of losing his mind. Instead, he cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and the strange pupil's soul attack. The devouring tactic was known to devour all energy. Naturally, this included his opponent's energy. Duan Lingtian knew about this in the past, but he had never tried it before. This was because the information about the devouring technique mentioned that if one used the devouring technique to devour the power of an owner, they would suffer an extremely terrifying backlash. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to recklessly attempt it. At this moment, he subconsciously cast the devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of pressure from the energy that was charging at him. However, when Duan Lingtian subconsciously cast the devouring tactic, a whirlpool appeared with his body as the center and devoured the force. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian experienced what a backlash was. The force that was devoured did not belong to him at all. It rampaged through his body and shook his internal organs. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt so much pain that he wanted to die. "You're seeking death." Although Zhang Ji was surprised that Duan Lingtian could cast the assist-type divine ability to devour his force, he sneered when he realized he could still control the force. He controlled the force to run amok in Duan Lingtian's body. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's left eye, the strange pupil, flashed. A solidified dragon-shaped soul attack shot out and entered Zhang Ji's body before he could react. After the soul attack entered Zhang Ji's body, it went straight for his soul. Boom! Although the soul attack was weak compared to Zhang Ji's early quintessential saint stage soul, it still caused Zhang Ji's soul to tremble when it collided with it. Soul attack? At the same time, Zhang Ji's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still be able to cast a soul attack on him under such circumstances. Although the soul attack was not powerful, it still caused his soul to tremble. As a result, Zhang Ji was momentarily absent-minded. While Zhang Ji was in a daze, the connection between him and the force was temporarily severed. Devour. Duan Lingtian exerted his strength and completely devoured Zhang Ji's force, turning it into a part of his body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized he could no longer control the force in his body. This was because he had already devoured a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to elevate his sun saint energy to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Now that he had devoured Zhang Ji's force, he was instantly overloaded. After being overloaded, Duan Lingtian felt as though his body was about to explode. His 99 saint veins seemed as though they would explode at any moment. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was tormented by this overload of energy, could no longer endure it. With a raise of his hand, he instinctively pushed his palm forward. The overloaded power also flowed out of his palm and surged toward Zhang Ji, who was not far in front of him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's palm came too quickly and without any warning. Horror dawned on Zhang Ji's face as he hastily mobilized the devil qi in his body to defend himself. At this moment, the armor on Zhang Ji's body turned even darker. Boom! In the next moment, the force that almost caused Duan Lingtian's body to explode surged out of his palm and slammed onto Zhang Ji's body, drowning him. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Zhang Ji was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He was in a wretched state. Even the black armor on his body had disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had been shattered by the force that surged out of Duan Lingtian's palm. After being blasted away, Zhang Ji's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving. He's dead? Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. The battle between him and Zhang Ji was not a death duel. If one of them died, he would not be able to escape the punishment of Zoroastrianism. As for the other people present on the scene, they were all dumbstruck. The only sound that could be heard was Duan Lingtian's rapid breathing. Wah! However, when he saw Zhang Ji's body tremble and his head shake as he regained consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not dead. I must have been possessed just now. Thinking about what he had done under the pressure of Zhang Ji's power, Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch violently. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would not have impulsively used the devouring technique to devour Zhang Ji's power. At the very least, he would not have devoured it before the power was out of Zhang Ji's control. If not for the strange pupil's timely soul attack that interfered with Zhang Ji, I would have been killed by the power that I devoured. Thinking about what had just happened, Duan Lingtian felt a lingering fear in his heart. Even if I interfered with Zhang Ji and successfully devoured that power, I was already overloaded. I would have exploded. If I had exploded, I would not even have a corpse left. No matter what, Duan Lingtian did not want to experience what had just happened again. Even if the power that he had devoured was extremely terrifying and was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he did not want to experience it again. All the energy in my body has been completely drained. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of emptiness in his body. All the energy in his body had been drained away. This feeling of emptiness was similar to when he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword to drain all his energy. The might of that attack earlier, even if it's compared to the might of the Jasper Celestial Sword that I can unleash with all my strength, I'm afraid it's not far off, right? However, compared to the feeling of emptiness in my body when all my energy has been drained away, the former really makes me want to die. In any case, I don't want to experience it again. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after he glanced at Zhang Ji, who was lying on the ground, to make sure he was not dead or crippled and had only temporarily lost his ability to move. Zhang Ji, from now on, your Secundus house belongs to me, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Ji indifferently before he said coldly with the last of his strength. In the next instant, he used the last of his strength to hastily fly into Zhang Ji's Secundus house and closed the door with a loud bang. After entering the house, Duan Lingtian collapsed on the ground. He could not stand up again. He could not even get up for a long time. Outside, Zhang Ji, who had regained consciousness, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words that he fainted immediately. Zhang Ji was really unlucky. The power that had injured him to such an extent had mostly come from himself. Most of the energy belonged to him, but a portion of it belonged to Duan Lingtian as well. When the two energies were stacked together, it stirred restlessly in Duan Lingtian's body. When it was about to explode, the energy contained in it was not as simple as 1 + 1. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to release the restless energy toward Zhang Ji, who was standing in front of him. The energy that was equivalent to the full force of an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator easily broke through Zhang Ji's layers of defense. Not only that, but it also heavily injured Zhang Ji and sent him flying. This was because Zhang Ji had extraordinary strength and was a devil cultivator who specialized in tempering his body. If it was another ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, he would have died from that attack. After Duan Lingtian hastily entered the Secundus house and Zhang Ji fainted, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally regained their senses. Gasp! 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 Chapter 1936. He lost. Senior brother Zhang Ji lost? How's this possible? If I'm not mistaken, the attack that senior brother Zhang Ji cast earlier seemed to contain the high-grade fist divine ability, the mountain and river fist. I can't believe senior brother Zhang Ji managed to comprehend it and master it. With senior brother Zhang Ji's current strength, the mountain and river fist that he cast is not as powerful as an ordinary powerhouse at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, it seems like he didn't manage to injure senior brother Duan Lingtian at all. Not only did he not injure senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was even heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene gasped before an uproar broke out. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian's divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, collided head-on with Zhang Ji's divine ability, the mountain and river's punch, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was shocked. Prior to this, they did not know both of them had mastered high-grade offensive divine abilities. If they thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning when they saw Duan Lingtian had cast his high-grade offensive divine ability, none of them thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning when Zhang Ji cast his high-grade offensive divine ability as well. This was because Zhang Ji's strength was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the explosive power of his high-grade offensive divine ability, he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had also cast a high-grade offensive divine ability, he would still be able to withstand it. What happened next was just as they had expected. Zhang Ji's energy easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's energy before it continued to blast toward Duan Lingtian without slowing down at all. Just when they thought Duan Lingtian would be heavily injured and sent flying, they saw a shocking scene. A scene that made them feel incomparably horrified appeared. With Duan Lingtian as the center, a terrifying vortex suddenly appeared. It was the support-type divine ability that he had used before. After the vortex appeared, it actually swallowed up all of Zhang Ji's attacking power. Following that, Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm. He combined the power that he had swallowed from Zhang Ji with his own power, turning it into a terrifying power that he unleashed at Zhang Ji. Even though Zhang Ji defended with all his might, he still ended up heavily injured. Although he wasn't dead or crippled, Zhang Ji wouldn't be able to stand up without half a day of recovery. What exactly is that support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian mastered? Not only can it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself for a short period of time, it can even absorb the opponent's energy. It's too terrifying. Based on the current situation, even the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum is far from comparable to the support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian has mastered. In my opinion, let alone the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, even the number 1 support-type divine ability from Zoroastrianism might not be comparable to the support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian has mastered. Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples recalled the crucial moment when Duan Lingtian had turned the tables. It was the support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast that turned the tables at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have lost. The high-grade support-type divine ability, the devouring tactic, that Duan Lingtian had mastered instantly became the topic of discussion among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. I've never heard of senior martial brother Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability before. Me too. I've never heard of it before. What a terrifying support-type divine ability. Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered something. There were so many of them, but none of them had heard of the support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast before. Moreover, they did not even know the name of the support-type divine ability. For a time, Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability became even more mysterious in their hearts. What a terrifying support-type divine ability. Even Jiang Chu, who had half a foot in the intermediate quintessential saint stage, was shocked when he regained his senses. He was shocked that Duan Lingtian had managed to turn the tables and defeat Zhang Ji with his support-type divine ability at the last moment. In fact, when Zhang Ji had cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the mountain and river fist, even he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. At that moment, Zhang Ji's strength was already enough to fight him to a draw. I can't believe Zhang Ji has successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the mountain and river fist, that his master passed down to him. Even if I were to fight him now, I'm not confident I'll be able to defeat him. At most, we'll be evenly matched. A hint of dread could be seen in Jiang Chu's eyes as he looked at Zhang Ji, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The strength that Zhang Ji had displayed after he came out of closed-door cultivation made Jiang Chu feel pressured. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chu glanced at the Secundus house that originally belonged to Zhang Ji and Duan Ling Tian before he returned to his Secundus house and entered closed-door cultivation. I won't come out of closed-door cultivation until I've broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Jiang Chu made up his mind before he entered closed-door cultivation. At some point, Zhang Ji had regained consciousness again. However, because his injuries were too severe, it was difficult for him to even move. All the bones and muscles in his body seemed to have solidified. Although many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had left, many of them were still discussing among themselves. Naturally, they were discussing the battle earlier. At the beginning of the battle earlier, I had absolute confidence in senior brother Zhang Ji. However, I didn't expect senior brother Zhang Ji would be defeated in the end. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is too heaven-defying. The strength that senior brother Zhang Ji displayed with his high-grade divine ability, the Mountain River Fist, is definitely one of the top powerhouses at the early quintessential saint stage. Even then, he still lost to senior brother Duan Ling Tian. I remember that before the battle began, senior brother Zhang Ji seemed to have said that he'd make senior brother Duan Ling Tian suffer a fate worse than death. He's right. However, the person who would suffer a fate worse than death isn't senior brother Duan Ling Tian. It's him. Speaking of this, I can't help but say that senior brother Duan Ling Tian has a good temper. If it were me, I would have mocked him after I defeated senior brother Zhang Ji. I would have made him pay for all the humiliation he gave me. That's right. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has a good temper. He's a great man who doesn't hold grudges against others. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They did not notice that Zhang Ji had already woken up. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Ji's face flushed red. His eyes widened before he fainted again. However, these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not know that it was not because Duan Ling Tian had a good temper that he did not mock Zhang Ji after he defeated him. It was because he was in a very bad situation at that time. He was already at the end of his tether. He did not have the energy to mock Zhang Ji at all. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have slapped Zhang Ji's face mercilessly. Before he exhausted his last bit of energy, he only managed to say one sentence to announce his victory. Zhang Ji, from today onward, your Secundus house belongs to me, Duan Ling Tian. These words proved that he was the final victor of today's battle, Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, if he had collapsed in public due to exhaustion, this battle would have been considered a draw at most. A draw was not what Duan Ling Tian wanted. In the Secundus house that originally belonged to Zhang Ji and now belonged to Duan Ling Tian. As Duan Ling Tian collapsed on the ground, his body was gradually recovering. Not only did he recover his Sun Saint energy, but his physical and mental exhaustion was also restored. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's consciousness that was originally a little blurry gradually became clearer. I can't believe that Zhang Ji has a high-grade offensive divine ability as his trump card. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the earlier scene, he could not help but gasp. Faced with Zhang Ji, who had mastered a high-grade divine ability, even if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he might not be a match for him. If this dragged on, he would definitely be the one to lose. Fortunately, he had instinctively cast the devouring tactic at the critical moment. Coupled with his soul attack, he managed to defeat Zhang Ji in one fell swoop. The reason he was able to win this battle was mostly due to luck. With the strength Zhang Ji displayed, I'm afraid there aren't many people below the intermediate quintessential saint stage who's a match for him. If I want to defeat him easily, I'll have to break through to the mastery divine saint stage before he breaks through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, with my current green innate spiritual root, coupled with the assistance from the Secundus house and the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'll be able to break through to the mastery divine saint stage in a month at most. When Duan Lingtian thought about his innate spiritual root that had transformed, a confident expression appeared on his face. Naturally, a month was the time in the outside world. A month in the outside world was equivalent to 10 months in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. No matter what, I won't use the devouring tactic to devour energy that already has an owner unless it's necessary. Moreover, I won't overload the energy in my body. Not only will I feel uncomfortable, but there's also the risk of my body exploding. Earlier, if it was not for Duan Lingtian releasing all of his overloaded energy in time, he would have been blown apart by that energy. Zhang Ji is really unlucky. I can't use the energy that I've overloaded. At that time, I only had time to push my palm forward. Zhang Ji happened to be facing me. When Duan Lingtian recalled the earlier scene, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. This uninvited guest was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1937. Old Friend. I'm sorry for what happened to Wu. Facing the travel-worn Yang Chong, before Yang Chong could greet him, Lian took the initiative to apologize with a guilty look on his face. Apex said. Yang Chong was a tall old man with an ordinary appearance. He had white hair and eyebrows, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Yang Chong shook his head in response to Li An's apology. I can understand your difficulties. If I were you, I would have made the same choice as you. That's why I don't blame you for Wu's death. He had heard about the incident from the bold servant by his son's side, so he could understand Li An's choice. If Li An had interfered at that time, the matter would have been blown up. This matter concerned the reputation of Zoroastrianism. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism would have chosen to abandon Li An to preserve the reputation of Zoroastrianism. At that time, Li An would have been expelled from Zoroastrianism. Therefore, he could understand why Li An did not help him at that time. Don't worry, I'll avenge Wu for him. Li An felt even more guilty when he saw Yang Chong's understanding. His gaze turned cold as he vowed solemnly. Bring me to the person who killed my son. However, Yang Chong did not seem to care about Li An's solemn vow. He looked at Li An and said indifferently. All right. Li An was not surprised when he heard that Yang Chong wanted to meet the Duan Lingtian. He immediately led the way. Along the way, Li An saw that Yang Chong was silent. He knew that although Yang Chong did not blame him verbally, he still blamed him in his heart. However, this was normal, and he did not mind. That Duan Lingtian killed one of my direct disciples 10 days ago. I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace if he's not dead. Li An suddenly said in a deep voice with killing intent in his eyes. The reason Li An brought up this matter was not only because he hated the Duan Lingtian, but also because he wanted to break the silence between him and Yang Chong. You're going to accept a direct disciple? Sure enough, upon hearing Li An's words, Yang Chong immediately looked over. At the same time, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. As far as he knew, Li An had very high standards. His 3 direct disciples were all martial Dao geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots. Yes. Li An nodded. At the same time, he mentioned Gu Chun, Gu Long, Gu Chun's cousin, and the fact that Gu Long was killed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, the murderous glint in his eyes shot out in all directions, and the murderous intent on his body was so cold that when it spread out, it seemed to make the surrounding temperature drop a little. I'm even more curious now. What kind of person dares to offend you, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder? Needless to say, Li Yan's complaint had helped Yang Chong's state of mind become much more balanced. As it turned out, it was not only his son who was killed by that person, but his direct disciple who possessed a blue innate spiritual root whom Li Yan had been dreaming of. At this moment, when facing Li Yan, Yang Chong had the feeling of being in the same boat, and the last trace of dissatisfaction in his heart vanished without a trace. Did you hear that? That newcomer Duan Lingtian is in the limelight again after killing Gu Long 10 days ago. When Li Yan and Yang Chong passed by the altar in the center of the Black Turtle Sanctum, they suddenly heard a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple shouting from below. Since Li Yan and Yang Chong were flying above the clouds, the people around the altar did not notice them. Otherwise, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the altar would have taken the initiative to greet Li Yan Duan Lingtian. When Li Yan and Yang Chong heard the name Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and stopped in unison. They pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples below. Are you talking about how Duan Lingtian defeated senior brother Zhang Ji in a domineering manner in the Secundus house today? That's right. It seems like you've heard it as well. How could I not have heard it? Currently, as long as the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples are not in closed-door cultivation or have not left the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'm sure most of them know about this, right? Get up. That Duan Lingtian is really strong. He can even defeat Zhang Ji. The conversation between the two Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples entered Li Yan and Yang Chong's ears. Secundus house? Yang Chong's eyes widened immediately. Although he was not a member of Zoroastrianism, he had learned about the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples from Li Yan in the past since he was a good friend of Li Yan. Based on what he knew, the people who lived in the Secundus house were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the quintessential saint stage or above. Li Yan, didn't you say earlier that the strength Duan Lingtian displayed 10 days ago was only comparable to an elite martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? It has only been 10 days, but he's already able to fight for the Secundus house in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence? Yang Chong asked with a frown on his face as he looked at Li Yan. After a while, before Li Yan could reply, he continued to ask, I remember you told me before that the Secundus house in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence is reserved for quintessential saint stage disciples. Their Zhang Ji is a quintessential saint stage disciple who lives in the Secundus house? After Yang Chong finished speaking, Li Yan did not reply. Then, Yang Chong was shocked to see Li Yan's expression had changed drastically. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face as his eyes shone with disbelief. What's wrong? Yang Chong could not help but ask when he saw this. Zhang Ji is the direct disciple of one of the Silver Flame Elders in our Black Turtle Sanctum. He's one of the elite early quintessential saint stage disciples in our Black Turtle Sanctum. His cultivation base is so powerful that he's only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Li Yan said solemnly. One of the elite early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Such a person actually lost to Duan Lingtian? Yang Chong was shocked. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. I heard that during the battle between senior brother Zhang Ji and Duan Lingtian, he even cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Mountain River Fist. However, even then, he still lost. When Li Yan heard the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words, his eyes widened again. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How's this possible? In the next instant, Li Yan could not help but exclaim. Even though he mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he still lost to Duan Lingtian? Yang Chong's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, it seems like Duan Lingtian didn't even use his full strength when he fought with Gu Long 10 days ago. Then, Lian and Yang Chong learned more about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji. They did not miss any details at all. In the end, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had actually mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Not only that, but the high-grade assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered had even absorbed Zhang Ji's powerful attack at the most critical moment. Then, he had used Zhang Ji's strength and his own strength to heavily injure and defeat Zhang Ji in one fell swoop. What kind of assist-type divine ability is that? Lian and Yang Chong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes again. Soon after, they learned from each other that they had never heard of such an assist-type divine ability before. What a domineering assist-type divine ability! Yang Chong said in a deep voice. It's domineering indeed. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve God's favor? Not only did he comprehend 3 high-grade divine abilities, but this assist-type divine ability is obviously not an ordinary high-grade divine ability. In fact, it might even be a top-notch high-grade divine ability. Lian's eyes turned red as he spoke. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his face. In the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Inside the Secundus house, Duan Lingtian, who had recovered for a while, finally had the strength to stand up. After he stood up, he immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He planned to make use of the slow flow of time inside to recover his Sun Saint energy as soon as possible. The feeling of emptiness in his body caused him to feel insecure. After I've recovered, I'll go into closed-door cultivation to raise my cultivation base to the peak of the Divine Saint stage first. At the same time, Duan Lingtian set a goal and a plan for himself. As for the exemplary saint stage, Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it for now. Currently, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the intermediate Divine Saint stage. Duan Lingtian did not know how long had passed. When the Sun Saint energy in his body had only recovered by 10%, a cold voice resonated from outside and woke him up. Lian? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this voice. It belonged to the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Lian, why is he here? Don't tell me he has something to do with Zhang Ji? Duan Lingtian frowned and left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the end. After he put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, he pushed the door open and walked out to the courtyard in front of the Secundus house. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Secundus house, he could clearly feel many pairs of eyes on him. Among these pairs of eyes, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were the most piercing. These 2 pairs of eyes were filled with killing intent as though they were about to devour someone. Who's he? Duan Lingtian's eyes swept past Lian and landed on the tall old man next to him. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. He was not surprised that Lian wanted to kill him. However, he was certain this was his first time seeing this old man. Moreover, the old man was not wearing the Zoroastrianism's uniform, so he was most likely not a Zoroastrianism member. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how he had offended the old man to the point that the old man was filled with killing intent towards him. It was as though the old man could not wait to kill him. You're Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the tall old man spoke in a deep voice that was close to interrogating Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Duan Lingtian asked in response to the old man's question. You. Kill yourself. Chapter 1938. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who came to watch the show when they heard Lian calling out to Duan Lingtian were stunned when they heard what the tall old man said to Duan Lingtian. They only regained their senses after a while. This old man actually asked Duan Lingtian to commit suicide? Who's he? At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were curious about the old man's identity. Commit suicide? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the tall old man's words. Then, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. When Duan Lingtian noticed the killing intent in the old man's eyes when he looked at him, combined with what the old man had said to him earlier and the fact that the old man was standing beside Lian. At this moment, no matter how slow Duan Lingtian's reaction was, he had already guessed the old man's identity. It was the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong. He was also the father of Yang Wu whom he had killed in the past. Based on what he knew, Yang Chong and Lian were best friends. Yang Chong, this is not the Northern Plethora sect, and I'm not a disciple of the Northern Plethora sect. You must be dreaming if you want me to commit suicide, don't you think? Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and stopped at the same level as Yang Chong. He glanced at Yang Chong lazily and said nonchalantly, "Yang Chong." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it caused a commotion among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. So he's Yang Chong, the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. The powerhouse who's ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking. I've long heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder Yang Chong is best friends with our Black Turtle Sanctum's elder Lian. However, this is my first time meeting the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. He seems to have some enmity with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he has already offended Elder Lian. This matter is no longer a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, not everyone knows the reason why Duan Lingtian offended Elder Lian in the first place. The first place? What is the reason? As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was challenged by Yang Wu, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Then, Yang Wu even challenged him to a death duel. The result of the death match was Yang Wu's death. Elder Lian was also present at that time. So that's how it is. He killed the son of Elder Lian's good friend in front of him. It would be strange if Elder Lian wasn't angry. You can't say it like that. You know, the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was purely Yang Wu's provocation, and the death match was also initiated by Yang Wu. Anyway, I don't think Duan Lingtian is wrong for killing Yang Wu. As they whispered among themselves, those Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who did not know how Duan Lingtian had offended Lian finally learned the reason why Duan Lingtian had offended Lian. For this reason, they were no longer surprised when they recalled what Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had said to Duan Lingtian earlier. They only felt that Yang Chong was too arrogant. Did he really think this was the Northern Plethora sect? Did he really think his identity as the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect was useful here? I'll give you one last chance. Kill yourself within the span of 10 breaths. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. Yang Chong said again and asked Duan Lingtian to kill himself. Moreover, he gave Duan Lingtian a time limit of 10 breaths. His words were extremely domineering. It was as though he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian did not kill himself within the span of 10 breaths. Upon hearing Yang Chong's words, an ominous feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. However, he quickly suppressed it and looked at Yang Chong with a mocking smile on his face. Yang Chong, is there something wrong with your ears? If there's something wrong with your ears, I'll say it again. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with disdain. This is not the Northern Plethora sect. Your identity as the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect is useless here. The span of 10 breaths? Even if I don't kill myself within the span of 100 breaths, what can you do? Don't tell me you can kill me. Don't forget that this is the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums under Zoroastrianism. It's not a place where you, Yang Chong, can act recklessly. Here, you, Yang Chong, don't have the right to order a Zoroastrianism disciple around. You don't even have the right to decide the life and death of a Zoroastrianism disciple. Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. He was not courteous at all. Since the other party had already come to ask him to kill himself, if he still continued to be courteous, he would be admitting defeat. Admitting defeat? That was not Duan Lingtian's style. Duan Lingtian's words also gained the approval of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt their blood boiling. If they were not afraid of Lian, who was standing next to Yang Chong, they would have cheered loudly for Duan Lingtian. Yang Chong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so rude. His expression turned grave immediately. Lian, who was standing next to him, had a horrified expression as well. He shouted coldly, "Duan Lingtian, Elder Yang Chong is a guest of our Black Turtle Sanctum. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, how dare you be so presumptuous toward a distinguished guest of our Black Turtle Sanctum? Do you really think the rules of Zoroastrianism are fixed?" The moment Lian's words left his mouth, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had a strange expression on their faces. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but laugh out loud. Lian's expression turned grave as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If he was not worried about being punished by Zoroastrianism or being expelled from Zoroastrianism, he would have long attacked Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian. "What are you laughing at?" Lian shouted coldly again. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. "What am I laughing at?" Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Lingtian finally stopped laughing. He looked at Lian mockingly. "Elder Lian, what am I laughing at? Aren't you asking the obvious? What distinguished guest of our Black Turtle Sanctum? In my opinion, he's a distinguished guest of yours, Elder Lian." "Rules? Elder Lian, are you sure you want to talk about the rules with me? Although I don't really understand the rules of Zoroastrianism, I believe the rules of Zoroastrianism must be perfect since it has been passed down for so many years. There must be rules against people from our sect joining forces with outsiders to oppress our own people." When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Lian meaningfully. This was equivalent to accusing Lian of joining forces with outsiders to oppress his own sect's disciples. "Who did you say joined forces with outsiders to oppress our own people?" Lian's face went grim. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to pin such a crime on him in public. Once this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be a good thing for him, Lian. Even in the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was still a sanctum leader who could suppress him. Let alone the entire Zoroastrianism. "Duan Lingtian, do you know the crime of slandering another person, especially an elder of our sect?" Lian's eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a venomous snake that would attack at any time. "Slandering another person? Slandering an elder of our sect?" Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. "Elder Lian, you're saying I'm slandering another person? I wonder who I'm slandering." "You said I'm slandering an elder of our sect. Where did this come from? There are so many senior brothers and senior sisters here, and any one of them is a witness. Who has ever heard of me slandering an elder of our sect?" When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard Duan Lingtian's shameless words, they could not help but laugh. Naturally, they did not dare to laugh out loud since they were afraid of Lian. In fact, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they felt proud and elated. It was obvious Lian had joined forces with an outsider to bully a disciple of his sect. Even if they were not Duan Lingtian, they still felt angry on behalf of Duan Lingtian. If Lian was bullying Duan Lingtian, it would be considered an internal conflict, and they would not think much of it. However, Lian had joined forces with Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, to bully Duan Lingtian. As Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who practiced Zoroastrianism like Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they felt the same way. An outsider was still an outsider after all. You. When Lian heard Duan Lingtian's shameless words, he was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not name him and say he had joined forces with an outsider to bully a disciple of his sect. If he continued to argue, it would seem as though he had a guilty conscience. As expected, you're quite capable. At the same time, Yang Chong spoke again. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, Duan Lingtian, 10 breaths have passed. You've given up on killing yourself to appease my anger. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Regret? Duan Lingtian sneered. What's there for me to regret? Originally, there are some things that I can't say even if you possess a green innate spiritual root. This is because I'm afraid of Zoroastrianism. Faced with Duan Lingtian's sneer, Yang Chong was enraged no matter how good he was at suppressing his anger. However, you're merely a mediocre person who possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if I say it out loud, Zoroastrianism won't harm me because of you. Yes. As long as you, Duan Lingtian, continue to hide in Zoroastrianism, I, Yang Chong, won't be able to touch you. However, can you guarantee that your family and friends have a backer that I, Yang Chong, am afraid of? Yang Chong smiled sinisterly when he reached the end of his sentence. His words were a direct threat to Duan Lingtian. If I can't harm you, I'll harm your family and friends. I believe that with the Northern Plethora Sect's intelligence network, my strength, and my methods, it won't be difficult for me to find out about you. Yang Chong said nonchalantly, unfortunately, you didn't kill yourself in the time I gave you. You've given up on the chance to protect your family and friends. I really feel sorry for them for having a family and friends like you. Duan Lingtian, even if you hide in Zoroastrianism forever, I'll let you experience the pain of losing all your family and friends. I, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, am a man of my words. Chapter 1939. I, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, am a man of my word. When Yang Chong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he sneered. Then, he turned around and left. It was just as he had said. If Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Zoroastrianism with good innate talent, he would not dare to threaten Duan Lingtian with his friends and family. After all, the Zoroastrianism sect would be displeased if he did that. However, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary disciple of Zoroastrianism who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if such a disciple of Zoroastrianism was threatened by an ordinary person, the Zoroastrianism sect would not stand up for him. Moreover, the person who threatened him was the 5th elder of the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora Sect. Humph. After Yang Chong left, Lian glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he chased after Yang Chong. However, he did not say anything at this moment. He did not dare to say anything else. Even if he was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, he could not bear such a crime of colluding with outsiders to bully a disciple of his sect. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, well done. After Lian left with Yang Chong, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people even gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingtian's outburst earlier had made them feel proud. Naturally, some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not say anything. They merely looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They noticed Duan Lingtian's expression had turned grave at this moment. At this moment, they realized Yang Chong's threat to Duan Lingtian had worked. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian is not alone. If he's alone, he won't be bothered by Yang Chong's threat to his friends and family. But now, Yang Chong's threat is indeed unsolvable. Even if Senior Duan Lingtian is highly talented and highly regarded by Zoroastrianism, Yang Chong wouldn't dare to threaten Senior Duan Lingtian openly with his friends and family, but he would definitely do it in secret. If Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has friends and family, Yang Chong's threat is indeed unsolvable. Ruthless. Too ruthless. As the saying goes, one should not implicate one's family. That Yang Chong is really too much. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of pity could be seen in their eyes. In their opinion, if the Duan Lingtian really had friends and family, and Yang Chong was determined to mess with them, then for the Duan Lingtian's friends and family, it was really a bit of a mystery. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air in the distance. His body did not move at all, but his expression changed again and again. At this moment, the words Yang Chong had said before he left were still echoing in his ears. Yes. As long as Duan Lingtian hides in Zoroastrianism, I, Yang Chong, won't be able to touch you. However, can you guarantee that your friends and family have a backer that I, Yang Chong, am afraid of? I believe with the Northern Plethora Sex Intelligence Network, my strength, and my methods, it won't be difficult for me to investigate your background. Unfortunately, you didn't commit suicide within the time I gave you. You gave up the chance to protect your friends and family. I really feel sorry for them for having a friend like you. Duan Lingtian, even if you hide in Zoroastrianism forever, I'll let you experience the pain of losing your friends and family. He knew very well that Yang Chong was not joking. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he returned to his Secundus house and disappeared before the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. At this moment, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally dispersed. However, the topic of discussion still revolved around Duan Lingtian and Yang Chong's threat to Duan Lingtian. As the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chong indeed had the ability to take revenge on Duan Lingtian's friends and family. There was no doubt about this. Serves him right. In the distance, at the entrance of another Secundus house, Zhang Ji leaned against the door as his body trembled. Although his entire body was still in pain, his heart was filled with joy when he saw Duan Lingtian being threatened by Yang Chong. Duan Lingtian had defeated him in public today, and it could be said that he had lost all face. After today's battle, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely not let Duan Lingtian live in this world. He believed with his dark green innate spiritual root, it would be easy for him to surpass Duan Lingtian who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He could imagine the expression on Zhang Ji's face when he found out Duan Lingtian possessed the same dark green innate spiritual root as him. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian's expression was still as grave as ever. However, as time passed by, he gradually calmed down. Yang Chong, you're despicable. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of foul air. At the same time, a murderous aura surged out of his body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. Duan Lingtian was truly enraged. He did not expect Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, would dare to threaten Duan Lingtian's family and friends in front of so many people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with anger. However, he had nowhere to vent it. However, it won't be easy for Yang Chong to find out about me, Duan Lingtian. After all, I'm not from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. Naturally, this was only temporary. Although he was not from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had heard of his name since he possessed the Devil Seal tablet. Moreover, many people even had a portrait of him. It's a good thing I'm not using my true appearance now. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had disguised himself, he felt that he had great foresight. Naturally, this did not mean that Yang Chong would not be able to find out about his whereabouts in the Debussy subterranean. It did not mean that Yang Chong would not be able to find out that he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. With Yang Chong's status, he would be able to find out about him sooner or later if he really wanted to. It was just a matter of time. One could imagine that once Yang Chong found out about his background, the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussy subterranean would definitely turn into a bloodbath. Not only that, but his father, his mother, his wife, and everyone he cared about would be killed as well. All of them would die without a burial place. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shuddered in fear. His emotions that he had finally calmed down with great difficulty became agitated again. The most important thing now is to deal with the current hidden danger. I must deal with any hidden danger that might expose my background. After forcing himself to calm down again, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Huo Lao and asked in a hurried and anxious tone, "Huo Lao, do you have any secret tactic or something that can resist the soul-searching secret tactic?" The soul-searching secret tactic was what Duan Lingtian was most worried about at this moment. If he was not careful and allowed Yang Chong or Lian to find an opportunity to capture him and use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, his background would be exposed from his own mouth. This was something he did not want to see. However, it was impossible to guard against this. For this reason, he could only look for Huo Lao. It did not matter if Huo Lao had a method to resist the soul-searching secret tactic or not. He could only treat this as a last resort since he had no other choice. As Duan Lingtian asked Huo Lao, his heart was filled with anxiety. Yes. Upon hearing Huo Lao's reply, Duan Lingtian's heart finally calmed down. At the same time, a wild joy could be seen on his face. Following that, Elder Huo's voice resonated again. However, in order for that secret tactic to have the effect it should have, a certain amount of spiritual energy must be constantly consumed to maintain its operation. After 3 days of stopping its operation, the effect that it gives to the soul to resist the soul-searching secret tactic will disappear. The secret tactic does not have a high requirement on the caster. It only requires spiritual energy at the divine saint stage or above to cast it. Constantly consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to maintain its operation. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, as long as it could save his friends and family from danger for a short period of time, it was not a problem at all. After it stops operating, the effect will only last for 3 days at most. It was more than enough. Even if Lian and Yang Chong wanted to use the soul-searching secret tactic on him, they would definitely end it quickly and would not drag it out for so long. After all, they did not dare to be discovered. This was especially true for Lian. If someone discovered that he had used the soul-searching secret tactic on his disciples for no reason, he would definitely be severely punished by the Zoroastrianism. He might even be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. Huo Lao, quickly teach me that secret tactic. Duan Lingtian said to Huo Lao impatiently. He desperately wanted to obtain that secret tactic. To him, it was a life-saving talisman for his friends and family in the lower province. As though he could sense Duan Lingtian's impatience, Huo Lao instantly transformed the secret tactic into a stream of information that entered Duan Lingtian's mind so that Duan Lingtian could master it himself. Just as Huo Lao had said, the secret tactic did not have a high requirement on the caster. It only required one spiritual energy at the divine saint stage or above to cast it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian only spent 15 minutes to successfully cast it to protect his soul from the soul-searching secret tactic. The continuous consumption of my spiritual energy is still within an acceptable range. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he sensed that the consumption of his spiritual energy was not high and would not affect his daily life. Now, it's time for me to look for Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu. I must ask them to cast this secret tactic at all times. Otherwise, if Lian and Yang Chong used the soul-searching secret technique on them, my background would be exposed as well. Chapter 1940. However, even if Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu have mastered this secret technique and won't expose my background, it's only a temporary solution. With Yang Chong's status, as long as he uses the Northern Plethora Sect's intelligence network to investigate me, it'll only be a matter of time before he finds out about the Lower Province and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his expression turned solemn immediately. I must become stronger before Yang Chong finds out about the Lower Province. At the very least, I must be strong enough to kill Yang Chong before that happens. Yang Chong is a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse who's ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base is definitely not just at the first form, second form, or third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Supreme Saint ranking was the supreme ranking that listed the top powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Until now, Duan Lingtian had been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for quite some time now. He had learned some things from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples that he did not know before. For example, from the 100th place to the 200th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, it was said that the weakest powerhouses were at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage while the strongest powerhouses were at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Until now, Duan Lingtian had met 4 powerhouses who were ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Among them, the person who was ranked at the top was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Lian was ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The second person was the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder and Enforcement Elder, Guoxiong. Guoxiong was ranked at the 142nd place on the Supreme Saint ranking, similar to Lian. The person ranked at the bottom was Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Chong was ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Lastly, there was the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Teng Shan. Teng Shan was ranked at the 173rd place on the Supreme Saint ranking. From this, it could be seen that Lian, Guoxiong and Yang Chong's strength were similar. Teng Shan's strength was slightly weaker than the former 3. If I want to kill Yang Chong, I'll have to be at the Saint Celestial stage at least. My current cultivation base is only at the Divine Saint stage. It's still too far away from the Saint Celestial stage. It seems like I need to find an opportunity to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my own. As long as my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root, coupled with the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it won't take long for me to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, there was only one thought in Duan Lingtian's mind. Become stronger. He had to possess the strength to kill Yang Chong before Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, found out about his background. Otherwise, his friends and family in the lower province would be in danger. If something were to happen to his father, his mother, his wife and children, or even his other friends and family, he would never be able to forgive himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian yearned to possess the strength to look down on the world. Let's find Palace Master Zhu first. After calming down, Duan Lingtian left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and headed northeast to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The Zoroastrianism encampment was divided into 2 areas, one was the Saint Land, and the other was the 4 Symbols Sanctums. And the former was surrounded by the latter. The Azure Dragon Sanctum was located to the west of the Saint Land, the White Tiger Sanctum was located to the east of the Saint Land, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum was located to the north of the Saint Land, and the Black Turtle Sanctum was located to the south of the Saint Land. As the saying goes, West Azure Dragon, Eastern White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird of the North. Southern Black Tortoise. It was referring to the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The reason Duan Lingtian went to look for Zhu Luqi first was because the White Tiger Sanctum where Zhu Luqi was at was the closest to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although it was very close to the saint land of Zoroastrianism to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum in the north, there was a rule in Zoroastrianism that stated those who were not saint land disciples were not allowed to enter the saint land. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could only take a detour if he wanted to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. This detour would lead him to either the Azure Dragon Sanctum or the White Tiger Sanctum. Since Duan Lingtian was going to look for Zhu Luqi, he, naturally, chose to take a detour through the White Tiger Sanctum. In the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, the disciples of the other sanctums would occasionally interact with each other. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's appearance in the White Tiger Sanctum did not attract the attention of the disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum. After entering the White Tiger Sanctum, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum. Naturally, he could only go near the central altar. The disciples of the other three sanctums were not allowed to go near the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum. This was because there was a gigantic white tiger statue there. The statue contained the divine ability that only the disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum could comprehend. It was a high-grade offensive divine ability. If the disciples of the other three sanctums dared to go near it, they would be expelled from Zoroastrianism even if they did not extend their divine consciousness into the White Tiger statue to comprehend the divine ability. If they managed to comprehend the divine ability, they would be executed by Zoroastrianism. It's said that the central altar of each of the four symbols sanctums is surrounded by a formation that isolates divine consciousness. It's to isolate the divine consciousness of non-White Tiger Sanctum's disciples from comprehending the divine abilities of the White Tiger Sanctum. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he extended his divine consciousness. When he approached the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum, he was blocked and could not advance any further. As expected, there's a formation here. Unless I enter the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum, my divine consciousness won't be able to penetrate it, let alone comprehend the divine ability of the White Tiger Sanctum recorded in the White Tiger statue. After verifying it, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness in time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple walking out of the central altar toward him. He immediately stepped forward to block the other party's path and asked politely, "Senior brother, where do the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples live? I have a friend who's also a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, and I'm looking for him." This White Tiger Sanctum's disciple was wearing a white robe that was similar to the robe Duan Lingtian was wearing. There were also faint gray flames embroidered on it. The only difference between the robe and the robe he was wearing was the pattern of a majestic giant tiger, while the robe he was wearing had a pattern of a giant tortoise. It was the difference between the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples' robe and the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' robe. The White Tiger Sanctum's disciples live in the southern area of the White Tiger Sanctum's estate. Since you're a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, you must have come from the Black Turtle Sanctum. You must have passed by there earlier. The White Tiger Sanctum's disciple pointed behind Duan Lingtian and said to Duan Lingtian, "It just so happens that I'm going to my residence. You can come with me." "Thank you, senior brother." Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. "How should I address you, junior brother?" The White Tiger Sanctum's disciple broke the silence as he asked. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. At the same time, he asked politely, "How should I address you, senior brother?" "My name is Lu Mu." As soon as Lu Mu, the White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, finished speaking, he seemed to have recalled something. After exclaiming in surprise, he muttered to himself, "Duan Lingtian. Where have I heard this name before?" Duan Lingtian, Black Turtle Sanctum. Lu Mu suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said in shock, "You're that troublesome Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum?" "Troublesome?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he asked, Senior Brother Lu Mu, did you get the wrong person? How many Duan Lingtian are there in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Lu Mu asked again. I've just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago, so I don't know many people in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Therefore, I don't know if there's anyone with the same name as me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. You've just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago? From what I know, that troublesome Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum has also just arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago. He's from the latest batch of people who passed the selection and entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Lu Mu's eyes gleamed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. The latest batch? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Senior Brother Lu Mu, if that Duan Lingtian you're talking about is from the latest batch of people who passed the selection and entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, I think I must be the troublesome person you're talking about, Senior Brother Lu Mu. You're really the troublesome person? Lu Mu asked in shock. From what I know, you've offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elderly and as soon as you arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum. 10 days ago, you even killed a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root who was about to become Li En's direct disciple. From what I know, you're only at the early exemplary saint stage when you killed that martial genius whose cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. As Lu Mu spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head humbly. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect news of his deeds had already spread to the White Tiger Sanctum. You don't have to be humble. Lu Mu shook his head and continued to say, although your strength is shocking, it's not your strength that I admire the most. It's the fact that you've offended Elderly and as soon as you arrived in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Put aside the fact that my cultivation base is only at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, even if my cultivation base has broken through to the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage or even the Saint Celestial stage, I still wouldn't dare to offend Elderly and from the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's even more impossible for me to kill his prospective direct disciple. For this reason, put everything else aside, I, Lu Mu, admire you for this. When Lu Mu reached the end of his sentence, he gave Duan Lingtian a big thumbs up. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words and seeing his actions, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. He was also shocked by Lu Mu's cultivation base. He did not expect to encounter a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple who was at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage when he was just asking for directions. Senior Brother Lu Mu, as far as I know, for Symbols Sanctum's disciples who are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage can participate in the Saint Land's assessment to become a Saint Land disciple. Chapter 1941. There were 3 ways for a Zoroastrianism 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciple to enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and become a Saint Land disciple. The first way was to have outstanding innate talent and be recommended by one of the sanctum leaders of the 4 Symbols Sanctums. The second way was to successfully comprehend and master the divine ability of the sanctum that one belonged to. That way, one would be able to enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The third way was to participate in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism's assessment. Usually, only 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above would have a chance to pass the assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, most of the Zoroastrianism 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above would be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. Those who failed to pass the Saint Land's assessment. They had either just broken through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage and had a weak foundation or made a mistake during the assessment. I've also just broken through recently. I'll definitely register for the Saint Land's assessment next time. Entering the Saint Land has always been my dream. Lu Mu said with a yearning expression on his face. Along the way, Lu Mu and Duan Lingtian chatted and laughed. He did not look down on Duan Lingtian just because he was a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. This made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of him. At the very least, senior brother Lu Mu was not a snob. Since Lu Mu's name had spread in the White Tiger Sanctum, the people in the White Tiger Sanctum must have heard about his background as well. They knew Lu Mu only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and was destined to not have any great achievements in the future. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. However, even under such circumstances, this senior brother Lu Mu still did not look at him in a biased light. In Lu Mu's opinion, this was rare. The residence of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples is just ahead. Lu Mu's voice resonated in the air, waking Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Lu Mu. Duan Lingtian focused his gaze and looked forward. Immediately, a large canyon appeared in front of him. The Grand Canyon occupied a vast area, surrounded by mountains on three sides. The mountain peaks were filled with lush trees that grew horizontally, intersecting with each other, blocking out the clouds and the sun. No wonder I didn't notice this place when I passed by earlier. It turns out that it was all blocked by the branches and leaves of the big trees on the mountain peak. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's indeed easy to overlook the residence of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Mu nodded. Shortly after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu entered the vast canyon side by side. Senior brother Lu Mu. Senior brother Lu Mu. Along the way, they saw many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples walking in and out. Most of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples would greet Lu Mu warmly when they saw her. Lu Mu smiled back at them without putting on airs. When they arrived at the valley, Duan Lingtian could see the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. It's exactly the same as the residences of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Duan Lingtian discovered the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples seemed to be replicas of the residences of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Senior brother Lu Mu, are the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples also divided into the Primus House, the Second House, the Third House, and the Fourth House? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Junior brother Lingtian, it's not just the residences of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Even the residences of the Azure Dragon Sanctum's disciples and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples are the same as the residences of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Lu Mu smiled. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He touched his nose embarrassedly. He knew he had overreacted. Junior brother Lingtian, what's your friend's name? Perhaps, I can help. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find your friend with the close to 10,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Lu Mu suddenly asked. His name is Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian replied. What's his cultivation base? Lu Mu asked again. A few months ago, he was at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. However, he was on the verge of breaking through at that time. Currently, it's possible that he has already broken through to the mastery exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian replied. He did not know if Palace Master Zhu had already broken through or not. With his strength, he should be staying in the third house. There are only 1,000 third houses. Coupled with the fact that not many new disciples are allowed to stay in the third house, it won't be difficult to find him, Lu Mu said. That's right. Junior brother Lingtian, please wait here for a while. I'll help you find your friend in 15 minutes at most. After Lu Mu informed Duan Lingtian, he flew out and arrived at a third house in the distance. After a few moments, Lu Mu knocked on the door, and a tall Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out. This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was very respectful when he spoke to Lu Mu. From the beginning until the end, he had been listening to Lu Mu while he kept nodding. With senior brother Lu Mu's strength, he must be staying in the best Primus house. Duan Lingtian did not know when, but his eyes had already landed on the 10 Primus houses at the highest point. Each Primus house was a mansion that occupied a vast area. Moreover, the cultivation environment inside was twice as good as the Secundus house. When my cultivation base has broken through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage, I'll be able to stay in the Primus house where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stay. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when a familiar voice rang in his ears. When he regained his senses, he discovered Lu Mu had returned. Moreover, there was another person standing next to him. It was none other than Zhu Luqi. Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian greeted Zhu Luqi before he looked at Lu Mu. Senior brother Lu Mu, thank you. You're welcome, junior brother Lingtian. Lu Mu smiled. I'm very happy to have made a friend like you today. Please come and chat with me when you're free in the future. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll see you again after I go to the Saint Land. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Junior brother Lingtian, why don't you and your friend come to my mansion to catch up? Lu Mu pointed at one of the Primus houses as he spoke. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Lu Mu, but there's no need for that. I'll be leaving after I talk to my friend for a while. I have other things to do. Duan Lingtian declined Lu Mu's kindness. He really did not want to trouble Lu Mu. As the saying went, a debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. If possible, he really did not want to owe too many favors. All right. Both of you have a good chat. Lu Mu did not insist when he heard Duan Lingtian's refusal. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi, he flew back to his mansion. Duan Lingtian? How did you get to know him? After Lu Mu left, Zhu Luqi said in surprise, he's one of the few mastery quintessential saint stage disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum. He's one of the elites among the disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum. I came to look for you to ask for directions. Duan Lingtian replied. You know him to ask for directions? Zhu Luqi was, naturally, rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's reply. He became friends with an outstanding disciple in the White Tiger Sanctum just because he asked for directions? He really did not know what to say. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Zhu Luqi returned to the main topic after he regained his senses. Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. At the same time, Zhu Luqi felt an invisible pressure from Duan Lingtian's solemn expression. Then, Duan Lingtian told him about Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, who had come to look for him and threatened him. The reason I'm here is to teach you a secret tactic. As long as you master this secret tactic, you won't have to worry about Yang Chong and Li An using the soul-searching secret tactic on you. In that case, they won't be able to find out anything about me in such a short time. Duan Lingtian added after he told Zhu Luqi about this. Yang Chong? The powerhouse who's ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Zhu Luqi gasped when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. At the same time, he also received the message from Duan Lingtian through his divine consciousness. It was about the secret tactic that could resist the soul-searching secret tactic. With this secret tactic, whether it's Yang Chong or Li An, they won't be able to find out anything about you in such a short time. As long as we don't leave the Zoroastrianism, they won't be able to do anything to us. Zhu Luqi said. However, Yang Chong is the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm afraid the Northern Plethora sect's intelligence network will be able to find out about you sooner or later. Zhu Luqi said again. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. I know. I'll definitely grow stronger before he finds out about me. I'll kill him and get rid of this hidden danger. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes gleamed coldly as killing intent surged out of his body. I heard you only have a yellow innate spiritual root? Zhu Luqi asked with a wry smile on his face. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian only had a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. No matter how inefficient the Northern Plethora Sect's intelligence network was, they would definitely be able to find out about Duan Lingtian in 10 years. It would be extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian, who only had a yellow innate spiritual root, to grow strong enough to kill Yang Chong in less than 10 years. As someone who was ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Yang Chong was, naturally, not easy to deal with. Palace Master Zhu, all you have to do is to master the secret tactic I've taught you and keep it circulating at all times. As for the rest, leave it to me. Duan Lingtian did not explain himself in the face of Zhu Luqi's doubt. He confidently said before he bade farewell to Zhu Luqi, "Now, it's time for me to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to look for senior brother Guli. Palace Master Zhu, be careful." The moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he left in a flash as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. You be careful as well. Chapter 1942. Zhu Luqi had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a genius martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage 10 days ago. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to kill Yang Chong before Yang Chong found out about his background. He had only learned that everyone had an innate spiritual root after coming to the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. The innate spiritual root represented one's innate talent. The higher one's innate talent, the higher grade one's innate spiritual root would be. Zhu Luqi, on the other hand, only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he knew his future was bleak. Initially, he thought with Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he would at least possess a green innate spiritual root or blue innate spiritual root. However, things were always unexpected. When he received news from the Black Turtle Sanctum, he learned that Duan Lingtian also possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It would be difficult for someone with a yellow innate spiritual root to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. Yang Chong, on the other hand, was ranked 146th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was at least at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or even the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could Duan Lingtian, an ordinary martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root, catch up to Yang Chong? I wonder how senior brother Guli is doing now. After parting ways with Zhu Luqi, Duan Lingtian headed north. He bypassed the central altar of the White Tiger Sanctum and headed north to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. When he arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, he asked for directions and went straight to the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. It's just as senior brother Lu Mu said. The residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples is the same as the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum and the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples from afar. The residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples was also divided into 4 levels. This senior brother, hello, may I ask if you know Guli? Duan Lingtian stopped a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was about to leave and asked politely. Guli? I don't know him. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple glanced at Duan Lingtian and left without looking back. It seems that I won't be able to meet someone as good as senior brother Lu Mu everywhere. When Duan Lingtian saw the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple leaving, he shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Excuse me, do you know Guli? Senior sister, do you know Guli? Duan Lingtian stopped the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples as they entered and exited the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residences. He had thought about calling out Guli's name and calling out Guli's name. However, this was the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples after all. If he shouted out loud, he would offend many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. He could just leave, but Guli would have to clean up after him. If he did that, Gu Li's situation in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum would not be good. Duan Tian did not notice that 3 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were gathered in front of the door of a ding house. They were chatting happily. All of a sudden, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples raised his head. Duan Tian's figure entered his sight. He felt familiar. Huh. This person seems familiar. He's a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Look, is he from the same batch of people as us who entered the 4 Symbol Sanctums? When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple reached the end of his sentence, he called out to the other 2 people. The other 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples immediately raised their heads and looked at Duan Tian. Isn't this Duan Tian? One of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples narrowed his eyes. I remember him. He's the one who killed Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder. Because of that, he offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian Duan Tian. After the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple confirmed Duan Tian's identity, his eyes gleamed as he flew away. Where did he go? He must have gone to look for Yuan Kuang. Yuan Kuang? I almost forgot. Yuan Kuang's brother has always wanted Duan Tian to join our Vermilion Bird Sanctum. For this reason, Duan Tian's companion, Gu Li, suffered a lot. Naturally, Duan Tian who was far away did not hear the 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispering to each other. However, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had left soared into the air and arrived at the door of a Tertius house. He knocked on the door and opened it. What's the matter? When the door opened, a young man walked out and looked at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was knocking on the door. He frowned and asked impatiently. Senior brother Yuan Kuang, it's Duan Tian. Duan Tian is here. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple saw the young man who was also wearing the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple uniform, he pointed at Duan Tian in the distance and said excitedly. Duan Tian? When Yuan Kuang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He followed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple's gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he recognized the person. It's really him. Why did he come to our Vermilion Bird Sanctum? Could it be that Gu Li, that stubborn person, finally came to his senses and brought him here? It doesn't seem like it. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple at the side shook his head. Senior brother Yuan Kuang, it's not like you don't know how stubborn Gu Li is. I think even if we kill him, he might not bring Duan Tian here. Based on my guess, this Duan Tian has most likely delivered himself to us. He seems to be stopping people to ask about something. It seems like he really came here to look for Gu Li. Moreover, it seems like he doesn't know which Tertius house Gu Li is staying in. As Yuan Kuang muttered to himself, his eyes gleamed coldly. Then, he soared into the air and arrived at the level where the hundreds of Tertius houses were located. Soon after, he landed in front of one of the Tertius houses. Bang! 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 As soon as Yuan Kuang raised his hand, he knocked on the door rapidly as though he was not worried the person inside would blame him. Creak! After a while, the door opened, revealing a gloomy expression. However, when the person inside saw Yuan Hong standing at the door, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a doting expression. Xiao Kuang, is there anything you need from me? The person standing behind the door was also a young man. His features were similar to Yuan Hong's. Brother, Duan Tian is here. As Yuan Kuang spoke, he gestured at Duan Tian who was standing in the distance. The young man was Yuan Kuang's biological brother, Yuan Hong. When he heard Yuan Kuang's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He immediately followed Yuan Kuang's gaze and looked over. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Xiao Kuang, are you sure he's Duan Tian? Brother, don't forget that I was there when he had a death duel with Yang Wu. I'm sure he's Duan Ling Tian. Yuan Kuang said confidently. However, I don't think he's here because of that stubborn guy, Gu Li. He's asking around. I'm sure he's asking about Gu Li. I don't think he knows which house Gu Li is staying in. Yuan Kuang added. He actually took the initiative to come here? Good. Very good. Yuan Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold gleam in his eyes. A cruel expression could be seen on his face. Brother, according to the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum, this Duan Ling Tian seems to have mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. He's only at the early exemplary saint stage, but his strength is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Moreover, he killed another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage 10 days ago. Yuan Kuang said, "It's said that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple is a martial genius who possesses a blue innate spiritual root. He's Elder Li An's direct disciple. If he's still alive, he'll be your junior uncle. It's a good thing that Master doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he'd definitely be furious." Yuan Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian in the distance with a grave expression. His eyes gleamed coldly. It's not easy for Grandmaster to find a suitable direct disciple, but he's killed by this Duan Ling Tian. It's obvious this Duan Ling Tian wants to fight to the death with Grandmaster. Today, I'll properly vent the anger of the Grand Ancestor and properly torture Duan Ling Tian. When Yuan Hong reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold. Brother, his strength is not simple. Yuan Kuang reminded him. So what if he's not simple? He's at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. However, I've already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage a year ago. That little bit of strength of his is nothing in front of me, your brother. Yuan Hong said disdainfully while revealing a look of disdain. Yuan Hong was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. His cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. Apart from that, he had another identity. He was the direct disciple of the first direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. In terms of seniority, Lian was his Grand Master. Although Lian's first direct disciple possessed a blue innate spiritual root, due to his young age, he was only a Bronze Flame Elder in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. With his innate talent of possessing a blue innate spiritual root, he would definitely become a Silver Flame Elder in the future. It was not impossible for him to become a Golden Flame Elder. Yuan Hong was very clear about his master's future prospects. He knew how lucky he was to be able to become his master's disciple since he possessed a green innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he had always wanted to perform well in front of his master so his master would value him more. Coincidentally, his younger brother, Yuan Kuang, had also come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had used his master's name to ask one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum Silver Flame Elders to allow Yuan Kuang to join the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Because of this, he had learned from Yuan Kuang that a new disciple called Duan Ling Tian had offended his Grand Master. At this time, he knew it was time for him to perform. Chapter 1943. At that time, Yuan Hong even wanted to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson to avenge his Grandmaster. However, he dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. He was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. If he went to the Black Turtle Sanctum to teach a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple a lesson, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples would be displeased. At that time, as long as a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was stronger than him stepped forward, he would be the one to be taught a lesson. Even if his Grandmaster was Lian, not all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples would give him face. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, there were a few other martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. They were the direct disciples of the Silver Flame Elders in the Saint Land. All of them were arrogant and did not respect his grandmaster at all. For this reason, Yuan Hong no longer thought of going to the Black Turtle's sanctum to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. "Brother," one of Duan Lingtian's companions came to the Vermilion Bird's sanctum at the same time as me. When he heard Yuan Kuang's words, he seemed to have seen a ray of hope in the darkness. It was also from that time onwards that Kuli's tragic life began. The two brothers, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang, would look for Guli every few days to teach him a lesson. They did not kill or cripple Guli. Instead, they tortured him step by step. They slowly destroyed Guli's will. They only had one goal in mind. They wanted Guli to trick Duan Lingtian into coming to the Vermilion Bird sanctum. In Yuan Hong's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian came to the Vermilion Bird sanctum, they could do whatever they wanted to him. Unfortunately, no matter how badly they tortured Guli, Guli still gritted his teeth and endured it. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any intention of betraying Duan Lingtian. This made Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang very gloomy. When they saw Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to look for them, they were extremely excited. They were like two wild dogs that had seen a delicious bone. They could not wait to pounce on it and bite it. "That's the room, right?" "Thank you, senior brother." After Duan Lingtian asked several dozens of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, he finally found out which house Guli was staying in. He seems to have found out which house Guli is staying in. "You go and lure Guli out. I'll go and meet this Duan Lingtian." Just as Duan Lingtian was about to descend to the tea house, Yuan Hong noticed his movement and immediately said to Yuan Kuang, "Brother Lingtian, you're going to be in the tea house." Suddenly, Yuan Kuang's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the T-shaped house where Guli lived. Yuan Kuang's actions naturally attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. He who was about to descend to the ground could not help but pause for a moment. It was this momentary daze that allowed him to react in time and suffer a sneak attack from Yuan Hong. Bang! When Duan Lingtian noticed Yuan Hong's sneak attack, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only mobilize his Sun Saint energy to cover the surface of his body through his 99 Saint veins and forcefully receive Yuan Hong's palm attack before he was sent flying backward. Since Yuan Hong did not use his full strength and Duan Lingtian had covered his body with his Sun Saint energy in time, he only suffered some minor injuries. However, even though it was only a minor injury, Duan Lingtian's internal organs were shaken, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. "Who are you? Why did you sneak an attack on me?" After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared coldly at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was standing nearby. It was this Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had sneaked an attack on him and injured him. He asked himself if he had ever seen this person before today. Since he had never seen this person before, it was only natural that he did not offend this person. However, why did this person sneak an attack on him? This was something that Duan Lingtian could not figure out. It's senior brother Yuan Hong. Why did senior brother Yuan Hong attack this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Could it be that this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has offended senior brother Yuan Hong? When Yuan Hong sneaked an attack on Duan Lingtian, it had attracted the attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Soon after, more and more Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples walked out of their residences to join in the fun. Yuan Hong. When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the frown on his face deepened. Not only had he never seen this person before, but he had never even heard of this person's name. Junior brother Lingtian. All of a sudden, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. A surprised expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Senior brother Guli. However, when he turned to look at the source of the voice, his expression turned grave immediately. Not far away, he saw the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had charged toward Gu Li's residence earlier. He was carrying Gu Li with one hand as though he was carrying some kind of cargo. Gu Li's cheeks were red and swollen. His face was stained with blood. With just a glance, it was obvious he had just been beaten up. "Leave now. Yuan Hong wants to deal with you. He's Li An's grand disciple. He's an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator." Gu Li's face was red and swollen as he roared at Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to leave. If he did not hear Duan Lingtian's voice and was afraid Duan Lingtian would be at a disadvantage, he would not have been tricked by Yuan Kuang to come out. After being beaten up so many times in the past, he knew how to protect himself. Li An's grand disciple? At this moment, all the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. Since Yuan Hong was Li An's grand disciple, everything made sense now. Slap. At this moment, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Yuan Kuang who was carrying Gu Li with one hand. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Li. Then, he scolded coldly, "Trash. Did I ask you to talk too much? You're seeking death." Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He instantly mobilized his Sun Saint energy and cast the Golden Crow's wings. In just a flash, he charged toward Gu Li and Yuan Kuang. Its speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. "I think you're the one who's seeking death." At the same time, Yuan Hong made his move as well. He charged toward Duan Lingtian. Yuan Hong's speed and strength that belonged to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator were completely unleashed at this moment. Moreover, he managed to block Duan Lingtian in time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, his speed was not as fast as Yuan Hong, who was an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. "Duan Lingtian, if you want to save Gu Li, you'll have to get past my brother first." Upon seeing this, Yuan Kuang laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with disdain. Slap. 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 Then, he slapped Gu Li a few more times in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Gu Li's face to swell. Gu Li's eyes were wide open as he tried to resist with all his might. However, he was not only a divine saint stage martial cultivator. His saint energy had just been brewing in his body, but before he could release it, it was destroyed by Yuan Kuang's saint energy. Yuan Kuang was an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. His strength completely suppressed Gu Li. At this moment, Gu Li was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth from clenching them. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. Not only was he unable to help Duan Lingtian, but he was also a burden to Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. However, he looked at Yuan Kuang as though he was looking at a dead man. "All of you forced me to do this." After a few moments, Duan Lingtian's throat moved. When he spoke again, his voice was extremely hoarse. His hoarse voice was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At the same time, terrifying killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body as though it was endless. "Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum? He's wearing the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It must be him. I heard that Duan Lingtian killed a martial Dao genius at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum 10 days ago. Since his opponent made the first move, he's not guilty. It's said that although his strength has yet to reach the quintessential saint stage, he can be considered as one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage." After confirming that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before them was indeed Duan Lingtian, a commotion broke out immediately. All of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. It was as though they were hunters who had spotted their prey. Currently, not only was Duan Lingtian a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he was also a celebrity in the entire Four Symbols Sanctums. For this reason, when they found out the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before them was Duan Lingtian, they were all extremely excited. Not only were the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples looking at him with interest, but some of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who did not come out earlier also came out of their residences and joined in the crowd to watch Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some sort of charm that attracted them. I've long heard that Elder Li and his senior brother Yuan Hong's Grand Master. Judging from senior brother Yuan Hong's actions, it seems like he's going to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson for his Grand Master. Senior brother Yuan Hong is an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he can only be considered as one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble today. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. The news of Duan Lingtian defeating the Black Turtle Sanctum's early quintessential saint stage disciple, Zhang Ji, had not spread to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Otherwise, they would not have thought so. In terms of strength, Zhang Ji was already half a step away from entering the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he had even mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. He was not someone Yuan Hong who had just broken through to the early quintessential saint stage could compare to. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were not the only ones who were unaware that Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Ji. Even Yuan Hong was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend Duan Lingtian no matter how bold he was. "We forced you to do this?" Due to his ignorance, Yuan Hong had a disdainful and mocking smile on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "So what if we forced you to do this? Don't tell me you're going to rebel against us. Today, not only are we going to torture Gu Li, but we're going to torture you as well. You can only blame yourself for being blind and offending my Grand Master." The moment Yuan Hong's words left his mouth, he made his move again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. "All of you deserve to die." Chapter 1944. Boom! After a few moments, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the Sun Saint energy had become so strong that it was comparable to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. This morning, Duan Lingtian had used this Sun Saint energy to fight with Zhang Ji, an early quintessential Saint stage disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Zhang Ji did not master a high-grade offensive divine ability, with his strength, he was confident he could defeat Zhang Ji. He would not have ended up in such a wretched state after defeating Zhang Ji. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian had entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to recuperate. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his spiritual energy and Sun Saint energy to recover to this extent. Although he had not fully recovered, it was more than enough to deal with Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong was only an ordinary early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. If Zhang Ji wanted to kill him, it would not take more than 10 moves. Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Zhang Ji. Naturally, he would not need more than 10 moves to kill Yuan Hong. Good. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he faced Yuan Hong, who was charging at him menacingly. The golden crow's wings on his back flapped, causing his speed to rise to its peak. He was even faster than Yuan Hong. What a fast speed! The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were shocked and they saw Duan Lingtian's speed. As bystanders, they saw Duan Lingtian and Yuan Hong charging at each other. However, they saw Duan Lingtian's speed was slightly faster than Yuan Hong's. This scene naturally shocked them as well. According to the news they had obtained, the fastest speed Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Gu Long, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was only comparable to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's current speed is comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were at the quintessential saint stage, so it was easy for them to see this. Duan Lingtian's speed is comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. The other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. It's only been 10 days. His speed actually increased so much? Heavens! Who can tell me what is going on? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength 10 days ago? It's possible. According to the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum, although Duan Lingtian's strength was almost at the early quintessential saint stage, he was still far from being able to threaten a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Therefore, when he fought with that Gu Long 10 days ago, it's very likely that he really did hide his strength. Actually, other than hiding his strength, there's another possibility. He must have made a breakthrough in the past 10 days and has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. While they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They kept talking about how Duan Lingtian had killed Gu Long, the martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, in the Black Turtle Sanctum 10 days ago. That battle had shown Duan Lingtian's strength to everyone. However, Duan Lingtian's strength from 10 days ago was nothing compared to the strength he had displayed now. They were not on the same level at all. How's this possible? At the same time, Yuan Kuang, who was holding Gu Li in one hand, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster than his brother's. Ha! Ha! Junior brother Lingtian. Good job. Gu Li also noticed this and laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with joy and joy. What are you laughing at? Upon hearing Gu Li's laughter, horror dawned on Yuan Kuang's face. He slapped Gu Li again, causing half of Gu Li's face to swell up even more. Hit me then. You won't be so smug for long. Unless you kill me, don't think you'll have an easy time. Gu Li, who was slapped again, threw up a mouthful of blood. He had a wicked smile on his face as he snarled. At this moment, all the gloominess in his heart was gone. All he felt was elation. Yuan Kuang was so angry that he slapped Gu Li a few more times. Although he was furious, he did not dare to really cripple or kill Gu Li. Let alone Yuan Kuang, even his brother, Yuan Hong, did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian, even though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his grand ancestor. This was because he was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Yuan Hong merely possessed a green innate spiritual root. If he violated the Zoroastrianism's rule of killing a fellow disciple, he would definitely be killed. At that time, even his master would not be able to save him. Although his master possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his master was his master, and he was his master. The two of them could not be confused. Unless his master possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, perhaps, he would be able to plead on his master's behalf. How's his speed so fast? When the onlookers discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster than Yuan Hong had also discovered this. Horror dawned on him immediately. Don't tell me he has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage? This thought appeared in Yuan Hong's mind at this moment. When Duan Lingtian killed Gu Long, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, 10 days ago, his cultivation base was only at the early exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed, he was certain Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage in these 10 days. It seems like he has indeed broken through. The strength and aura in his body is comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. This must be the benefit of the assist-type divine ability he mastered that's suspected to be a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, Yuan Hong thought of many things. An expression of jealousy appeared on his face when he thought of this. In Yuan Hong's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. A mere exemplary saint stage martial cultivator had already mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Yuan Hong, who had yet to master a single high-grade divine ability up until now. For this reason, Yuan Hong was extremely jealous of Duan Lingtian. He even hated Duan Lingtian to the core. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was extremely fast, Yuan Hong was not discouraged at all. The reason he's so fast is because of that high-grade movement divine ability. If it's not for that high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be far inferior to mine. Unless he's mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability as well. Otherwise, even if his strength is temporarily boosted by his assist-type divine ability and is comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for me. The moment Yuan Hong thought of this, he was filled with confidence. His speed might be faster than mine now, but it's still boosted by his assist-type divine ability. He'll only be able to last for a while before his strength returns to its original state. At the same time, his speed will return to its original state as well. Yuan Hong's eyes gleamed coldly as he charged toward Duan Lingtian without slowing down at all. He did not even stop for a moment. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yuan Hong swung his fist out as fast as he could. It seemed like a simple punch, but it contained an extraordinary aura. It contained the profundity of a martial tactic. When the punch was swung out, it carried the force of wind and thunder. It was as though it was earth-shattering as a vast energy swept toward Duan Lingtian. Looking at the power of this punch, even if it was a towering mountain, it would most likely be blown apart by it. Faced with Yuan Hong's earth-shattering punch, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the 100 inscription saint sword that he had obtained from Zhao Wu previously appeared in his hand. He swung the sword that contained the profundity of the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. The profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword gave Duan Lingtian's sword a force that was not inferior to an ordinary heaven-rank saint-grade martial tactics force. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's 100 inscription saint sword collided with Yuan Hong's fist. To be more precise, the vast energy surging from both of them collided with each other. In this collision, Duan Lingtian had used his 100 inscription saint weapon while Yuan Hong did not use his saint weapon. In other words, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, a vast and rolling energy swept out from the point where the sword and fist collided. A gust of violent wind swept out, causing the robes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples to flutter loudly. Many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not help but squint their eyes when they were blown by the violent wind. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yuan Hong stood there motionlessly, allowing the violent wind to wreak havoc on him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was sent flying. His face had turned pale in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, an uproar broke out in the crowd again. Initially, I thought Duan Lingtian's speed and strength are faster than senior brother Yuan Hong. I didn't expect him to be at a disadvantage even though he's using his 100 inscription saint sword while senior brother Yuan Hong is empty-handed in this head-on collision. Yuan Hong is an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian's speed is faster than Yuan Hong, that's because he has cast his high-grade movement divine ability. Based on the aura he's emitting, it's only comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. His strength is boosted by the assist-type divine ability that he cast. Once the effect of the assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll definitely revert to his original state. Once he reverts to his original state, he won't be able to defeat Yuan Hong anymore. Unless he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for senior brother Yuan Hong. When the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage, they began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their words, most of them were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Perhaps, he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, but he hasn't cast it yet? There was one as well. Chapter 1945. Impossible. When a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple heard someone saying that Duan Lingtian might have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he immediately refuted. Duan Lingtian's movement divine ability is definitely a high-grade divine ability. His assist-type divine ability that can raise his strength to such a level is most likely a high-grade divine ability as well. He's already considered lucky to have mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. It's very rare, but all of you are saying he might have mastered a 3rd high-grade divine ability? All of you must be thinking too much. Do you really think high-grade divine abilities are like cabbages in the market that you can get as many as you want? When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple reached the end of his sentence, his tone became a little heated. As soon as the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple finished speaking, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples agreed with him. That's right. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have mastered a 3rd high-grade divine ability. It's not easy to master a high-grade divine ability. Let's not talk about the others, just look at senior brother Yuan Hong. His cultivation base has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage, but he still hasn't mastered a single high-grade divine ability. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to lose. If he loses, he'll be in big trouble. Perhaps, senior brother Yuan Hong won't cripple or kill him because of the sex rules. However, he'll definitely torture him until he'll wish he was dead. It seems like senior brother Yuan Hong intends to avenge his grandmaster and gain his master's favor. Poor Duan Lingtian. He's going to become Yuan Hong's tool to gain his master's favor. Based on the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' words, it was obvious they felt Duan Lingtian was going to be defeated by Yuan Hong. Moreover, he would be humiliated and tortured by Yuan Hong. He would wish he was dead. The small group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who felt Duan Lingtian might have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability changed their stance when they heard the other disciples' words. However, there was still a small group of people who insisted on what they thought. Naturally, they could only think about it in their hearts. If he said it out loud, he would definitely be attacked by the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Seeing that Yuan Hong had sent Duan Lingtian flying with a single punch, Yuan Kuang was relieved. However, he did not forget to look at Gu Li, who was still in his hands. With a look of disdain, he said, "Gu Li, did you see that? So what if this Duan Lingtian is faster than my brother? Even if he has 100 inscription saint weapon, he's still no match for my brother in a head-on battle." Gu Li's expression was grave. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with worry in his eyes. "Junior brother Lingtian, use your high-grade movement divine ability to leave the Vermilion Bird Sanctum before the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off. Don't come back. At the very least, don't come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum again until you're stronger than Yuan Hong." At the same time, Gu Li hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, urging him to hurry. However, there was no response to his voice transmission. It was as though Duan Lingtian did not hear him at all. Gu Li immediately continued to send another voice transmission. However, he did not receive any response at all. What's junior brother Lingtian doing? Gu Li was so anxious that he almost broke his teeth from clenching them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian suddenly flapped his golden crow's wings, causing the surrounding air to be sucked away. Boom! 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 When the air was sucked away again, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air. Whoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow as he shot up into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Guli sighed in relief. He thought Duan Lingtian had listened to him and was preparing to leave the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Trying to run away? Yuan Hong smiled coldly and soared into the sky as well. He chased after Duan Lingtian and disappeared into the horizon as well, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Let's go. Let's go up and have a look. At the same time, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples also prepared to fly up into the sky to watch the show. However, as soon as they made their move, they stopped moving before they could fly up into the sky. All of them were dumbfounded as they stared at the sky. To be more precise, they were staring at the clouds in the sky. Behind the clouds, Duan Lingtian, whom they thought had escaped, appeared. Moreover, that was not all. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was carrying a person in his hand. Upon closer inspection, was that not Yuan Hong? At this moment, Yuan Hong, who had 3 bloody holes on his body, was still bleeding profusely, had fainted again. He was being carried by Duan Lingtian as though he was an item. It was obvious that Yuan Hong had merely fainted because he was still breathing. Amidst the dead silence, Yuan Hong's heavy breathing was exceptionally loud. The scene of Duan Lingtian carrying Yuan Hong as though he was an item was extremely familiar to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At the same time, many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples instinctively looked at Yuan Kuang, who was standing nearby, and Guli, who was being carried by Yuan Kuang. No matter how they looked at it, they felt Duan Lingtian was imitating Yuan Hong. How's this possible? However, most of them were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Lingtian's strength was even higher than Yuan Hong's. Otherwise, how could Yuan Hong be defeated by him? Brother! Yuan Kuang, who was being carried by Duan Lingtian like an item, cried out in disbelief when he saw Yuan Hong had fainted. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so powerful to be able to subdue his brother, Yuan Hong. Don't tell me he has mastered another high-grade offensive divine ability? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they confirmed another matter. Duan Lingtian had indeed mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to subdue Yuan Hong. What a freak! He has actually mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. In fact, he's only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. If he possesses a green innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. What a pity! It's indeed a pity. A person with a yellow innate spiritual root would most likely not be able to enter the quintessential saint stage. Even if he's lucky enough to enter the quintessential saint stage, he'll never be able to break through to the saint celestial stage. On the other hand, a person with a green innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the saint celestial stage and become a true powerhouse in Zoroastrianism. If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base can break through to the saint celestial stage, ordinary saint celestial stage powerhouses would not be a match for him with the 3 divine abilities he has mastered. What a pity! He's just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene mentioned Duan Lingtian's yellow innate spiritual root, they shook their heads and felt it was a pity. A person who had mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Anyone would feel pity for such a person. Let go. As Duan Lingtian descended from the sky while carrying the unconscious Yuan Hong, he glared at Yuan Kuang coldly and shouted. As soon as he shouted, Duan Lingtian's left eye, the strange pupil, flashed as a dragon-shaped soul attack shot out. It entered Yuan Kuang's body and slammed into his soul, causing his soul to tremble. As his soul trembled, Yuan Kuang instinctively let go of Gu Li's hand. As soon as Yuan Kuang let go of his hand, Gu Li regained his freedom. Nobody was restricting the saint energy in his body anymore. Junior brother Ling Tian. After regaining his freedom, Gu Li did not lose his mind due to the pleasant surprise. He immediately flew out and only heaved a sigh of relief when he appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He knew he was out of danger. Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base was only at the intermediate divine saint stage. Due to this reason, the soul attack he cast with his current soul was not enough to destroy Yuan Kuang's soul. Yuan Kuang was a bona fide exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. His soul was much more powerful than Duan Lingtian's. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill Yuan Kuang when he cast his soul attack. He only wanted to distract Yuan Kuang so he could free Gu Li. Although Duan Lingtian knew Yuan Kuang did not dare to kill Gu Li, he did not want to see Gu Li being controlled by Yuan Kuang. It would be extremely passive to him, and he did not like being passive. After a while, Yuan Kuang regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he realized Gu Li had disappeared from his hand. Horror dawned on him immediately. After taking a deep breath, Yuan Kuang looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, let go of my brother." "Let go of your brother? Why should I let him go?" Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. However, his smile was evil no matter how one looked at it. It caused chills to run up Yuan Kuang's spine. "What can you do if I don't let you go? Don't tell me you dare to kill my brother?" Yuan Kuang said in a deep voice. "You're right. I want to kill your brother." Duan Lingtian sneered. "You won't be able to live if you kill my brother." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yuan Kuang's eyes widened as he said coldly, "Don't forget the rules of Zoroastrianism." Crack. As soon as the words rules left Yuan Kuang's mouth, a crisp sound resonated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had broken Yuan Hong's neck with a raise of his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian broke Yuan Hong's neck, he did not forget to slash his sword twice. The first slash destroyed Yuan Hong's soul. The second slash pierced Yuan Hong's heart. At this moment, even if a deity descended from the heavens, he would not be able to save Yuan Hong since he was already dead. The moment Yuan Hong was killed, the scene fell into a dead silence. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene were dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to disregard the rules of Zoroastrianism and kill someone. After a while, Yuan Kuang, who was pale with shock and disbelief, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. His voice trembled as he said, You actually dared to kill my brother? You're dead. You're dead." When Yuan Kuang reached the end of his sentence, he shouted angrily. Chapter 1946. Not only do I dare to kill your brother, but I dare to kill you as well. After killing Yuan Hong, Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Kuang with killing intent in his eyes. It sent chills down Yuan Kuang's spine. At that moment, Yuan Kuang realized that his body had stiffened involuntarily from fear. When he saw Duan Lingtian raising his hand and tossing his brother's body to him, Yuan Kuang, who was distracted, finally suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly caught Yuan Hong's body. "Let's go." As soon as Yuan Kuang caught Yuan Hong's body, he recalled Duan Lingtian's words and no longer dared to say anything. He thought to himself as he hastily prepared to leave with his brother's body. Whoosh! However, just as Yuan Kuang was about to leave with Yuan Hong's body, the area within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian was covered by a layer of golden light in just a blink of an eye. It blocked the sight of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At this moment, due to the existence of Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, Yuan Kuang was also covered by the golden light. He disappeared before the vermilion bird sanctum's disciples' eyes, causing them to be unable to see what was going on inside. Earlier, Duan Lingtian said he wants to kill Yuan Kuang. Not only did he kill Yuan Hong, but he also wants to kill Yuan Kuang. It seems like Duan Lingtian has nothing left to lose. He knows he'll be sentenced to death for killing Yuan Hong, so he doesn't care about killing Yuan Kuang. The Yuan brothers deserve this for offending such a ruthless person who doesn't care about his life. Duan Lingtian is too ruthless. The vermilion bird sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of dread could be heard in their voices. Duan Lingtian was a ruthless person. This was what they all agreed on. Senior brother Guli, I'll send you out first. After condensing the 10,000 swords territory, before Duan Lingtian could kill Yuan Kuang, he looked at Guli who was standing next to him and said to Guli. After informing Guli, Duan Lingtian immediately activated the vast Sun Saint energy in his body. Before Guli could react, he sent Duan Lingtian out of the 100-meter radius of the 10,000 swords domain. In the next instant, Guli's figure appeared in front of the vermilion bird sanctum's disciples, attracting their attention. It's him. Duan Lingtian seems to be standing up for him. What is his relationship with Duan Lingtian? The group of vermilion bird sanctum's disciples who could not see the situation inside the 10,000 swords territory shifted their attention to Guli, causing him to become the focus of everyone's attention since he was easily injured. Based on the way Duan Lingtian addressed him, it seems like he called him senior brother. I remember him. At that time, I was in the same batch as Duan Lingtian to join Zoroastrianism. However, he went to the Black Turtle Sanctum, and I went to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. At that time, I remember he was with Guli. Then, does this mean Guli has a close relationship with Duan Lingtian before he joined Zoroastrianism? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you hear Guli address Duan Lingtian as junior brother? Before they joined Zoroastrianism, it's very likely that they were brothers from the same sect. If that's the case, it's no wonder Duan Lingtian was so angry that he even killed Yuan Hong. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again. Based on their words, they did not agree with Duan Lingtian's impulsive act of killing Yuan Hong. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's actions were akin to seeking death. Since he had violated the Zoroastrianism's rule and killed his fellow disciple, it was very likely that he would pay with his life. Junior brother Lingtian. However, Guli who was sent out did not pay attention to the people around him. When he regained his senses, horror dawned on him. Based on what Duan Lingtian had said to Yuan Kuang, naturally, he could guess the reason why Duan Lingtian had sent him out was because he did not want to be a burden to him. If he was also in Duan Lingtian's territory when Yuan Kuang died, he would undoubtedly become a suspect. He would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. In the 10,000 swords territory, Duan Lingtian walked toward Yuan Kuang in the air. Bang! 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 With every step, Yuan Kuang felt as though a huge rock had smashed into his chest. His expression changed drastically, and his breathing involuntarily quickened. His heartbeat continued to accelerate. You! What are you trying to do? Faced with Duan Lingtian who was walking toward him in the air, Yuan Kuang held Yuan Hong's body and retreated. Fear was written all over his face. What can I do? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about something insignificant. No. You can't do that. If you kill me, you'll be violating the sect's rules. Zoroastrianism will never let you go. Yuan Kuang said to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. Fear was written all over his face as he narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that I'm not violating the Zoroastrianism's rules if I kill your brother? Upon hearing Yuan Kuang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer before he said disdainfully, to Zoroastrianism, there's no difference between killing Yuan Hong and killing both of you. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Yuan Kuang's face. He knew he was in big trouble. At this moment of life and death, Yuan Kuang's expression changed rapidly. In the end, he kneeled in the air and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian. Duan. Senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian, please let me go. I'm willing to apologize to senior brother Gu Li. As long as you don't kill me, senior brother Gu Li can take revenge on me however he wants. I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Senior brother Lingtian, as long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to testify that it was my brother, Yuan Hong, who wanted to kill you. You killed him out of self-defense. He deserves to die. As long as I testify for you, you won't be violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. In order to survive, Yuan Kuang did not hesitate to betray his own brother. Although Yuan Hong wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rules. Therefore, he had never thought of killing Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. A hint of disgust flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Yuan Kuang's words. Although Yuan Hong did not hold back when he attacked Duan Lingtian, there was not much killing intent. It was obvious he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Yuan Hong did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid of violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. After all, the Zoroastrianism's rules forbade the killing of fellow disciples. However, even though Yuan Hong was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rules, it did not mean Duan Lingtian was afraid of it as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Yuan Kuang humiliating Gu Li, he had already sentenced the Yuan brothers to death in his heart. Now that Yuan Hong was dead, Yuan Kuang was the only one left. You'll have to bear the consequences of your actions. There's no exception. When Duan Lingtian saw how Yuan Kuang was willing to betray his own brother in order to survive, he no longer bothered to waste his breath on him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately killed Yuan Kuang before Yuan Kuang could even react. It was a simple, direct, and violent move. Even Yuan Hong, who was at the early quintessential saint stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Yuan Kuang, who was only at the intermediate exemplary saint stage, was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. Huo Lao. After killing the Yuan brothers, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Huo Lao. He wanted Huo Lao to guide his divine consciousness to the depths of the Yuan brothers' souls so that he could locate their innate spiritual roots. He wanted to devour the Yuan brothers' innate spiritual roots. Currently, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. The Yuan brothers could only blame themselves for being unlucky when they came to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind to kill the Yuan brothers not because he was interested in their innate spiritual roots, but because he wanted to avenge Gu Li. As for the idea of devouring the Yuan brothers' innate spiritual roots, it only came to him when he was fighting with Yuan Hong. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to take the risk of violating the Zoroastrianism's rule and killed Yuan Hong in front of everyone. After killing Yuan Hong, he killed Yuan Kuang as well. His innate spiritual root is dark green. Huo Lao guided Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness into Yuan Hong's soul. As soon as it entered Yuan Hong's soul, it told Duan Lingtian about the grade of Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root. A dark green innate spiritual root was the best green innate spiritual root. It's the same as my innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Huo Lao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. If Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root was too bad, he was not sure if his innate spiritual root would be able to improve to a blue innate spiritual root after devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root. Now that he heard Huo Lao's words, he was filled with confidence. There's also Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was not only going to devour Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, but he was also going to devour Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. After devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root underwent a huge transformation as well. Your innate spiritual root has turned light green. Congratulations, your innate spiritual root is now a blue innate spiritual root. Huo Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. Blue innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had undergone another transformation. It was no longer a green innate spiritual root. Now, my speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is more than twice as fast as before. As Duan Lingtian tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, he could clearly feel the improvement in his innate talent. This was a substantial improvement. It was clear and real. This improvement gave Duan Lingtian a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1947. After devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. However, there were no obvious changes to his innate spiritual root after he devoured Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root was also a green innate spiritual root, it was nothing compared to his blue innate spiritual root. There was no doubt it would be a long road ahead for his blue innate spiritual root to transform. Devouring a green innate spiritual root was just a drop in the bucket. Whoosh! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory and appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian withdrew his territory, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did not pay any attention to him. Instead, their attention was on the two corpses that were falling from the sky. Bang! Bang! The two corpses fell to the ground with a loud thud. In the next instant, the entire place fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian told Guli through voice transmission that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had come looking for trouble with him. He also told him the purpose of his visit and taught him the secret method that could resist the soul-searching secret tactic to Guli, junior brother Ling Tian, you'd better run now. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape when the enforcement elders from our Vermilion Bird Sanctum arrive. Guli urged Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anxiety. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian had challenged the authority of Zoroastrianism by killing Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. How could the Zoroastrianism let Duan Lingtian go? Don't worry, senior brother Guli. I have a way to deal with this matter. In the face of Guli's urging, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. Instead, he responded to Guli with a confident smile. This caused Guli to be stunned again. Where did his junior brother Ling Tian get his confidence from? Killing fellow disciples in Zoroastrianism was no small matter. At the same time, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ruthlessness was engraved in their hearts. This Duan Lingtian is really capable of doing anything. Even Yuan Kuang was killed by him. Ruthless. Too ruthless. I can't believe such a ruthless person would appear in the Black Turtle Sanctum. As far as I know, he was already a ruthless person before he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, by killing Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. However, no matter how ruthless he is, he's going to die today. Killing fellow disciples is not a small matter. He'll have to pay with his life. Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them agreed that Duan Lingtian was going to die today. He would most likely have to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. It's a pity his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. If he possesses an innate spiritual root that's blue or above, coupled with the 3 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered, the higher-ups would only punish him symbolically even if he kills a few more people, let alone the Yuan brothers. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was confirmed to be a yellow innate spiritual root when he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, he'll definitely die today. It's such a pity that such a genius who's good at comprehending and has mastered high-grade divine abilities is going to be executed soon. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again. Not many of them thought Duan Lingtian would survive. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will escape when he knows he's going to die. Although the chances of him escaping are slim, if he doesn't escape, he won't be able to survive at all. If I were him, I'd definitely take a gamble even if I know the chances of escaping are slim. As long as I win, I'll be able to live a comfortable life. It seems like he has no intention of escaping at all. Amidst the discussions, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. However, they discovered Duan Lingtian had been standing there for a long time. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of leaving at all. In the next instant, they were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Lingtian flew out. However, he did not leave the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Instead, he flew and landed in front of the Tertius house where Yuan Hong stayed before he sat down at the stone table in the small courtyard. Duan Lingtian sat there quietly as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, a Vermilion Bird Sanctum Silver Flame Elder arrived. Elder Wu. Elder Wu. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw this Silver Flame Elder, they quickly bowed at him. None of them dared to show any disrespect at all. The person who arrived was a fat old man. His short stature made him look as fat as a ball. His chubby face, in particular, was so small that only a pair of small eyes could be seen. However, it was precisely this fat old man's small eyes that were sharper and more spirited than anyone else's eyes. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Enforcement Elder? When everyone bowed at the fat old man, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the other party's identity. Under the signal of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Wu Yi discovered the Yuan brothers' bodies. His chubby face turned grave immediately, and his small eyes gleamed coldly. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Under the signal of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Wu Yi shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian sitting there leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, he was instantly enraged. "Stand up!" After taking a deep breath, Wu Yi suddenly shouted and asked Duan Lingtian to stand up. His tone was dignified and contained an unquestionable meaning. Upon hearing Wu Yi's shout, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not help but feel chills running down their spines. They knew very well that although this enforcement elder of their Vermilion Bird Sanctum seemed harmless, he was actually extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the enforcement elder of their Vermilion Bird Sanctum. "Junior brother Ling Tian, he's the enforcement elder of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi. He seems harmless, but that's not the case at all. You should try to go along with him. Otherwise, who knows what he'll do." Gu Li immediately reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with worry. When Duan Lingtian heard Wu Yi's shout, he narrowed his eyes and stood up at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Then, he left the small courtyard and stepped into the air. When Duan Lingtian arrived near Wu Yi, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Elder Wu Yi. I dare not accept your greetings. Faced with Duan Lingtian's greeting, Wu Yi's expression softened a little. However, his tone was still as domineering as before. I'm the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi. I came here today to investigate the death of my Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. You, Duan Lingtian, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, have disregarded our Zoroastrianism's rules and killed the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. Do you admit to your crimes? When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed as a terrifying aura emitted from his body. The aura that contained a powerful and oppressive force swept out like a tidal wave toward Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary person, their expression would have changed when they saw Wu Yi's aura. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved like a mountain. He was not affected at all. A hint of surprise appeared in the depth of Wu Yi's eyes when he saw this. Elder Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, let's not talk about whether I admit to my crimes or not. I don't think you can decide what happened today, right? After all, I'm not a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yi and said nonchalantly. There was a rule in the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If a disciple from any of the sanctums committed a crime, only the enforcement elder from that sanctum could decide what to do. The enforcement elders from the other sanctums could only decide what to do with the disciples from their own sanctums. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian had come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to kill someone and violated the Zoroastrianism's rules, the enforcement elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum would be the one to decide what crime he was charged with. You know the rules. When Wu Yi heard Duan Lingtian's words, he snorted and said, Before I came here, I've already asked another Silver Flame Elder from our Vermilion Bird Sanctum to invite the enforcement elder from your Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Guoxiong will be here soon. Guoxiong was the enforcement elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone present, including Wu Yi, he turned around and continued to swagger into the Secundus house where Yuan Hong lived when he was still alive. Not only that, he also closed the door behind him. Then, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Elder Wu Yi, when Elder Guoxiong arrives, let me know. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene was dumbfounded. Was he not a little too bold? On the other hand, the enforcement elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi, was so enraged that his chubby face trembled. His small eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed many times over. Junior brother Lingtian, even though Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian and was familiar with him, when he saw Duan Lingtian's bold actions, he felt like Duan Lingtian had become a stranger. He could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Naturally, he was not like the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. In his opinion, since his junior brother Lingtian dared to do this, he must be confident. However, he did not know what kind of confidence he had. On the other hand, when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong received the news and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elderly and had also received the news and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum almost at the same time as Guoxiong. Chapter 1948. How could it not be ugly? Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He was second only to one person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Even in the entire four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, he was still considered one of the top figures. However, someone like him was continuously provoked by a new disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum and had just joined the Zoroastrianism. At the very least, in Li An's opinion, it was a blatant provocation. In Li An's opinion, this was the greatest insult to him. The first time, the new disciple had killed his best friend's son in front of him. The second time, the new disciple had killed his prospective direct disciple. The third time, the new disciple had killed his grand disciple. How could he tolerate this? This was especially so when he found out his grand disciple had offended Duan Lingtian because he wanted to avenge him. Lian was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill Yuan Hong and his younger brother one after another? I'd like to see how you're going to keep your lowly life this time. When Lian arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, his expression was grave, and his eyes were cold. In his opinion, this time, Duan Lingtian was dead meat. Put aside the fact that Yuan Hong might not have wanted to kill him, even if he did, he would have killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense. However, what about Yuan Hong's younger brother? Based on the information he had obtained, Yuan Hong's younger brother, Yuan Kuang, did not make a move against Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian had killed Yuan Kuang for no reason other than killing a fellow disciple. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had to pay with his life for Yuan Kuang's. Elder Guoxiong, I don't think you're going to rule that Duan Lingtian is innocent like last time, right? Lian asked after he caught up to Guoxiong. His eyes flashed when he arrived next to Guoxiong. Humph. Guoxiong, who had come because Duan Lingtian had killed the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, had a gloomy expression when he heard Lian's words. Elder Lian, are you questioning the fairness of the ruling I made last time? Since you feel that my previous ruling was unfair, why don't you appeal to the altar master? As he spoke, Guoxiong's voice became colder and colder, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. I just want to remind Elder Guoxiong that some people don't always kill based on reason. Today, even if Duan Lingtian killed Yuan Hong in self-defense, the crime of killing Yuan Kuang is enough for him to be executed. Lian said indifferently. As he spoke, his tone turned cold. Elder Lian, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, I, Guoxiong, know what I'm doing. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Guoxiong said in a deep voice. From his words, he did not give Lian any face. Humph. Lian's expression turned grave when he saw Guoxiong did not give him any face. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. Following that, Lian's body flashed as he sped up and headed to the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples ahead of Guoxiong. At the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, more and more Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples walked out of their respective residences. They only had one purpose in coming out, and that was to join in the fun. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the sky above the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residences was filled with a few thousand people. At this moment, these people, led by the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi, were surrounding a Secundus house as they discussed among themselves. At this moment, the door of the Secundus house was tightly shut, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, is so fierce. He still dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi after killing Yuan Hong. He even entered Yuan Hong's residence to rest in front of elder Wu Yi. Duan Lingtian is really rebellious. Does he really think the rules of our Zoroastrianism are dead? No matter what he did, he'll definitely die today. As for his seemingly valiant behavior, perhaps he just wants to indulge himself before he dies. That makes sense. I think he's just going for broke. He's not afraid of anything anymore. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They knew Duan Lingtian was going to be executed soon. Humph. If it's not for the rule of our Zoroastrianism's four symbols sanctums, which states that the enforcement elders of one of the sanctums are not allowed to punish the disciples of another sanctum, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have survived until now. Can't you see how dark Elder Wu Yi's expression is? He's really angered by Duan Lingtian this time. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder should be arriving soon. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder arrives, it'll be time for Duan Lingtian to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. I really want to see if Duan Lingtian can still be so arrogant at that time. As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, the expression of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, Wuxia, darkened. Although his face was full of fat, one could see that his expression was extremely ugly. One could see how furious he was. Ever since Wuxia became the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, this was his first time seeing such an arrogant Zoroastrianism disciple. After killing his fellow disciple, he actually acted as though nothing had happened. He even completely disregarded him, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. After this matter is over, I'll look for the Sanctum leader and ask him to look for the Hall Master of the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall to change the rules of the Four Symbols Sanctums. When an Outer Sanctum's disciple killed someone in the Four Symbols Sanctums, I, the enforcement elder of the Four Symbols Sanctums, can't even uphold justice for the deceased. It's so humiliating to be an enforcement elder like this. Wuxia muttered to himself. In the end, he felt extremely humiliated. Naturally, it was not as if he had never encountered an Outer Sanctum's disciple committing a crime in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum before. However, although he could not punish those Outer Sanctum's disciples, they would still act like a mouse that had seen a cat when they saw him. He enjoyed the feeling of a cat catching a mouse very much. However, today, Duan Lingtian had completely disregarded him. Not only did he not enjoy the feeling of a cat catching a mouse, but he also felt extremely humiliated. As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, he could only watch as an Outer Sanctum's disciple who killed his fellow disciple acted so freely under his nose. However, he could not do anything about it. Humiliating. Unbearable. Furious. These were the emotions Wuxia, the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, felt at the moment. Junior brother Lingtian, as a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple, Guli, naturally, stood among the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. When he looked at the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he was confident in him. However, based on the current situation, it was extremely disadvantageous for Duan Lingtian. He's Guli. Duan Lingtian killed the Yuan brothers because of him? Speaking of which, he's quite a pitiful person. He was always bullied by the Yuan brothers. Now that the Yuan brothers are dead, he can be considered to have escaped from the clutches of the devil. He's fine, but that junior brother Lingtian of his is going to be executed today. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder arrives, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Currently, Guli had become the center of attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Upon hearing the words of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Guli became even more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. No matter how lively it was outside, there was no one in the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong. Naturally, it was not completely empty. In an inconspicuous corner, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust stood there. Inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, or to be more precise, in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a person was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. How fast? With my current cultivation speed, I'll only need 5 months to make a breakthrough even if I cultivate in the Secundus house. 5 months in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is only half a month in the outside world. In other words, I'll only need half a month in the outside world to successfully break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He had entered the Secundus house to sense his current cultivation speed. After all, he no longer possessed a green innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. Although my blue innate spiritual root is only light blue, with the help of the time flow on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, my current cultivation speed is comparable to a monstrous genius with a light blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, Even if I cultivate in the Secundus house, with the help of the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my current cultivation environment is comparable to the Primus house. Of course, if I can cultivate in the Primus house, my cultivation speed will also be improved further. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. It's almost time. Elder Guoxiong should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and put it away. Then, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the Secundus house and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, outside the Secundus house, a figure moved swiftly and arrived next to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu De in just a blink of an eye. Elder Wu De. The person greeted Wu De. Elder Lian. In the face of the greeting, Wood also responded, but he didn't show any flattery. He was the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. His strength was in no way inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. Even if he was not as strong as Lian, he was not too far off. For this reason, he was very casual even when he was facing Lian, its elder Lian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian. Lian's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. What about Duan Lingtian? Chapter 1949. When Wu Yi heard Lian's question, if he did not know about the conflict between Lian and Duan Lingtian, he would have cursed out loud. Were all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples so arrogant? How dare he disregard him, the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's territory? He's in the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong. He said he'll come out when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong arrives. When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed coldly. His fat face was contorted, showing just how angry he was at this moment. What? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Lian's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily, "Who does he think he is? He's just a sinner who has violated the sect's rules. How dare he be so presumptuous?" As soon as Lian finished speaking, before Wu Yi and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could react, he had already made his move at lightning speed. Boom! Lian casually raised his hand and slapped forward. A vast and nearly invisible energy instantly transformed into a palm print. The palm print tore through the air and caused a loud bang as it ruthlessly landed on the second-class house in front of him. Rumble! As a series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air, the Secundus house suddenly collapsed and turned into ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. From afar, one could feel chills running up one's spine. How ruthless! Upon seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shuddered. They did not expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian to be so ruthless. He destroyed the Secundus house in just one move. Elder Lian. Upon seeing this, Wu Yi's expression turned grave as he glared at Lian angrily. Whether it was Lian destroying the Secundus house in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residence or abusing his authority, he was displeased. Although he was displeased by Duan Lingtian's actions, he did not think of abusing his authority. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a mere Duan Lingtian to survive in his hands. As the law-enforcing elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi was just like any other person. He would get angry because of all kinds of unpleasant things, but he had his own principles. In Zoroastrianism, everything was done according to the rules. This was Wu Yi's principle. "Don't worry, I didn't kill him," Lian said calmly. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he was not so impulsive as to kill Duan Lingtian in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. He made a move because he didn't want to make things too easy for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian dared to be so arrogant was definitely because he knew that he was going to die, so he wanted to be complacent and enjoy himself before he died. Duan Lingtian wanted to enjoy it, but he wouldn't let him. Don't you like to rest? Let's see how you're going to rest after I destroy the house. Lian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ruins shook a few times, and then an angry and cold voice came out. Boom! Following that, another loud sound reverberated in the air as the ruins exploded. A person rose up into the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had a grave expression on his face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was covered in dust since he had just come out from the ruins. Duan Lingtian, how dare you call me by my name when you see me? Do you know that you've violated the Zoroastrianism's rule of not respecting your elders? Lian said coldly. A hint of satisfaction could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's wretched state. Based on his words, he was directly saying Duan Lingtian did not respect his elders. Humph. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but snort coldly. He retorted, if I'm not mistaken, there's also a rule in Zoroastrianism that the elders in the sect are not allowed to bully the weak. You've already put aside your pride to bully the weak, and you still want me to respect you? Is there something wrong with your head, or are you an idiot to begin with? Duan Lingtian had been suppressing the anger in his heart for a long time when Lian destroyed his room. Now that he heard Lian say that he did not respect his elders, he could not hold it in any longer and exploded. He did not respect his elders and bullied the weak. How could he still have the cheek to say he did not respect his elders? Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he felt much better. However, while his anger was appeased, Lian's anger was not. Idiot. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Then, all eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian, causing him to become the center of attention. These gazes came from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, admiration, and surprise. All in all, when Duan Lingtian said the word idiot to Lian, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene had different thoughts. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was going all out. Since he knew he was going to die, he wanted to enjoy himself before he was executed. There were also some people who admired Duan Lingtian. They did not know why Duan Lingtian dared to act so boldly. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. When Lian looked at Duan Lingtian again, an awe-inspiring killing intent rose from his body, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, he felt as though his lungs were about to explode because of Duan Lingtian. Ever since he became a Zoroastrianism's elder, who else would dare to call him an idiot in front of him? Duan Lingtian, an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, actually dared to call him an idiot. This made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. What? Elder Lian, are you angry now? Duan Lingtian was amused when he saw how angry Lian was. He said nonchalantly, I don't think I've said anything wrong. Why don't we ask Elder Wu Yi to be the judge of this? As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, I'm sure he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism better than both of us. Why don't we ask him to tell us who provoked who first today? Who's at fault? Lian was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. After all, he was the one who instigated the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. If you respect me, I'll respect you tenfold. When Duan Lingtian saw that Lian did not reply, he continued to say, I, Duan Lingtian, always have a clear conscience. Naturally, now that I'm in Zoroastrianism, I'll definitely abide by the rules of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian's first sentence was still acceptable. Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples secretly gave him a thumbs up. As for the last sentence, it made everyone's expression become a little strange. Duan Lingtian said he would abide by the rules of Zoroastrianism? What a joke! Could it be that he did not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism when he killed Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang earlier? Was he abiding by the rules of Zoroastrianism? Due to Duan Lingtian's actions earlier, the people present on the scene scoffed at his second sentence. Duan Lingtian is too shameless. How can he say something like that? That's right. If he abides by the rules of Zoroastrianism, he wouldn't have killed Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. It's still fine if it's Yuan Hong since he killed them out of self-defense. However, what about Yuan Kuang? From the beginning until the end, Yuan Kuang did not even make a move against him. However, he still killed Yuan Kuang. It's fine if other people say this, but Duan Lingtian is the most ridiculous person in the world when he said this. Based on his actions, it seems like he's just venting his emotions. It seems like he's also aware that he's running out of time. Since the Black Turtle Sanctum's elder Lian is here, I'm afraid the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong will be here soon. Most of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples glanced at Duan Lingtian before they shook their heads. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not have much time left, so he was being so self-indulgent. Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After all, no matter what, you'll definitely die today. Lian snorted coldly as though he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. He no longer said anything to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stood quietly at the side with his eyes closed as he waited for the arrival of the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. When Duan Lingtian saw Lian had fallen silent, he no longer continued to speak. He retracted his cold gaze from Lian. Soon after, the scene became quiet again. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. After a few breaths. Whoosh! A soft voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present, causing them to raise their heads and look into the distance. They saw an old figure flying toward them at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, the figure landed next to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi. It was a person wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder's uniform. It's the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Guoxiong? The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples immediately shifted their attention to the newcomer. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the newcomer and narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid at all. In fact, in the Four Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism, as a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Guoxiong, the enforcement elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, had the right to sentence him to death based on the severity of his crime. Elder Guoxiong. When Wu Yi saw Guoxiong, his eyes lit up as though he had seen his savior. Elder Guoxiong, you came at the right time. Now, you can make your decision and sentence Duan Lingtian to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. Lian said to Guoxiong directly. Based on his words, it was as though he was giving an order. He really wanted to see Duan Lingtian sentenced to death, so he did not realize he had overstepped his boundaries. When Wu Yi heard Lian's words, he could not help but frown even though he was not involved. As the person involved, Guoxiong's expression darkened immediately. He said rudely to Lian, Elder Lian, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Chapter 1950. This was not Lian's first time being treated so rudely by Guoxiong. Please search for the most complete. Damn. However, being humiliated by Guoxiong in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Although he was furious, he did not show it on his face. At the very least, it was not appropriate for him to show it at this moment. Who knew if Guoxiong would rule in Duan Lingtian's favor if he fell out with Guoxiong? Although according to the Zoroastrianism's rules, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed, who knew if Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, would side with him? In order to witness Duan Lingtian's death, he chose to endure it for now. Based on this, one could see how much he wanted Duan Lingtian to be killed. Duan Lingtian. After Guoxiong retracted his gaze from Lian, he immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, "I heard you killed 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples." When Guoxiong asked Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian replied without hesitation. Why? Guoxiong asked again. Although everything was going according to procedure, his voice gradually turned colder. Yuan Hong wanted to kill me, so I killed him out of self-defense. Duan Lingtian said in a timely manner. As for Yuan Kuang, although he didn't make a move on me, he threatened my friend's life in an attempt to interfere with my fight with Yuan Hong. In my opinion, he's an accomplice of Yuan Hong. Both of them wanted to kill me, so I killed him out of self-defense as well. His words were said fluently as though he had rehearsed it countless times. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. After a while, many people began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too shameless?" Indeed, he's shameless. It can be said that he killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense. However, Yuan Kuang did not make a move on him at all, and he actually found such an excuse to say he killed Yuan Kuang out of self-defense. What a joke! Does he really think the enforcement elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum are so easily deceived? Do you think they believe everything he says? In my opinion, not only does he think the Black Turtle Sanctum's Duan Lingtian, but he also thinks our Vermilion Bird. In the beginning, the group, the Vermilion Bird Sanctums, the Vermilion, ver mildly, the Vermilion as well. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong heard the words of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, his expression turned grave immediately. Elder Gua Duan Lingtian, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. I've already investigated what happened today. It's true that Yuan Hong launched a sneak attack on him, but I can't be sure if he intended to kill him or not. At the same time, Wu Yi, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, looked at Gua Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's just assume that Yuan Hong tried to kill Duan Lingtian and was killed by him out of self-defense. However, based on my investigation, Yuan Kuang did not threaten his friend's life. It's not difficult to verify this. We can ask his friend to swear on the lightning penalty oath, and the truth will be revealed. I believe he can confirm if Yuan Kuang threatened his friend's life to interfere with Duan Lingtian." When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples nearby and found Gu Li. When Gu Li heard Wu Yi's words and saw Wu Yi looking at him, horror dawned on him. He was not afraid of death. If he could exchange his life for his junior brother Ling Tian's safety, he would be more than happy to do so. However, if he swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Wu Yi's words, not only would he die from the lightning penalty, but he would also implicate his junior brother Ling Tian. At that time, everyone would be able to confirm that Duan Lingtian did not kill Yuan Kuang out of self-defense. According to the Zoroastrianism's rule, killing a fellow disciple for no reason was a capital offense. Elder Wu Yi, there's no need for that. When Duan Lingtian saw everyone, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong, had shifted their attention to Gu Li, he quickly interjected. As soon as he spoke, he stopped Wu Yi. "What? Do you admit that you killed your fellow disciple?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yi shifted his gaze from Gu Li to Duan Lingtian and smirked coldly. Lian stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being executed. Elder Wu Yi, I didn't admit to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian, if you don't admit to it, just ask your friend to do as Elder Wu Yi said. At that time, the truth will be revealed. At this moment, Guoxiong was furious. Elder Guoxiong, there's no need to rush. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he transmitted his voice to Guoxiong. This sentence caused Guoxiong's eyes to widen in shock. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. However, at the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen on Guoxiong's face. In the end, he turned to look at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu Yi and transmitted his voice to Wu Yi. Immediately, Wu Yi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, he also revealed a somewhat suspicious expression. Huh? Just when everyone, including Lian, noticed that there was something wrong with the two law-enforcing elders' expressions, Li An's expression changed. Whoosh! 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 The air rippled as a wave of scorching and vast flame energy surged out from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu Yi's body. In the end, it consolidated into a flame territory. The flame territory was like a gigantic beast that swallowed Wu Yi, Guoxiong, and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, only a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 meters was left in front of everyone's eyes. The huge fireball continued to burn as it hovered in the air, blocking everyone's sight. What's Wu Yi doing? Lian could not help but frown when he saw this. Even if they wanted to execute Duan Lingtian, according to the rules, they would have to make a verbal judgment first, right? For some reason, an ominous feeling rose in Lian's heart. Moreover, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lian even wanted to barge into Wu Yi's flame territory to see what he and Guoxiong were up to. However, in the end, he resisted the urge. Naturally, he could do that. However, the consequences were not something he could bear. At that time, as long as Wu Yi and Guoxiong reported him to the Saint Lan's Enforcement Hall, he would not be able to get away scot-free even if he was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. As the enforcement elders of the Four Symbols Sanctums, Wu Yi and Guoxiong were directly under the Saint Lan's Enforcement Hall. What are Elder Wu Yi and Elder Guoxiong doing? Are they going to execute Duan Lingtian? Even if they want to execute Duan Lingtian, according to the rules, they would have to make a verbal judgment first, right? Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's shamelessness has angered the two enforcement elders. Due to this reason, they no longer intend to execute Duan Lingtian verbally. That's possible. As the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, more than 90% of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples thought the same thing. Wu Yi had cast the flame territory to block their sight because he wanted to execute Duan Lingtian. Even Gu Li felt the same way. At this moment, Gu Li's face turned pale immediately. He clenched his fists tightly as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he hated himself to the core. He hated himself for being too weak. He could not help Duan Lingtian at all. The appearance of the flame territory immediately separated the two worlds. Most of the people outside the flame territory thought Duan Lingtian was going to be executed. However, inside the flame territory, Duan Lingtian was in peace with the two enforcement elders. Whoosh! Whoosh! Guoxiong and Wu Yi took out a transparent spiritual pearl at the same time. It was the spiritual pearl that was used to test one's innate spiritual root. Wu Yi had cast the flame territory to block the sight of the people outside for this very moment. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to deceive me and Elder Guoxiong, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to wish for death even if I have to execute you. Wu Yi threatened in a deep voice as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. Although Guoxiong did not say anything, the piercing look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian explained everything. The facts will prove everything. After receiving the spiritual pearls from the two enforcement elders, Duan Lingtian held one spiritual pearl in each hand with a flip of his palm as he waited quietly. Normally, the spiritual pearls would only react after the span of 10 breaths. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had told Guoxiong a piece of important news through voice transmission. He possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong did not have any dealings with Duan Lingtian before this. However, due to Gulong's death 10 days ago, he had come across Duan Lingtian again. It was precisely because of that encounter that he learned some things about Duan Lingtian. This included the fact that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. At that time, Guoxiong was puzzled. Where did a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root find the courage to go against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder? However, today, Duan Lingtian had told Guoxiong through voice transmission again. His innate spiritual root is not a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In Zoroastrianism, martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots would usually be given special treatment. They would even be allowed to do things that ordinary disciples would not be able to do. That included killing fellow disciples of the same sect. Why did Gulong dare to kill Duan Lingtian 10 days ago? It was all because he thought Duan Lingtian was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. The Zoroastrianism that valued talents would not kill him. Chapter 1951. Finally, the span of 10 breaths had passed. The two spiritual pearls in Duan Lingtian's hands began to shine with a green light as though they were telling the people around them something. It's really a blue innate spiritual root. Wu Yi's eyes widened immediately. Before this, he did not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This was because the Black Turtle Sanctum had informed him that Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, he had no choice but to believe it when he saw this. Blue innate spiritual root. Guoxiong was momentarily stunned when he saw the reaction of the two spiritual pearls in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he regained his senses, he cursed the two Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders who tested Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. How could they turn a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root into a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? Not only was this a trap, but it was also pushing a martial genius out of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian. Why don't you acknowledge me as your master and come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum? When Wu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian again, he narrowed his small eyes that shone with hope. The fat on his face relaxed as he revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to acknowledge him as his master as soon as he opened his mouth. In the fire worship sect, a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root would always be fought over by the Silver Flame Elders to be their disciple. As a Silver Flame Elder in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi was, naturally, no exception. There's nothing good for you in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, you've already offended that vengeful Lian. If you continue to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll immediately ask the Sanctum leader of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to negotiate with the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and ask for you. When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, a hint of urgency could be heard in his voice. Bullshit. When Duan Lingtian was put in a spot and was about to refuse, Guoxiong immediately looked at Wu Yi and scolded him. Duan Lingtian is a martial Dao genius in our Black Turtle Sanctum. How dare you try to poach him in front of me? Do you really think I'm dead? Guoxiong, you can't say that. Wu Yi was a little unhappy when he heard Guoxiong's words. He said with a straight face, who in the Four Symbols Sanctums does not know about Duan Lingtian's current situation in your Black Turtle Sanctum? If Duan Lingtian continues to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, who knows when Lian will kill him? It's not like you don't know what Lian is capable of. He's a guy who will do anything to achieve his goals. In the past, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian is just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. It's fine for him to deal with him slowly. However, if he finds out that Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll definitely do whatever it takes to kill Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons Guoxiong had consolidated his flame territory to block the view of the people outside. If Lian found out that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, this martial Dao genius would most likely be killed by him. For this reason, I think it's best for Duan Lingtian to come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. It's too dangerous for him to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, Lian will find out about his blue innate spiritual root sooner or later. Wu Yi finished speaking in one breath. Guoxiong's expression changed when he heard Wu Yi's words. Elder Guoxiong, I know you want to take Duan Lingtian as your direct disciple. However, you didn't say anything because you don't think you'll be able to protect Duan Lingtian. Just let him go and let Duan Lingtian come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Lian won't dare to act recklessly in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Wu Yi advised. Humph. Guoxiong snorted. Although I don't think I'll be able to protect Duan Lingtian, there might be someone in the Black Turtle Sanctum who can protect him. Wu Yi narrowed his eyes when he heard Lian's words. He asked in shock, You're going to recommend Duan Lingtian to the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? That's right. Guoxiong nodded. Elder Guoxiong. Wu Yi was instantly anxious when he saw Guoxiong nodding in all seriousness, as he didn't want a duck that was already cooked to fly away. Out of consideration for my age and the fact that I don't have a proper personal disciple, give Duan Lingtian to me. I, Wu Yi, will surely remember this favor of yours. I'll definitely remember it. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, was speechless when he saw this. From the beginning until the end, Wu Yi did not seem to ask for his opinion at all. Guoxiong, who was annoyed by Wu Yi, saw Duan Lingtian's speechless expression from the corner of his eyes. His eyes lit up immediately as he said, Elder Wu Yi, what's the point of telling me so much? If Duan Lingtian doesn't want to stay in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, are you going to tie him up here? In my opinion, you should ask for his opinion first before you try to persuade me. You're putting the cart before the horse. Guoxiong immediately tossed Wu Yi, this trouble, to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Wu Yi looking at him, he immediately expressed his stance and said apologetically, Elder Wu Yi, I'm sorry. I'd like to stay in the Black Turtle's Sanctum to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier, the Black Turtle's barrier. The Black Turtle's barrier was the only reason he wanted to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Currently, he only lacked a high-grade defensive divine ability. As the number one defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier was undoubtedly the most suitable defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism for him. I forgot that Duan Lingtian, you're also very talented in mastering divine abilities. Currently, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guoxiong spoke before Wu Yi could reply. Then, he looked at Wu Yi and said with a smile, Elder Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum is not as powerful as the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian has mastered. For this reason, you should just give up. Duan Lingtian won't stay in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Wu Yi's chubby face was a little stiff. When his eyes met Duan Lingtian's determined gaze, he sighed. Forget it, forget it. In the end, Wu Yi waved his hand helplessly like a deflated balloon. It was as though he had suddenly aged a few decades. Elder Wu Yi, the most important thing right now is to deal with Duan Lingtian. Guoxiong suddenly said to Wu Yi with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi shuddered and regained his senses. His expression turned solemn as well. Since Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, according to the unspoken rules of Zoroastrianism, it's not a big deal for him to commit such a small mistake. However, we still need to punish him on the surface. Otherwise, we won't be able to convince the others. Wu Yi and Guoxiong looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Unspoken rules? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's lips twitched subtly. Although Duan Lingtian knew the fire worship sect would not exchange his life for the lives of the Yuan brothers after he revealed his blue innate spiritual root, he was certain the fire worship sect would not allow him to kill the Yuan brothers. However, he did not know this was known as the unspoken rules in Zoroastrianism. Outside the flame territory. As time passed by, the uneasiness in Li An's heart grew stronger, and his expression turned grave. It's not over yet? Why do I feel this is strange? If the two enforcement elders want to kill Duan Lingtian, it shouldn't take them so long. Could it be that something has happened? Something has happened? What could have happened? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples also noticed something was amiss. However, they could not tell what it was. Junior brother Ling Tian, a glimmer of hope could be seen in the depth of Gu Li's eyes. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi withdrew the flame territory that was blocking everyone's sight. After the flame territory was withdrawn, 3 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. When the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian who they thought had been executed standing there as though nothing had happened, they were dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 enforcement elders did not execute Duan Lingtian after such a long time had passed? Since they did not execute Duan Lingtian, what were they doing earlier? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were filled with doubts. Elder Wu Yi, Elder Guoxiong, what were both of you doing earlier? Li An's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the 2 enforcement elders and asked in a deep voice. However, even though his voice wasn't soft, regardless of whether it was Wu Yi or Guoxiong, they completely ignored him, causing Li An's expression to become extremely ugly. Junior brother Ling Tian, you. At the same time, Gu Li could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He could not see through what was happening. Senior brother Gu Li, you just have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian interrupted Gu Li's voice transmission. His tone was calm, giving off a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Gu Li nodded inwardly. At the same time, he immediately looked at the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. Today, Elder Guoxiong would be the one to make the decision regarding Duan Lingtian. Cough cough, however, when everyone's attention was on Guoxiong, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi cleared his throat. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Wu Yi said in a clear voice, I've repeatedly confirmed that Duan Lingtian killed the Yuan brothers out of self-defense. Killing the Yuan brothers out of self-defense? Gu Li was dumbfounded. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples was dumbfounded as well. However, he still killed Yuan Kuang even though he knew he could have held back. That's not a good thing. Now, Elder Guoxiong will make the final decision regarding Duan Lingtian's crime. Wu Yi continued to say. When Lian heard the first half of Wu Yi's sentence, his expression had already turned grave. He completely ignored the second half of Wu Yi's sentence. The ominous feeling had finally come true. Chapter 1952. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. Although there is a reason behind it and it was self-defense, he was too reckless in killing Yuan Kuang. For this reason, I've reached a consensus with the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Wu Yi, and we've decided to send him to the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism to serve for 10 years in 3 months. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, made a ruling against Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian would be sent to the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums to serve for 10 years in 3 months. The moment Guoxiong's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Apart from Guoxiong and Wu Yi who had a calm expression on their faces, Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. He was not surprised by the ruling at all. It was as though he had long known about it. As for the others, including Lian and Gu Li, they were stunned by the ruling. Elder Guoxiong. Lian was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Guoxiong with a grave expression as he said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian. You can say that Duan Lingtian killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense, but how can you say that he killed Yuan Kuang out of self-defense? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary for you to make such a rash ruling? Lian questioned Guoxiong as soon as he spoke. Guoxiong's expression turned grave immediately. He glanced at Lian coldly. Elder Lian, this ruling is a unanimous decision made by Elder Wu Yi and I. If you have any objections, you can go to the St. Lands Enforcement Hall in a few days' time to express your opinion. At that time, the ruling I've made today will be recorded in the St. Lands Enforcement Hall's files. You're not qualified to interfere with my ruling. When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, his tone was unfriendly. There was even a hint of mockery in his tone. It was because of Lian that he could not accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Although he was not much weaker than Lian, he was still weak. In addition, Lian's foundation in Zoroastrianism was stronger than his. If Duan Lingtian became his disciple, he might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian. For this reason, in order not to destroy Duan Lingtian, he planned to recommend Duan Lingtian to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. As long as Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if Lian wanted to lay his hands on Duan Lingtian, he would have to think twice before making a move on him. The sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a Golden Flame Elder. He was one of the strongest elders in Zoroastrianism. Hearing Guoxiong's words, Lian was instantly enraged. He stared at Guoxiong with an ominous glint in his eyes as his body trembled violently due to his anger. However, Guoxiong completely ignored him. He was not worried Lian would make a move on him. If Lian dared to make a move on him, he was confident he would send Lian to the St. Lands Enforcement Hall. Even if Lian did not die, he would at least be skinned alive. Elder Wu Yi, do you agree with Elder Guoxiong's decision as well? Lian asked as he took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger in his heart. He shifted his gaze from Guoxiong to Wu Yi. Didn't Elder Guoxiong say it already? This is a unanimous decision made by me and him. Wu Yi said impatiently when faced with Lian's question. Good. Good. Very good. In a few days, when all of you file today's decision into the St. Lands Enforcement Hall's case file, I'll personally go to the Enforcement Hall to protest the decision that all of you have made today. After Lian obtained Wu Yi's confirmation, he was so angry that his face was distorted. Then, Lian glanced at Wu Yi and Guoxiong coldly before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He said coldly, Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what method you used to make Wu Yi and Guoxiong favor you, however, I want to tell you that the two of them are not the only ones in the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall. When they send today's decision to the Enforcement Hall and file it into the Enforcement Hall's case file, I'll immediately rush to the Enforcement Hall to overturn the decision that they made today. At that time, the Enforcement Hall will send another St. Lands Enforcement Elder to make a new decision on you. You won't be able to live for long. When Lian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Facing Lian's cold shout, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at Lian from the beginning until the end. As soon as Lian finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot. Idiot? Duan Lingtian's words stunned the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Isn't this Duan Lingtian too valiant? He actually dared to call Lian an idiot? Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. Lian was already furious. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot, he was instantly enraged. He wanted to seize this opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian today, he wanted to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Elder Lian, don't tell me you thought I was referring to you when I called you an idiot? That's a huge misunderstanding. Moreover, I didn't call you that earlier, did I? Or perhaps, Elder Lian, you've always had such a nickname? Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at Lian, who was about to make a move. Duan Lingtian's serious appearance angered Lian to the point that he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, he knew he could not touch Duan Lingtian today. This was because as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he noticed Guoxiong and Wu Yi were staring at him. It was as though they were saying, if you dare to touch Duan Lingtian, we'll attack you together. Duan Lingtian, you won't be so smug for long. Lian glared at Duan Lingtian coldly before he left in a huff without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lian's departing figure. A cold gleam flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he had the chance, he would not let Lian continue to live in this world. Lian's existence was still a hidden danger to him. What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian killed 2 of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, and this is the only punishment he receives? Isn't this too ridiculous? Moreover, what happened after Elder Wu Yi consolidated his flame territory and shrouded him, Elder Guoxiong, and Duan Lingtian? Why is there such a huge change in the situation? That's right. Before that, Elder Guoxiong and Elder Wu Yi were very aggressive when they faced Duan Lingtian. However, after they came out of the flame territory, they stood on Duan Lingtian's side and tried their best to protect him. Moreover, they even gave Duan Lingtian an excuse to punish Duan Lingtian. The turning point must be in the flame territory. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened when they were in there. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with confusion. They had seen the changes in Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, and Wu Yi, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, before they entered the flame territory. Due to this reason, they were puzzled. This was because the changes in their attitudes were too great. From wanting to punish Duan Lingtian to protecting Duan Lingtian, it only took a blink of an eye for them to accept it. However, they were certain something must have happened. Otherwise, the 2 enforcement elders would not have such a huge change in attitude toward Duan Lingtian. Now that the punishment for Duan Lingtian had been decided, Guoxiong and Wu Yi left one after another. Duan Lingtian, can you tell us why the 2 enforcement elders' attitudes toward you changed so much after they entered the flame territory? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were curious. Some of them even asked Duan Lingtian directly. If you want to know, why don't you ask Elder Wu Yi? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and used Wu Yi as a shield when faced with these people's questions. After a while, a few Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did not manage to get any answers from Duan Lingtian. They gave up on the idea of finding a breakthrough from Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? After the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples left, Guli finally had time to be alone with Duan Lingtian. When they were alone, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were not the only ones who were confused. Even Guli was puzzled. Actually, it's nothing much. I just proved my value to them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission. What value? Guli became even more curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. My innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. There was nothing to hide in front of Guli. Blue innate spiritual root? Guli narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What's going on? Isn't your innate spiritual root a yellow innate spiritual root? The news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the four symbols sanctums. Naturally, Guli had also heard about it. However, Duan Lingtian had just said his innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Guli was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. I can't believe junior brother Ling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. However, only such an innate spiritual root is worthy of your martial Tao innate spiritual root. After a while, Guli regained his senses. He thought the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum was fake, so he did not dwell on it. Senior brother Guli, your innate spiritual root must be quite good as well, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's much worse than yours. My innate spiritual root is only a green innate spiritual root. Guli replied. Green innate spiritual root? That's not bad. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.